Screams for help echo through the darkness as people flee a demon beast. A young man named Yachin Pants, introducing himself as a level Zo Scavenger. A system notification confirms he dealt 0 damage to the spirit wolf. He can only survive by scavenging the items left behind by stronger fighters. As a level 0 member, he is considered a social burden and a useless person in this world. The spirit wolf lunges forward, its jaws wide open, ready to attack him. Facing the beast, the young man accepts that he is seen as trash, but stands his ground with a wooden board. The wooden shield shatters instantly from the force of the creature's attack. Even though he lives like trash, he refuses to give up and charges at the monster. His eyes glow with fierce determination as blood splatters across his face. He declares that he will never die like a piece of trash, landing a desperate blow. A system message appears, confirming he dealt a critical hit to the spirit wolf for 1 point of damage. The scene shifts to the present day, showing the skyline of G-City. Inside a facility, a rank C abyssal gate glows with immense energy as a lone figure walks toward the portal. A silhouette emerges from the bright light of the gate, walking out into the open. The figure is Qing, a senior abyssal scavenger, appearing before a massive tentacled monster. A nearby warrior yells at him for being too slow and idiotic as he stands in the path of danger. The scavenger's job is to recycle and sort the trash left by fighters after they clear a dungeon. He examines a valuable C-rank crystal, a resource that supervisors prevent from reaching the public. As he inspects the crystal, a foot suddenly steps in front of him, and someone calls out to him. A fighter warns him not to hide any crystals or face fines in jail. The young man says he knows the rules. Abyssal scavenging is a dangerous job for level 0 players, who are always at risk from leftover monsters. A man in a miner's outfit offers Qing a big job with a high commission, leaving the young man surprised by the amount. The miner knows he needs money and tells him to hurry and catch up with the group. Eagerly, Qing agrees to go right away. They soon board a yellow bus, setting off toward their new, high-paying job. On the bus, the scavengers discuss their destination, an A-rank dungeon where many groups have been wiped out. They learn their mission is to clean up and retrieve equipment from the fallen teams. Another scavenger calls the capitalists ruthless. Qing quietly looks out the window, pondering how the abyss became so commercialized. The scene shifts to 10 years ago, showing a city in flames as a massive portal opens in the sky. An abyssal gate descended from the void, and for the first time, monstrous creatures appeared before humanity. Only special individuals, called job changers, had the unique abilities required to harm the abyssal creatures. As the monsters were defeated, people discovered valuable magic crystals, weapons, and other props left behind. The discovery of these resources was like finding a new continent, triggering a worldwide rush to develop and explore the abyss. With this new market, many old enterprises collapsed. However, level 0 members were still rejected from most jobs. His desperation grew as he begged a doctor for more time to pay his sister's hospital bills. At the same time, his landlord was at his door, demanding 2 months of overdue rent from him. He was constantly turned away from work, with potential employers telling him he wasn't needed there. Everywhere he turned, he was met with harsh words, being called useless trash and told to get lost. He sits alone in the pouring rain, surrounded by rejected job applications. The situation for level 0 players was bleak. Society had already deemed them useless, and his options were dwindling. A loan card appears in front of him. At his lowest point, a mysterious figure appeared, asking if the young man was in need of money. The figure explained the loan's collateral would be the most valuable thing he possessed: his organs. He exhales softly, a faint smile on his face as he recalls the difficult times that led him to this point. On the bus, he overhears others gossiping about him borrowing money, losing it, and needing to sell a kidney to pay it back. Another person adds that he has a sick little sister to support, with medical bills costing a fortune. He quietly adjusts his cap. The bus arrives at a chaotic purple portal as the gossipers say people like him might as well die, since they'll only live like trash anyway. As they disembark, a fighter yells at the scavengers for being too slow and warns them to keep up, taking no responsibility for their lives. The leader urges them to hurry as the fighters head toward the menacing abyssal gate. Qing stares at the portal, a determined look on his face. Knowing this time will be different, he stands with his pack, looking up with resolve before stepping into the dangerous territory. They have arrived at the Shenfeng City Public Market, a B-rank abyss, where a new group is already waiting. He follows the others into the dungeon, noting that this is his first time entering a B-rank abyss. Inside, they are met by a team of powerful fighters, including a masked woman and a muscular man with a shield. Without warning, a pack of spirit wolves with glowing red eyes lunges at the group, snarling aggressively. One of the fighters is shocked that monsters appeared as soon as they entered the dungeon. His companion, however, remains calm, identifying the creatures as just a pack of first-class spirit wolves. A fighter in red steps forward, conjuring fire in his hands as the wolves charge toward him. He unleashes a powerful blast of fire, sending it hurtling toward the attacking pack. The fiery attack hits the wolves head-on, causing a bright, powerful explosion. The monsters are thrown back by the force of the blast, their bodies hitting the cracked floor. The muscular fighter reminds everyone to stay on guard, as beasts could ambush them from the shadows. Another member of the party turns to the leader and asks where their final destination is. The leader explains their destination is the 5th floor, noting the market's size and height have strangely increased. A man with glasses calls this abyssalization, a mutated replica of the real world, and wonders where the previous group's bodies are. The fighter in charge orders the scavengers to find the bodies instead of just following them. An older scavenger scoffs, muttering that level 0 members are only useful as trash, no matter where they go. Suddenly, Qing stumbles, his eyes wide with surprise as he collides with the man in front of him. He falls to the ground while the older scavenger, who he bumped into, shouts at him to watch where he's going. The young man quickly apologizes, but the scavenger grabs him by the collar, clearly angered by the collision. The man lifts him up, saying that bumping into trash disgusts him, and that he thought he was a monster. The team leader tells the man, Lao Chen, not to bother with the scavengers, as they have a mission to complete. Lao Chen glares at the young scavenger, his grip tightening as he holds him up. He shoves the boy away, telling him to stay away if he knows he's trash. The young man stumbles back, glaring at him. Sitting on the ground, his cap knocked off, another scavenger asks if this is what a professional team is like. Society has many names for level 0 members to burden a useless person, trash. But what these people do not know is something crucial about the young scavenger they despise. A system notification shows his experiences at 99 out of 100, just 1 point away from reaching level 1. With renewed determination, he runs ahead, leaving the others behind to find his own way forward. In the distance, screams erupt as someone shouts about a demon beast, urging others to run away. He recognizes the creature as the very spirit wolf he fought, and was left behind to face in the past. The wolf's health is critical, its eyes glowing with a menacing turquoise light as it snarls. He then spots a level 1 wooden shield and staff nearby. The wolf roars as the young scavenger sees its critical health. He decides this is his moment to leave the group and act alone. He charges forward, recognizing this weakened demonic beast is the opportunity he has been waiting for. With a determined look, he sprints ahead, scooping up the wooden staff from the ground. He then hurls the wooden shield into the air, sending it flying towards the spirit wolf. Armed with his basic gear, he confronts the beast, ready for a desperate fight. With a powerful yell, he leaps and brings the staff down hard on the monster's head. However, a system message confirms his attack dealt 0 damage to the creature. The others watch from a distance, wondering if Qing is dumb for not knowing only job changers can harm the beasts. He knows this fact all too well, bracing himself as the wolf snarls in his face. A look at his stats shows why. His name is Qing, and every single one of his attributes is at level 1. He's aware that with such weak stats, he can't even break the defense of the weakest monsters. Gritting his teeth, he reminds himself that he understands his weakness better than anyone. And because he understands this fact so clearly, he plants his foot firmly inside the beast's mouth. He uses its jaw as a launch pad, vaulting high into the air above the creature's head. With a fierce shout, he declares that this is precisely why he needs to use even more strength. Meanwhile, Lao Chen looks down from a higher floor, laughing that the level 0 members must be terrified. The leader agrees, smirking that they can earn a fortune while low. Life trash can't even handle one beast. He plans to keep the most expensive items and leave the scraps for the scavengers to clean up. At that moment, the masked woman informs her boss that it seems another beast slipped away from them. As she speaks, terrified screams echo from another part of the building, confirming another monster is loose. Lao Chen agrees with his boss, claiming a purple item he found, and warning everyone not to take it from him. Meanwhile, the panicked screams continue to echo throughout the multi-level structure of the abandoned market. In a separate area, Qing lands a desperate kick, driving the splintered wooden staff deeper into the wolf's existing wound. Blood splatters from his mouth as he pushes forward with all his might, his face a mask of pained determination. He screams that he refuses to die like a piece of trash, channeling all his remaining strength into one final, desperate attack. The wooden staff splinters further under the immense pressure, but the sharp end pierces the monster's flesh. A system notification confirms a critical hit has been landed, applying one single point of damage to the beast. The spirit wolf finally collapses to the ground, defeated. The young scavenger stands over its body, exhausted but victorious. He pants heavily, sweat and blood covering his face. A look of immense relief washing over him after the intense battle. A small, triumphant laugh escapes his lips as he takes a moment to process what he has just accomplished on his own. He throws his head back and lets out a victorious shout, clenching his fists in a moment of pure celebration. But his celebration is cut short as a large boot steps into view, towering over him while he kneels on the ground. Lao Chen stands above him, mockingly noting that the lone horse somehow managed to kill a single low-level wolf. He grabs the young man by the collar, angrily accusing him of acting like a hero and asking if he has a death wish. The scavenger thinks about how a job changer's career path is not limited. Even as he's being threatened, he knows that once a level 0 member accumulates enough experience to reach level 1, they can switch jobs. But to achieve that goal, they must find ways to gain experience, which is nearly impossible when they can't deal damage. He spent years risking his life, searching for the perfect opportunity to land a guaranteed critical hit for just 1 point of damage. Day by day, he slowly accumulated experience, one painful percentage at a time, never giving up on his goal. His experience climbed over the years until this final battle with the wolf brought him to 99%. He smiles, knowing this was the only way he could earn experience points. The system shows he has reached 100%. With a confident grin, he acknowledges that all the necessary conditions have finally been met. A system notification confirms his experience points have officially gone from 99 to 100. Another message appears on the screen, stating that the conditions to level up have now been fulfilled. Lao Chen stares in disbelief, shocked that a mere rascal like him managed to change his job right before his eyes. A wave of blue energy surrounds the young man as the system congratulates him for achieving level 1. His new job class is revealed to be Scavenger, which has a maximum level of only 1. The older Scavenger continues to stare, sweat dripping down his face, completely stunned by this unexpected turn of events. His shock quickly turns into mocking amusement, as tears of laughter begin to well up in his eyes. He bursts out laughing, mocking the job, saying a trash picker is still trash, and the max level is just 1. He grabs the young man, unable to stop laughing about the once in a lifetime opportunity being wasted on a trashy job. He then tells the new level 1 scavenger that his friends are gone and he must complete the cleanup mission all by himself. As the older man walks away to tell the others what happened, the young man is left alone to think about his new class. He looks at his hand, wondering if the class is weak. He knows he can't use level up attributes to grow stronger, but he stands up, determined to find out what a scavenger's true ability is. A strange blue light begins to glow in his eyes as he focuses his newly acquired power. He directs his focus toward the dead spirit wolf, and its corpse begins to glow with a faint, ethereal light. A system window appears, identifying the wolf's corpse as recyclable trash and asking if he will recycle it. Without a moment of hesitation, he answers with a firm yes, immediately accepting the prompt. A powerful surge of dark purple energy erupts around him as he begins to recycle the monster's body. He stares in shock as dark purple energy envelopes the massive creature's arm in front of him. He wonders if this is the true ability of an abyssal scavenger as the resurrected monster looms over him. The spectral creature drags the wolf's corpse away, and he admits the sight is a little scary. A purple recycling symbol appears in front of him, showing that the trash is now being disintegrated. After the process completes, 2 spectral hands give a peace sign, signaling that the disintegration is finished. He receives a spirit dash card and 3 attribute points, realizing he can get rewards from corpses. The young man immediately opens his system attribute board to check his current stats and see what has changed. He examines the new card and sees that he needs 3 agility points in order to use the skill. With a clear goal in mind, he decides to put all 3 of his new attribute points directly into agility. A system prompt confirms he now meets the conditions and asks if he wants to use the new Spirit Wolf skill. With a determined expression, he confirms his choice. Deciding to use the skill immediately, a brilliant green aura erupts around him as the skill activates, flowing through his entire body. But the energy quickly fades, and he looks down at his hands, seeing no immediate or obvious results. Just then, one of the fighters yells at him from below to hurry up and start cleaning. He quickly agrees. As he starts to move, he suddenly trips and stumbles forward, losing his balance completely. A burst of energy shoots from his feet, and he lets out a scream as he is propelled forward at high speed. The sudden burst of speed sends him flying through the air, launching off a nearby route with incredible force. He soars upward several floors through the open atrium of the desolate, abandoned building. He lands hard on his back, his head spinning, wondering if that incredible burst of speed was the skill. A system notification appears, confirming the skill is on cooldown. He finally understands its power. He exhales slowly, catching his breath after the unexpected display of power from his new skill. His eyes narrow as he begins to process the full implications of what just happened and what it means for his future. Suddenly, his eyes widen in shock as a profound realization dawns on him. He looks at the pile of defeated monsters, and his ability identifies all of them as recyclable trash. Purple energy swirls around him as he activates his power, declaring that the Abyssal Scavenger class is outrageously strong. He receives a flood of notifications, gaining a large number of attribute points from recycling all the corpses at once. He stands confidently amidst the swirling purple energy, a large scavenger symbol materializing above him. He recalls that he gained the Soul Dash ability from the first wolf corpse, but rewards decrease for the same species. He realizes that while new skills are a one-time reward, he can still gain attribute points from absorbing any corpse. He checks his status and is shocked to see he has accumulated a staggering 111 attribute points to allocate. Looking at his stats, he wonders which attribute he should increase now that he has so many points to spend. A confident smile spreads across his face as he decides on a simple, yet effective strategy for his newfound power. He decides to distribute all the points evenly and system messages confirm that all his stats have increased. His new stats are displayed, showing that his strength, agility, intelligence, will, constitution, and luck are all now at level 20. Meanwhile, the other fighters are on a lower level, finishing off the last 2 remaining spirit wolves in the area. One of the wolves chomps down on a glass railing, its powerful jaws shattering the barrier with ease. The leader is surprised when Lao Chen tells him the young man changed his job to a scavenger, a hidden job he's never seen. The man with glasses smirks, saying that most so-called hidden jobs are worthless and just for laughs. Lao Chen agrees, stating that with a max level of 1, the scavenger is barely stronger than a level 0 person. The leader tells them to ignore him and move on, reminding the group to stay vigilant as they proceed deeper into the dungeon. A fighter acknowledges the order, and the group continues to press forward into the desolate mall. They soon arrive at a massive, twisted structure of dark, gnarled roots reaching towards the upper floors. The leader and his companion look up, their faces contorting in shock and horror at the scene above them. High among the twisted branches, they see desiccated bodies gruesomely impaled and fused into the structure. A closer look reveals one of the bodies is reanimated, its eyes glowing with a malevolent light from within its skull. The group has found their mission target, a mound of bodies, the remains of the lost falcon hunting group. The man with glasses inspects a corpse, noting how quickly it dried out, as if drained by some dark magic. Lao Chen finds it strange that a B+ ranked team died here, since they only encountered weak monsters on their way in. Suddenly, zombified hands and faces begin to emerge from the pile of bodies, revealing they are not alone. A news report flashes back, showing the abyssal incident at the mall had resulted in 217 missing people. Realizing the grave danger they are in, the team's leader screams for everyone to fall back immediately, but it's too late. They are completely surrounded by a horde of undead creatures. They've been tricked into an ambush. Lao Chen understands all the missing bodies were gathered here, and he prepares a powerful fire attack to fight them off. The leader now sees that the low-level demon beasts they fought earlier were just bait to lure them deeper into this trap. As the horde closes in, a colossal shadow suddenly looms over the entire group from the twisted structure above. His eyes widen in terror as he realizes they are now face to face with the true master of this abyss. A high-level, nearly A-rank abyssal man-eating plant reveals itself, its many purple eyes glowing menacingly. At the same time, Lao Chen screams in terror, telling his companions to look up at a new threat descending upon them. The reanimated members of the falcon hunting group leap down from the branches, their glowing eyes fixed on the intruders. Meanwhile, on a different floor, Yachin gets system prompts to recycle and severed spirit wolf corpses. A system notification pops up, informing him that he has unlocked an achievement for recycling 50 bodies. He is even more excited to see that the achievement also comes with a special reward for his efforts. His rewards are revealed to be an ordinary quality heart necklace and a perfectly ordinary dagger. He finds it interesting that even the achievement rewards for his new profession are of such low quality. Just then, the entire building begins to rumble violently, and the young man looks around in alarm. He looks up, a drop of sweat on his face, sensing a new presence nearby. His eyes widen as he realizes that something is coming straight for him from above. But he also feels his body has become much more agile, wondering if it's because of the attribute points he just added. With a confident smile, he clenches his fist, realizing he truly has become much stronger than before. A shadowy, reanimated monster with glowing purple eyes suddenly dives down from the upper floors to attack him. With his newfound agility, he easily leaps back, dodging the creature's swift and powerful strike. He lands gracefully on his feet a safe distance away, the monster's gnarled hand missing him completely. He notes that it wasn't just his agility that improved, but his strength has also increased significantly. A system message confirms that his spirit dash skill has been activated, and his foot glows with power. He declares that it's his turn now, ready to fight back as a full-fledged job changer. He lunges forward and throws a powerful punch, knowing his damage will be much greater than before. The system confirms a strength check, increasing his physical damage by 100%. The monster reels back in pain. He clenches his fist, acknowledging that this new version of himself has improved beyond comparison. A system message states that his high intelligence now allows him to discover a target's hidden traps and weaknesses. He now sees the creature is a parasitized human, and its weakness is the connecting. The parasitized creature lets out a gurgling moan as it prepares to attack its newfound prey. The young scavenger charges forward as the monster swoops down, its massive claws ready to strike. He grits his teeth and slides under the creature's attack, narrowly avoiding its deadly grasp. As he slides, he skillfully dodges the monster's lunge, positioning himself perfectly for a counterattack. He flips backward, using his momentum to launch himself off the glass wall and back toward his opponent. He recalls the creature's weak point, knowing he has to aim for the neck to deal a decisive blow. He summons the ordinary dagger he received earlier, its card glowing with a bright green light. A luck check is triggered, activating the dagger's effect and causing the target to acquire a bleeding status. He lands a solid hit on the monster, the dagger's blade sinking deep into its flesh. Purple blood splatters from the wound as the creature is poisoned by his successful attack. A system message appears, confirming that he has successfully killed the parasitized human. At the same time, his high constitution triggers a poison resistance effect from a previously consumed corpse. The poison from the creature's blood is instantly neutralized, and his dagger now glows with a purple aura. He smiles, proud that he successfully killed something all by himself for the very first time. He gets a prompt to recycle the parasitized human and immediately accepts the offer. After successfully recycling the corpse, he acquires a new passive skill called Toxic Evolution. He examines the new skill and wonders if it means he can now drink spoiled potions as if they were helpful tonics. He decides to use the new skill card immediately, and the system confirms it has been added to his abilities. He then decomposes a spoiled potion, revealing a highly toxic liquid that should not be consumed. But with his new Toxic Evolution skill, he knows the severe poison will now turn into a beneficial effect for him. He decides to test out his new skill, bringing the purple potion to his lips with a confident look. The poison is transformed into a healing effect, recovering all his damage and doubling his attributes for 10 minutes. He remembers that with higher intelligence, he can see more hidden information, so he decides to allocate his points there. His new stats are shown, with all attributes doubled to 40, except for intelligence, which is now 50. He hears more gurgling sounds nearby, and a large, monstrous hand appears in the foreground. He turns his head, wondering if he missed yet another monster in the immediate vicinity. His eyes narrow as he focuses on the new threat, and he realizes what he is now facing. A massive horde of reanimated, parasitized humans stands before him, their purple eyes glowing in the darkness. He recalls all the insults he has endured, a burden to society, trash, a useless person. But now, as he faces this army of undead, he knows that things have changed for him. He holds up his dagger, ready to face the horde, and proudly tells them who he is. With a powerful shout, he declares that his name is Yahello, and he is a scavenger, ready to take on all of them. Meanwhile, the other team is fighting for their lives against the reanimated falcon hunting group. The leader blocks a powerful blow with his shield, the force of the impact sending a shock wave through the air. He is shocked to find that the reanimated corpses are now even stronger than when they were alive. The massive man-eating plant boss looms over them, its many eyes watching the chaotic battle below. As the plant monster lets out a piercing shriek, Lao Chen unleashes a massive fireball to hold back the horde. But the undead are relentless, and the masked woman is fatally wounded by one of the reanimated hunters. The man with glasses is also caught, a garled hand with tentacles wrapping around his face and silencing his screams. The fighters are overwhelmed, with Lao Chen exclaiming how strong the undead are as they are pursued. The leader leaps away from the attacking horde as Lao Chen is sent flying by another powerful blow. Lao Chen grits his teeth, determined to survive, knowing it would be a waste to die here after coming for money and gear. The leader, seeing an opportunity, casts a slowness spell, but not on the monsters. He turns to his own teammate, Lao Chen, and says that he's part of the team, clearly confused by the spell. With a sinister grin, the leader apologizes, telling Lao Chen he needs him to slow the monsters down first. He then flees, leaving his teammate behind and promising to spend extra on his funeral when he gets back. Lao Chen reaches out, cursing his leader as a bastard for betraying him and leaving him to die. He quickly realizes that if he escapes, he can keep the equipment and just make up an excuse for the team's defeat. But as he turns to run, he finds his path blocked by a shadowy figure with glowing purple eyes. He covers his mouth in shock, recognizing the person standing before him with a look of utter disbelief. It's Qing, who scolds him for betraying his own teammates just to survive the onslaught of monsters. Lao Chen glances behind the young man and sees a pile of defeated, parasitized humans. He points a trembling finger, accusingly asking if all of this was the young scavenger's doing. He realizes he can't let him leave this place alive, knowing he'd be finished if the supervisor committee found out. He tries to manipulate the boy, asking if he wants to get stronger and telling him to feed himself to the monsters, but his kick is easily blocked, and a system message confirms his strength check failed and will backfire. The kick's force sends him flying backward, and he curses the young scavenger, demanding to know what's going on. The young man glares at him with contempt, telling him that he is inferior to even trash for his cowardly actions. He then activates his scavenger ability, and a swirl of purple energy envelopes the defeated monsters behind him. Lao Chen screams for his mom as the spectral hands of the resurrected monsters grab him and pull him into the darkness. The trash sorting process begins, and Lao Chen is lifted into the air by the spectral hands, screaming in terror. But the system soon identifies him as unrecyclable trash, and the spectral hands release their grip. He falls to the ground unconscious, and the young scavenger realizes that not all trash can be recycled. However, his recycling ability is upgraded, allowing him to now recycle a target's useless abilities with their consent. He figures that if a target is passed out, they consent by default, finding the new upgrade very convenient. He immediately uses the new Spell Master experience card, and a bright blue aura envelopes him. He gains the ability, Controller of All Flames, and learns that his new Fireball skill can evolve with a special effect. A horde of smaller, imp-like creatures with glowing purple eyes begins to swarm the area, letting out guttural cries. He spots more of the creatures climbing the escalators, their dark silhouettes moving quickly in the dimly lit mall. He wonders how to use his new Fireball skill, recalling how Lao Chen used it earlier by conjuring a flame in his hand. He attempts to cast the spell, but it backfires, sending him flying backward as the fireball explodes prematurely. The massive explosion rips through the area, sending a powerful shockwave that shakes the entire floor. He stands up amidst the smoke and rebel, the powerful blast having cleared out a large portion of the monster horde. But he panics, realizing he hasn't had time to recycle the bodies yet, and yells for them not to turn into smoke. A cloaked, horned creature with two glowing purple swords leaps down from a higher floor, charging straight at him. The young scavenger's eyes narrow as he prepares to face this new, more formidable opponent. He easily dodges the creature's attack, leaping over its small, imp-like companion with incredible agility. He uses his speed to his advantage, gracefully maneuvering around the two attacking monsters. He focuses his attention on the smaller imp, a determined look on his face as he prepares to strike. He grabs the small creature by the arm and summons his dagger, its blade glowing with a faint, ethereal light. He dodges another attack from the horned creature, skillfully flipping through the air to avoid its twin blades. He realizes he's at a disadvantage, as he hasn't learned any close combat skills yet. Suddenly, he sees a familiar face emerge from the darkness, its mouth wide in a silent scream. It's the reanimated corpse of the team's leader, now a puppet of the man-eating plant. He offers it a deal. He summons a golden shield he obtained from another corpse and decides to use it immediately. He blocks the horned creature's attack, the force of the blow creating a powerful shockwave. He uses the shield to bash the creature, sending it flying backward and creating an opening for him. He stands triumphantly over the defeated monster, his new shield proving to be a valuable asset. He apologizes to the creature, telling it that he now needs to recycle its corpse for his own benefit. He obtains a dagger mastery card and immediately uses it to improve his combat skills. With the new skill, he feels the dagger become more flexible and natural in his hand, ready for the next fight. A mysterious voice reminds him of his mission, to find the Falcon group and bring them out of the dungeon. He remains focused, his eyes sharp as he anticipates the next move from the dungeon's true master. The voice warns him that if the bodies aren't found, his mission will be a failure and he won't receive any rewards. By recycling the horned creature, he obtains a new skill called Violence, which boosts his stats and gives him immunity. He confidently tells the mysterious voice that he is already well aware of the mission's conditions. He confirms that he has found the corpses of the Falcon group, but they have all been recycled already. The plant monster looks down at him, and he simply tosses a small, glowing object into the air. He reveals that the entire group was dragged into the abyss by a single person, as spectral hands grab the plant monster. In an interrogation room, Lao Chen is told he is the only survivor and his level was reduced to 1, an unprecedented event. Lao Chen insists that his abilities were recycled by the same person, claiming the trash picker's the culprit. The investigators, however, don't seem to believe his story, looking at him with suspicion from the doorway. They tell him his high pollution level is causing hallucinations, but he desperately pleads that he's telling the truth. After the dungeon incident, Qing sold all the magic crystals on the black market, but only received 30% of the profit. The money was barely enough to pay off his debts to the loan sharks, leaving him with no surplus. He worries that if he keeps using his recycling ability in front of others, he'll be reported to the supervisors. He knows that as someone with a strange hidden job, he could be locked up for research for over a year. He clenches his fist, determined to make more money, while he is still free to act on his own. At a new dungeon entrance, a recruiter announces that the risks are high, but the rewards will be doubled. The young man steps forward, asking if someone like him qualifies to join the new expedition. He confidently shows the recruiter the scavenger symbol on his hand, stating that he is a level 1 scavenger. The recruiter and the other fighters burst into laughter, mocking him for calling himself a job changer. He remains calm, knowing that if they think he's weak, they'll let their guard down, and he can secretly collect corpses. But the recruiter grabs him, telling him to let go, clearly not taking his application seriously. Just then, a woman with long white hair arrives, and someone recognizes her as the daughter of the famous Liu family. She tells the recruiter to take him, saying it doesn't matter if he's a newbie, since everyone is just there to fill numbers. The recruiter immediately agrees, telling her that they are only there to protect her, and she has the final say. The young scavenger looks at the woman, a sense of familiarity washing over him as he tries to place her face. He wonders where he has seen this Liu Xingran before, a vague memory stirring in the back of his mind. He suddenly remembers a scene from 2 years ago, where she was fighting for her life in another dangerous dungeon. He remembers landing a critical hit on a large bear-like monster, dealing one crucial point of damage. He had defeated the beast while Liu Xingran sat injured nearby, watching the entire fight unfold. She had asked him how a mere trash picker like him was able to kill a demon beast. He had celebrated his first successful kill, excited to finally receive 1 point of experience. She had been surprised that he was actually trying the rumored method of gaining experience through critical hits. She had asked him why he would go to such dangerous lengths just to gain a single point of experience. He had told her it was simply to make money, but his answer clearly didn't satisfy her. He had then vented his frustration, saying that job changers like her could never understand the hard lives of trash pickers. She had called him out for leaving his group and rushing in alone, questioning if he was just trying to prove something. She had then revealed her own motivation, to become stronger and be the first to conquer that place. He had asked her what she meant by that place, and she in turn had asked for his real purpose for wanting to change jobs. He had told her his true motivation was to become stronger so he could protect his family. Impressed by his resolve, she had asked for his name with a newfound respect in her eyes. He had confidently told her his name was Qing, a small smile on his face. She had introduced herself as Lu Xingren and invited him to join her group to conquer that place. Together one day, she had offered her hand to seal the deal, and he had looked at it, a bit surprised by her sudden proposal. They had shaken hands, making a pact to team up after he successfully changed his job. Just then, her worried attendants had arrived, scolding her for sneaking into the abyss alone and telling him to stay away. They had dragged her away, telling her the president was furious, while she tried to protest. As she was being led away, she had tossed a glowing blue crystal to him, telling him to catch it. He catches the crystal, looking up in surprise at the unexpected gift from the young woman. She grins, calling it his reward for the half a monster he killed. A playful jab at their earlier conversation. As he walks away, crystal in hand, he tries to recall her name, finally remembering it was Lu Xingren. Our story continues in the next chapter. We can see this guy provoking the MC, saying that someone as weak as him shouldn't be here. Additionally, he questions how he was accepted into his group, stating that he shouldn't be late and should start moving now. He then begins to walk, not wanting to become an obstacle for them. The guy notices our MC, who is almost ready to enter the portal, instructing the weak ones to grab their gear because they are about to enter the portal and they don't know what's inside. Everyone agrees, and now they are ready. Our boy thinks that he needs to do a much better job this time because this time he has a chance to make some good money. However, he managed to get some things from the previous abyss. Now he has a shield and an ability that allows him to wield 2 daggers in his hands. But the main focus is on another ability, the Basak ability. This ability gives him a significant advantage that is already visible. With this ability, he can finally take down any monster effortlessly. The proof that he will survive this time is that he also managed to absorb a more special monster, the previous Raw boss, which allows the MC to have extremely high regeneration, which is also a crucial focus. Our boy managed to balance all his skills very well, and the points will be distributed among attributes, allowing his abilities to become stronger over time. After all, he was the only one who managed to gather all the recyclables in the previous round. Now he just needed 6 more points to get the Pardine, but at this moment, he ends up using the attribute recovery ability, Observation Eye. So our MC starts to see some attributes of his companions. Upon using this ability, the MC realizes that the points he distributed among his attributes weren't as significant as he thought. He discovered that his strength was 12, but his companion, who had 100 strength, showed a significant difference between them. So our MC didn't need to worry. But then he feels something trembling on the ground and, fearing, looks to the side, only to realize that it was just the wall next to him coming towards him with full force and speed. After making this noise, the group turns around and notices that there was almost an earthquake, but when they look back, they see it was our MC hitting the wall. He places his hand on the wall and comments that the dungeon structure is a bit unstable, so they should be careful. However, their attention wasn't even on him because shortly after, a figure finds a box and someone approaches, saying that it might be difficult to open the box because they needed someone in the group with the thief status. So he thought about stepping out to open the box ahead. But at this moment, we can see our boy appearing in the background, telling everyone that he at least wanted to try. He then approaches the chest, moves it a little here and there, and then manages to open the chest completely. As soon as he opened the chest, someone approaches and realizes that the unlocking ability wasn't something our MC should be able to have because it required level 5. Then, our MC refutes by saying that an awakened one can learn various abilities, and besides, there could be a small chance of a level 5 ability appearing for someone at level 1. After taking all the resources from the chest, the leader appears and collects all the cards that were there and places them in his system. Then he asks his group to prepare because now they would start moving up to the next floors. But it was at this moment that our boy noticed something else happening. So, he asks the person in front of him to stop for a moment. Without understanding, they stop. At this moment, our MC, who was holding the stone in his hand, simply throws it towards the walls. By throwing it, certainly in some spots, it ends up activating a trap, and then, after a few minutes, the traps are activated, and in front of them appears a wall with some spikes that almost crush them. We see her thanking our MC because she saw that he had quite a bit of knowledge about this dungeon, or if he was an infinite hacker. He didn't want to be caught and just comments that he managed to hit a bit behind and ended up discovering all the weak points of these dungeons. But the one who was most surprised by our MC was White. But our White didn't want all the attention from our big guy. She ignores him, but soon after, the system already appears for Qing. After the system appears, he comments that our MC managed to completely fool the group and that the objective here becomes more personal. And he says to himself that it was even a good idea to put many points into intelligence because he easily tricked those extras. But as Qing managed to enter the dungeon without triggering a single trap, the group leader, Qing, was simply handed a card. Our protagonist activated his evaluation and realized that the card in his hand wasn't particularly good or bad, so he decided to just keep it. As they continued on their path, they were suddenly surprised by what they found. They discovered some sort of vase and thought that this might be the final level, that this place they had arrived at could be some kind of bonus room where they could take anything they wanted. But ahead, there was a cup with some red things inside. Above it, something was written. The system already mentioned that this place was a kind of abyss where there was a unique treasure, but within this unique treasure there was also a unique monster. At that moment, a tank approached what was floating above the cup and grabbed it from behind. He simply appeared, asking them to relax a bit because things were getting weird here, and if they messed with something wrong, they'd be in big trouble. But he said it was fine because all the experiences he had in that abyss were different, and they shouldn't worry. He even removed that plate with something written on it from the cup, but when he did, something began bubbling inside it, and then the system appeared, commenting that a blood swarm was happening at that moment, and something started to emerge and rise from the cup. The group was surprised by this and prepared themselves. Then someone commented that there was no treasure there but a trap, and they had completely fallen for it. Perhaps this was the legendary monster, a monster that was sealed in a cup in the past but had now been released. This monster was known in Qing's world as the Dream Monster, and several skull-shaped things were already appearing, ready to face this monster. He then drew a dagger from the system, now ready. But at that moment, Qing and his group also prepared themselves because they were now surrounded by these creatures and had no way out. He had no choice but to fight these monsters, and at that moment, he would have to use some of his strength, deciding to use only 25% of it to defeat these creatures. Then he noticed the ring, and realized he could also use the card he had received. But at that moment, he remembered that the system had warned him that if he used that card, his attributes would be reduced to 0, something he didn't want to happen. Using it now would be useless to him, so he decided to save it for future use. But as the monsters advanced toward his group, Qing prepared himself and used the soul thread to defend against the monsters. The monsters attacked with everything they had, but with one strike, our hero defeated some of them. She looked at him, surprised by his strength, because as he cut through those monsters, Qing was already slicing those things in half. But it didn't help. they regenerated. But at that moment, she got distracted, and the dream monster appeared in front of her, nearly catching her off guard. However, she was already prepared, so she just looked at Kilo with the sword up and down and ended up splitting that monster. But the one in trouble here was that warrior from Ye Qing's world. The group, surprised by what was happening, saw that every piece they cut didn't affect those monsters. Now, they saw one of the dead ones preparing to attack. Jir found himself unable to defend any longer. The reason for his inability to defend was the presence of the monstrous figure before him, which seemed significantly weaker. A single blow could incapacitate him, yet this monster possessed a unique ability. It could channel the strength of humans, thereby doubling its own power compared to that of a mere mortal. This realization should have caused greater concern within him, as if the monster fully understood this advantage. The consequences would undoubtedly be terrible. However, at a crucial moment, he managed to grab his machete and swiftly struck behind the monster, causing it to lose one of its heads in the process. Meanwhile, in the background, a voice acknowledged his commendable action, though expressing concern that it might momentarily distract him as the monster began to prepare for a counterattack. The protagonist recognized the urgency of the situation but found himself unable to mount a sufficient defense. In a quick and decisive move, the monster swung its sword downward, inflicting a devastating blow that severed the limb of a nearby bystander. As the monster approached with each step, it posed an imminent threat. Observing the dire situation, the individual who had previously praised him realized his own limitations, acknowledging his inability to intervene further. Just as the monster, now assuming a human form, raised its sword for a final strike, the fallen warrior faced a moment of helplessness. What course of action could he take now? Uncertainty loomed, yet the monster remained resolute in its intent, launching a fierce attack against the defenseless warrior. Amid the imminent danger, a ray of hope emerged as our heroine made a timely appearance. Employing a newly discovered ability, she confronted the monster with ice, effectively neutralizing the threat. With a sense of accomplishment, she remarked on the insignificance of those beneath her, emphasizing their inherent weakness. However, while the frozen threat was defeated, a new danger loomed on the horizon. The once formidable monsters, now strengthened, advanced toward the fallen knight. Nevertheless, the arrival of the mage served as a temporary reprieve, despite the limitations of her magic. Seizing the opportunity, our MC, driven by the desire to test his new abilities, unleashed a powerful explosion. The unexpected display of power left the spectators in awe, provoking speculation about its origin. The sudden manifestation of such potent abilities from an apparently novice individual defied conventional understanding, generating intrigue and uncertainty. Even as the dust settled from the explosive display, the threat persisted. Undeterred by the formidable blast, the monsters continued their relentless advance. However, the resounding cry of Ye Qing momentarily halted their attack, providing a fleeting advantage in the face of imminent danger. This was the crucial moment for him to reveal a newly discovered ability. With a swift movement, he activates the basic mode. This particular ability granted Ye Qing not only a 100% speed increase, but also an hour of unmeasured strength at 100%. With this formidable power, Ye Qing could withstand anything. He advances determinedly toward the monstrous adversary, delivering a single devastating blow that shatters the creature into pieces. However, as he turns to assess the effectiveness of his strike, he is surprised to see the monster regenerating. Nevertheless, to his surprise, the creature does not revert to its smaller form, but transforms into a colossal behemoth. He realizes that the situation has escalated, and the prospect of defeat looms. Despite this, a gleam of satisfaction shines within him as he has achieved something he desired, the ability to mimic a certain talent. However, his satisfaction is short-lived, as he questions the unexpected appearance of a king-level monster. These creatures should not inhabit a zone designated for lower-level encounters. This anomaly perplexes him, leading him to question the very fabric of reality. Yet, amidst his pondering, he discerns the reason behind the monster's unprecedented evolution. It absorbed a fraction of his formidable strength, elevating it to a level akin to that of a king. When the monstrous entity reaches out to grab him, our protagonist nimbly dodges, causing it to grasp only empty air. However, despite his evasion, he finds himself sprawled on the ground, confronted with the harsh reality of his adversary's formidable strength. Nevertheless, he refuses to succumb to despair, recognizing that his attributes are comparable to those of his enemy. With one-on-one combat rendered futile, he acknowledges the need for an alternative approach. Amid his contemplation, his companion intervenes, urging him to retreat as she prepares to demonstrate her own power. Surprised but reassured by her determination, he watches as she confronts the monstrous adversary head-on, recognizing the need for a battle of equals. She is ready to face as the two adversaries prepare for the showdown, the monster attacks with lightning speed, catching her by surprise. However, she quickly turns the situation around, using the monster's limb as a conduit to approach with unparalleled determination. She grabs her blade, imbued with the icy power of frost, and drives it into the beast's heart. Nevertheless, the monster, ever cunning, counters her attack by freezing only a part of its limb to thwart her efforts. Undeterred by this setback, she presses on, her determination unshaken in the face of adversity. As the monster closes in for the final blow, she braces herself for the inevitable confrontation, knowing that victory lies not in retreat, but in relentless pursuit of triumph. The monster that was attacking her suddenly halts because she used a powerful skill. A shockwave emerges within the area. In the background, we see our protagonist along with his group watching the battle unfold. At this moment, she activates a flag that will make her much stronger, but ends up placing it on the ground. Then, the system appears, stating that this somehow inspires allies' speed to increase by 30% within a 50-meter radius. After that, with the flag firmly planted in the ground, ice begins to emerge from it, completely encasing the monster. Now the monster was totally frozen, and she could easily kill it. Her speed had increased significantly, so she would use it to her advantage. The mastery of ice was specialized in containing monsters here, and although she still couldn't send this beast to be dragged away, she would at least be able to wound it a bit. But even the frozen monster was still strong, though here she might have ended this fight, because she now ended up splitting that monster in half. Here, possibly our commentary, is that her skill was a legendary profession, chosen by only one person among those lucky ones. But currently, our MC was eager to see who was stronger, that monster or our little white girl. Our protagonist wanted to see which was stronger, that girl who had the powers of the gods or that monster who had the powers of Qing. But, well, the hope of being able to send that monster to be dragged away was low because even her strongest blow didn't work against that monster. The monster ended up removing that ice shell that was between him, and he retreats. Below, we see our little white girl looking up, but as she looks up, she ends up seeing that monster attacking her again with those arms coming at her full force. She stops to avoid being caught, dodges, and although she is Class S, her strength is much lower than that of her brothers and sisters. Even though her last name belonged to an extremely powerful family, her own family always left her at the end. She was the weakest of the Liu family. She was the one who was always ridiculed by her family. She always ended up losing one by one, never having defeated a monster or anything like that, and now here she was, almost being defeated by the monster. But then she remembered those people in her family who always laughed at her, calling her weak or someone as weak as her. She was part of that family. Her own family even suggested that she should stay home, as it was better for her than being in an abyss. But this memory made her even angrier, as she was always directed to that abyss of novices, and she didn't like it. But now she remembered that she had a more potent skill. She wanted to finish this fight because she was always pitted against weak monsters to defeat. And now, she wanted to change that. She wanted to be able to send extremely strong monsters charging toward her opponents to show them that she could do it. Now, closer than ever to that monster, she attacked it, her sword ending up driving into the monster's head, but the creature was resilient. Her sword, held with all her might, was broken as well. In the middle of it, Ye Qing widened her eyes in surprise, but behind her, another of those monster's claws appeared, coming directly at her. It caught her off guard, and she was thrown against the wall. There, we saw her against the wall, with a bit of blood escaping from her lips. At that moment, our mage had put all his trust in our protagonist, believing that she would be able to easily defeat that monster. Seeing her easily defeated was a shock. Even an S-class hunter was defeated, so what was the point of staying there? They should have been fleeing, but the monsters wouldn't allow it. The monster started running towards another person, but that person was Ye Qing. He ended up running towards that person as well, and they ended up colliding. An explosion occurred near the monster's hand, and it lost a bit of its arm. The lost arm from the explosion flew in another direction toward the group, who saw it coming. They simply decided to run, not wanting to get caught by that piece of arm. After the group ran to a corner where they wouldn't be caught, in the other direction, we could already see Ye Qing holding her sword with a determined look in her eyes. She watched our protagonist as he moved at high speed toward the monster. Would he be able to defeat this monster? He needed help from the system, so he activated the observation eye to find the monster's weak point. But if the monster reached the king, its own resistance and abnormal conditions, then Ye Qing needed to overcome him. So if his level was self-sufficient, he could become completely immune to freezing, torture, or paralysis. But the weak point was that as the level increased, another restriction wasn't really necessary here, so all of our MC's attributes should be unlocked. And here only his hand starts to catch fire, but the fire was much more potent. But that punch that Ye Qing was preparing, he simply launches it at that monster. Thinking that this punch he threw at that monster was enough to send it dragging, it wasn't. The monster ended up kind of retaliating against Ye Qing, but so that our protagonist wouldn't get caught, he starts running at high speed. They saw that he was fast as they watched this. We see our white one taking a healing potion to heal herself. While healing, we see him making some jumps. After dodging the monster's attack, he ends up slipping back a bit. Now behind our MC, he sees that so far he hasn't been able to find a specific weakness for this monster, but every monster he encountered had a weakness, and he needed to find that weakness. So, concentrating all the power within himself, with his two hands on fire, he throws them in the direction of that monster. Now, attacking it head-on, he saw that even if he attacked with everything, that monster would be able to regenerate, so there was no weakness that he could easily defeat. But was there a weakness inside or not inside? Ye Qing saw that this monster was being controlled remotely, which meant that something external was controlling it. So, after thinking that there was a control controlling it, he stops to think, and after reflecting a bit, he turns to his group and asks the group to hand him that block. To explain better, he ends up asking for that cube they had just removed, which would be thrown in his direction. He asked that the tank kick with all his strength towards that train in his direction. The request was made, the boy kicked that train. The kick was so powerful that it flew at another speed in his direction. Flying in his direction, the system explains that for the curse they are facing to be broken, it was necessary to cast a spell to break the curse. But the solution was in front of their eyes, so they needed to kind of seize it. But that thing started to be faster than our hero because that train ended up catching that block that was flying in his direction. That monster, after catching that block, ended up putting it in his mouth, and now the monster ended up receiving a new title, a title superior to the one it had before. Now he had the invincible mode. Standing still, we now see our white girl approaching him. She starts asking him why he was standing there. He saw that he was too careless. Now he saw that the monster had entered invincible mode, and things got worse for them. So, our white girl, she gets closer and closer to our protagonist. But now she starts to remember a little more about our black. She even thinks she might have met him in a raid. Our black turns to her and confirms that yes, he had met her once in a raid. That time, he devoured something from her. She ends up remembering what he devoured from her. She is surprised that Ye Qing has obtained a higher class, and she even recalls his name, a name she remembers as the guy from the night house. Well, it was a name that left him quite surprised. But what surprised her was that our protagonist had already evolved. But she is also more surprised to see him alive here. But now, as she stops to think, she sees that this guy was trading his life for experience, which means he risked his life for experience. But after accumulating experience little by little, she wonders how he managed to become what he is, lamenting the situation. And that's how we're going to wrap up this video. She saw that this guy, Anne, was trading his life for experience. In other words, he was risking his life for experience. But after accumulating a bit of experience, she wondered how he managed to become as strong as he is now. He used to be shy when he saw her looking at him all the time, and she realized that he was changing the subject because now she didn't want to know about his past anymore. She wanted to get rid of this monster, since their main goal was to defeat this creature of sleep. Here, they and the hunter groups would have to give everything they had to kill this creature, but to kill it, she would use her ice mastery. With the help of her ice mastery, she would be able to stop this monster for a few minutes. But those minutes would be enough for Ye Qing to defeat it. What the group really needed was to prepare, as they would have to deal with the monster and divert its attention while the hunters drew the monster's attention. Ye Qing would give everything he had to defeat that monster in front of him. Our protagonist commented to them that, alone, they would never defeat these monsters, but if they both joined forces to fight this dream monster, they could certainly defeat it. So he asked her to agree to this, and she ended up saying not to worry, as she was in. Soon, thinking that it was just the two of them fighting these monsters, we can see the mage in the background saying that she was eager to fight alongside them in this battle. Other groups also end up being motivated to get out of this mess. And to get out, they will have to fight this stranger until they win. And since everyone united to fight these things, he asks everyone to prepare because everyone in his group will have to get out alive to tell the story to everyone. As they prepare, the monster also prepares. That thing they aim to get ends up being completely fused inside the monster. But unfortunately, they will only have 5 seconds to remove that thing from inside the monster. If by chance 5 seconds pass, they will never get out of this mess. But in 30 seconds, it will be the ideal time for them to launch the monster into the air. So he turns to the group and asks them to distract this monster for just 30 seconds. Since the order came from our leader, some don't give it much importance. But as it was to stay alive, our hunter here has extra motivation. He wanted to get out of this place alive, so he goes with all his speed towards the monster to attract its attention. Not just him, but the rest as well. But as soon as he shouts, he ends up also activating a new ability. His activated ability ends up boosting a few things for the other groups. The fatigue spirit of our white girl increased a bit and is now at 100%. The magical recovery speed increased by 15%. After that, she looks in another direction. Now she doesn't understand how this was possible. So she sees that she couldn't underestimate Ye Qing's group because now they will have to give it their all. Catch that monster. Here, the two of them pointed in the direction of the monster because now they wanted to capture it once and for all. The warrior, who was filled with pure rage, ends up running at full speed towards the monster. As soon as he approached the monster, he begins cursing everything at the top of his lungs. But by saying those wonderful words to the monster, in his vision, he ends up getting what he wanted, the monster's attention. The monster starts attacking with its tentacles, running towards him to avoid being caught. In the background, we see our character asking the mage to take care of our warrior's rear. Shortly after she asked the mage for this favor, we see the mage performing some kind of magic. After a minute of trying to invoke the magic, she manages to release some lights, and these lights speed towards the monster in front of her. However, the monster is not hit by these lights because it ended up using its tentacles as bait and was hit in its tentacles. As Ye Qing was observing everything that was happening, he discovers a weak point of this monster to completely defeat it. Someone in the group needed to cast a fireball at this thing, a powerful fireball to break a certain shield. Our white girl, surprised and confused about how someone would cast this fireball, wondered how this was possible, as there was no one in her group with such an ability. He is now preparing He is preparing because he is going to test a new skill. She is surprised, wondering how this was possible because our protagonist, at that moment, wanted to remove that plate from inside the monster manually. Then she thinks that maybe he found a way to grab that plate, but then he puts his hand in front of her. Our protagonist commits to his plan that he would pass through the dream monster's body so that he could capture that plate. Our white completely understood the protagonist's plan, so as a way to help him, she will attract part of the monster's attention. She runs to the monster to attract its attention, but alone she won't be able to fully attract the monster's attention. Then, an archer in the background appears. The archer in the background starts shooting at certain points, but one of the main points was shooting upwards, hitting the ceiling. Our white asks him to drop some stones that were on top of that monster, and so it is done. After hitting one of the arrows in a very specific place, the stones that were on top of the monster end up falling on it, and it gets almost buried, but not completely, as our white appears on the other side. She ends up grabbing her flag again, and as soon as she waves it, we can see her saying that now she would freeze the monster. The monster will be frozen so that Qing can cause that damage. But our back plan only observed those debris falling on top of the monster, but he prepared for the exact moment to manage to escape. Thinking about it, he runs backward, and we can see our white running too. She was ready to freeze this monster, but the monster ends up noticing the presence of the two. So the monster starts attacking our front character. But those tentacles end up not catching our hero because he managed to dodge easily. After dodging completely, he realizes that he managed to get hurt anyway. But he has a skill that allows him to regenerate completely. And this will help him get inside that monster and maybe remove that plate so that they can defeat this creature completely. But at this moment, we see our white, who now prepares herself. She places that flag on the ground, because now, after doing this, we can see the ground being completely frozen, and it's the monster's feet that were frozen. The lower part could no longer move. Meanwhile, our hero jumps on top of it. Now, on top of it, we see him at this moment trying to find an easier area for him to enter, and there he realizes that he needs to be fast enough. So he ends up activating the Fury of Speed, adding 20 speed points, but he also ends up adding a toxic potion. But since he has that system that ends up transforming any type of poisonous potion into something good for him, he ends up gaining 15% more speed, and there he also ends up using the potion card that it had been useless to him until now, but at this moment it could be quite useful. So our protagonist ends up adding 15% in defense and also in speed. Now, our guy has everything he needs to be completely inside the monster. He needed to fully enter it. So at high speed, we see the monster trying to defend itself with its tentacles. The monster also finds a weak spot in our hero, so with one of its tentacles, it attacks him. He realizes that he has been discovered. To avoid being captured and easily dragged by this monster, he ends up using his arms to defend himself. The group of heroes is surprised to see that our guy managed to face it head-on. Then he is thrown backward, falling to the ground. We see him saying that, for the second time, he failed as always. A guy who was recognized as trash, losing the fight again. Well, this was a fitting place for our protagonist. But he ends up smiling. At that moment, he thinks he should do something different, so he activates his recycling system. The system appears behind him and ends up devouring Qing. Since, at this moment, Qing sees himself as an object to be recycled, so he ends up kind of entering the system. After being devoured, the monster remains motionless, and his group, surprised, tries to understand how this was possible. But minutes after this event, we can see him coming out of that system. Qing ended up recovering some things, but at this moment the system explains that he wasn't something that could be recycled because he was still alive. So that thing that was almost being recycled would be discarded again and come back with everything. He ends up kind of using the force of that moment, allowing him to now become much stronger than before. And he will use this monster to know if he will be able to defeat this monster that he found in front of him. Will he be able to kill it? As soon as he auto-recycles, he becomes much faster and stronger and starts running at high speed towards the monster in front of him. After running, he simply passes through the creature, but his goal was to pass through it to retrieve that plate inside it. So, after advancing quickly, he manages to grab the plate, holding it firmly in his hand to prevent it from falling. Now that the creature has fallen to the ground, we see him performing an incantation. How did he do this? Well, he simply began to read that thing in front of him. And after mentioning some sort of spell, the monster ends up being defeated, and the blood analysis was completed, which means that this mission was kind of completed. In the background, we can see the protagonists group. One of them did not believe that everything was over. Our little white girl also did not understand whether she had won or lost, but she realized she was alive. Minutes later, we can see the XP going to Ye Qing's group, and each of them ended up receiving a bit of XP. The mage received something like 1 point in strength, 6 in agility, and an additional 16 in intelligence. The other companion almost received the same thing, but the most different here was our little white girl, who got something different. She received 32 in strength. However, no one lives on strength alone, so for that, the system gave her an additional 28 in agility, 38 in intelligence, and also luck increased by 34. We have moved to a different place, and here we see our protagonist eager to see if he could also reach a certain level. The system ends up saying that our protagonist is at the maximum level, and upon seeing the system's response, he already understands what is happening to him. And it was what he was expecting the most. But soon after, our hero realizes that even without leveling up, a legendary chest appears in front of him. Everyone is surprised, but one of them then realizes that this might be the greatest treasure of their lives and that they might never get something like this again. Then inside that chest, some cards appeared, and these cards that emerged from the chest began to be read in one direction, but one of those directions was his, who was at the back, and he simply raised his hand, and one of them came to his hand. But what came to his hand was a sword whose appearance was not the best, as its attack level was 88, and it only required a level 10 to use this sword. Since Ye Qing is at level 1 and might have a maximum level limit, he might be able to use this sword soon. Then the system appears and informs him that he does not have the necessary requirements to use this sword. Seeing that he could not use such a good card, he unfortunately ends up discarding it and realizes it was a waste to throw it away. But as he looks forward, we then see several cards on the ground. But the scene has already changed to our little white girl because, well, she appeared there near our MC just to deliver some things, like some good cards, because what she was doing was just returning the favor for what our protagonist did. Ye Qing, who was a bit dazed, just stood quietly observing everything that was happening. But at that moment, he needed to say something to her, so he calls her, and he ends up asking her a favor. But well, this favor is not revealed to us for now. Then, our scene changes again, but here it cuts to us from the portal. Outside the portal, who were waiting there for a certain person. This person who was holding the phone had asked for a strong rescue team, not a weak one. So they saw the need to enter, but it was not necessary, as from inside the portal, some shadows appeared. Shortly after these shadows started advancing towards them, we discover who these shadows were, our little white girl along with her team. As soon as they appeared, we saw the guard happy to see that she was completely fine. One of the journalists who was there, just waiting to see what was happening, approached the young girl to ask what was going on inside. However, upon realizing that she managed to get out without a scratch, he discovered that she had managed to finish that abyss alone. But then the guards approached our little white girl, who asked the guard to step back a little. She then commented that this portal was very easy, and at that moment she said goodbye to the rest of the group, feeling a bit happy, but still confused. So, we need to go back a little to that moment when Ye Qing wanted to talk to our little white girl. Our protagonist has the idea that the LM group should not be having money problems. Moreover, he is selling his share of the loot to her, in addition to giving a 50 magic crystal discount. She understands what Ye Qing wanted to do, but she still could not understand why he did not want to receive all this visibility since she managed to clean. He completely cleared that dungeon, but our hero insists on asking her to simply relax, let Ye Qing escape to the back because he had something very important to do. He asked her to treat our protagonist as a mere extra, not to talk to him, or simply pretend that she never met him. She understands what our protagonist meant, so he leaves and talks about some things that needed to be discussed in the future. After Ye Qing leaves, we return to real time, where we see our white character even more confused than before. She still doesn't understand what he was planning. She doesn't know what Ye Qing wanted to do, but we know, because inside that portal, we can already see our hero sitting next to the thing that our protagonist exorcised, the small creature that was fighting against him. As he sits there, our protagonist begins to reach out towards it. And as he gets closer, he notices a slime coming out of it with a smile on its face. Ye Qing realizes that he needs the strength of this small creature, so he simply asks if the creature doesn't want to be like a ragged old thing for the rest of its life, or something abandoned, to give up everything and join him, to join its strength without resistance. Ye Qing calls the system, asking to recycle the creature's blood. After doing this, the creature is captured and sucked into his portal. After being sucked in, he unlocks some new abilities. This ability will allow our protagonist to copy someone else's ability, or basically copy the other person, and if the person is strong, he will gain the same strength, but will only have 30 seconds to use this ability. Then things got interesting. He feels all the power within him now, as he is fully energized. Our MC needed to face other battles, as our hero needed to get stronger and stronger. We encounter several setbacks or obstacles as he tests these new abilities he just acquired, but the scene cuts to another location. Here, in an open area, we see our protagonist inside someplace in that location. Our protagonist was picking something up, but at the same time was looking at a system screen. He was observing his skills and attributes there, but upon looking at these items, which had the highest level requirement, they were basically handed over to Leakin. The supervisory group didn't even dare to look at the equipment that our protagonist had there. Well, maybe the reason was that the available equipment wasn't that good or something like that. He even picks up these items that were there and seems to be throwing them away or trying to discard these things because our hero saw no reason to care about these items in his hands. Now he even starts to think about what to do with all these items here. They aren't worth selling. He doesn't even know where he should throw these things away, but accidentally, our Ye Qing leaves the system screen open. And by leaving it open, he ends up accidentally pressing recycle. And with that, the hammer that was in Ye Qing's inventory ends up being recycled, and this gives our hero a BP point. Well, BP is a kind of thing that allows our MC to take an extremely useless piece of equipment, and with that also useless, our protagonist could simply be leveling it up. He can take anything of low class and just put it there, and maybe he can recycle it. He can also recycle materials or other things, and all of this will come to him. So he holds a dagger in his hand, and in front of it, the system gives Ye Qing a tutorial. Our hero should try to repair a dagger there, and he would earn 5 BP points. And as he got these things after fighting that boss before, he ends up thinking about using that dagger to improve it soon. So Ye Qing starts to mess with the system, and there he begins to try to level up that weapon to something better. Soon he succeeded. Our protagonist sees in front of him that the dagger managed to reach a durability of 34 out of 34, and also its strength increased the level to be able to equip that weapon in his hand was level 1. And Ye Qing also noticed that the weapon not only increased its strength but also the durability of that thing, and also its attack power increased a lot, making our protagonist quite happy because, in other words, any worn-out or useless equipment or weapon could become something quite strong in the future. The junk team needs to be able to evolve or maybe have an evolution season to get stronger and stronger. So, the system also congratulates our MC for completing the tutorial, and he ended up earning something. That something he earned was a kind of potion that, when used, would make his magical power return to normal or back to 100%. So Ye Qing just needs to drink it, but at the moment, the attribute values are not scarce for him. What worries him more is that when adventurers venture into the abyss, they cannot foresee the extent of the abyss, and many adventurers who are not well prepared often still cannot find the boss. And in the midst of these jokes, they might end up running out of mana, magical power, and therefore, these magical bottles collected in the abyss are also essential and fundamental for surviving inside the abyss. With this in hand, his magical power automatically returns to 100%. But at the moment, the system just delivered a new card to our hero. But this time, there was a drawing of something that our MC didn't quite understand the reason. But in the next moment, it explained to him that the potion that the boy, he had just received a regeneration potion that only required using some BP to use this card. And it wasn't so surprising that this card was a regeneration card. But he didn't understand why he needed a BP item. But he needed something to make this potion work effectively. So he ended up asking a boss in front of him to lend some items, like some empty cups, and it was done. So, our protagonist ended up taking those 3 cups, and then we see him trying to do a few things. One of those things was trying to remove some trash inside. Then comes the regeneration phase. However, Qing also noticed that this thing above him looked like a game, but well, he tried to do what needed to be done, and everything he tried came out perfect. He didn't make a single mistake. So, he managed to do what he wanted so much. But well, since he succeeded, our protagonist starts looking at it thinking that this thing was a bit recyclable, and being recyclable, it wasn't a good idea to at least try to get this thing, but not enough to try. Our protagonist then ends up taking it, and by taking this thing, he ends up getting the luminous magic potion 6 times. So as soon as our protagonist manages to get this, he realizes that his magical power increased a lot, the fatigue value decreased a bit, but at this moment, he feels that his magical power increased greatly, and the fatigue in his body almost disappeared completely. He feels happy, but now that he saw that he managed to hack the hackers, Qing wants to test it in an abyss. So, he ends up leaving through that door, but as soon as he exits, we see some extras appearing. So he ends up calling our protagonist and asks if Qing was our hero. Our Qing starts looking at these 2 guys who appeared there, and one of them comments that his temperament has changed a few days ago. So he ended up thinking that our protagonist was because, within the class he had, he was a trash collector, and suddenly was collecting some rare items. And a few days ago, he was looking for our protagonist. So, as he couldn't find Qing, he almost reported that our hero was missing. But fortunately, he found our protagonist. Only that our hero here comments for these extras to disappear from his sight, because these guys were looking for the wrong thing, since our protagonist, all this time, had already paid off all his debt with them. Well, these guys who are now after him are those loan sharks from whom he borrowed money. Well, he managed to pay off his debts, but he signed a contract with them before, and unfortunately, he will have to act as a trash collector and cannot escape his responsibility. Not only because our protagonist recently unlocked a dark class, but also because he received this class, that's why he must act this way. He is just a trash collector, and a trash collector must act in his way, and he says this. But well, that wasn't enough. So he ends up knocking from our hero's hand the cup he was holding, but just that. From there were some things, and all this ends up falling on the ground. But well, instead of our protagonist taking the blame, they end up taking the blame, saying that our protagonist ended up bumping into a B-level guy. When a 0-level guy bumps into something higher, they must act to prevent that guy from standing out. The stronger ones always have to dominate the weaker ones. So the 2 extras prepare to take Qing from behind, and at that moment, he ends up looking up. Looking up, he sees some cameras, so he ends up thinking that if by chance he does something stupid, he could screw himself, because they might be using this recording in his favor, right? But well, to begin with, he ends up giving our hero the chance to get rid of this curse. He asks our MC to pick up those balls that were all on the ground, only he wouldn't pick them up from the ground, he would eat them there on the ground. And if by chance our protagonist cleans everything, he can let Qing act normally, because what he would be doing would be just the job of a trash collector. After all, it was a unique opportunity that our protagonist should take advantage of. As soon as he hears this from his mouth, he gets angry and simply refuses. But by refusing, he ended up getting irritated. Now, unfortunately, he will have to punish our hero. But at that moment, someone appears and he ends up being locked in and even starts to shiver from the cold. Then he looks ahead, and we discover who appeared to make this guy tremble. It was Rodrigo, an S-level guy. Moreover, he was part of an extremely respected group in this world. However, this guy who just appeared wonders why these people were gathered here. Well, he makes up an excuse saying that he didn't have much idea because his main goal here was to put him in his place. But this left our little Yellow extremely irritated, asking for this kind of person to leave. But minutes later, he ends up turning around, but turns to him, and then comments that that person was a respected guy, a guy who was even strong. However, this bald guy here ends up saying that our protagonist was just a garbage collector, not special at all. But at this moment, Qing stops and turns to that little Yellow. But well, in the background, the bald guy starts saying that he was not the guy he was looking for. He probably picked the wrong person, since he was just a supporting character in his view. But here our little Yellow comments that they will enter a certain dungeon there, but inside he will fight against some fierce beasts. But the purpose of entering there was because they will enter when the moon turns red. Qing, after hearing this thing about the moon turning red, becomes curious to know what will happen inside during the red moon. The monsters inside the abyss could have an extremely high power difference. Extremely rare monsters could appear more frequently during that certain period when the moon turns red. You could also kill a monster in there, and, with the red moon, you would have a chance to get crystals of a purer type. This crystal on the black market would be worth 2 wines, and Qing, upon hearing this, already starts to feel the urge to enter there. So he ends up joining this blonde guy, and he is happy. And here he is happy that our protagonist joined him. So at this moment, he would already be preparing for them to enter the first portal. But at the point where he talks about it, we see a guy in the background appearing, but this one who just appeared points in the direction of our MC. Well, he would recognize him. So he turned as quickly as possible in the direction of the one who had just appeared. Our protagonist, of course, didn't want him to find him, so as soon as he saw him, he simply put his hand on his face, pushing him to a darker corner nearby. As soon as they reached that corner, he asked him to let go of his face, and while they fought there in the background, we see our Blondie is just watching this madness now that he was freed from our protagonist. We see him standing there, surprised, because he saw that everything that happened in that dance was not an illusion. Yes, it was Qing, but to get rid of this guy once and for all, our hero simply comments that if it hadn't been for borrowing a bit of their strength, everyone would have been dead at that moment during that dance, and the credit should all go to our MC. So, Blondie appears and asks if our protagonist already knew this guy. Then, he tries to refute, saying that he had never seen him before, but that he is an acquaintance. But well, he also knew about the past of this guy who wore the hood. He betrayed his friends, and surprisingly, this guy who betrayed almost everyone and ended up having a good friend leaves. But our protagonist starts to wonder how he managed to get out of there. So he begins to explain that after betraying everyone and placing the blame on him, he did the following. He personally went to their union to try to reveal that he was guilty of everything, but it didn't work. He ended up taking all the blame and was going to be imprisoned, I don't know for how many years, but he realized that if he stayed in prison, his life would be bad afterwards. So, he ended up spending all the money he had to pay a fine, and then was free. But thanks to that, he ended up losing everything, lost all his level, and all of that was our protagonist's fault. Now he wanted his levels back, and if our protagonist didn't return them, he would report our protagonist to the union. Well, our protagonist calmly and coldly simply asks him to report if he wanted to try his luck. Our protagonist still gives him a chance, he just gives him a single chance to do so. Well, he might have success, but the rest could be history for him. But after these basic threats, our scene cuts to another place. Here we are already inside the portal. We can see ahead a red crystal, But just below a bit, we see our protagonist already there with that guy, along with the one who wanted to report Ye Qing. But as they walk a bit more, they end up approaching a group. And as they get closer to this group, they start asking our hero to reveal who he was. So he ends up introducing himself. After introducing himself, the other also introduces himself. He was a first-class mage named Xian. But knowing that our MC had an extremely low class, he approaches Ye Qing and comments there that it wasn't necessary to mock each other because, in reality, everyone has a trash class. But here they should be equal in everything, because their goal was always to make money, and within this gel, they could do that. What they need to do is unite to form some creatures or cultivate some crystals that will be inside some monsters they will capture. But, well, at this moment, he comments that this was his band, his group, and that they would follow the strongest, so maybe he was possibly the strongest. The two mages in the back did not hesitate. They would follow this guy, as he was the strongest at the moment. But then we see our little yellow guy commenting that now they needed to convey a message. This time, besides the sixth member, they now needed to make some kind of blood pact there, and currently there was a temporary member in their group, like an extra person with them. But, well, their conversation will not advance because he ends up pulling out a key. Well, this key he showed is a key for them to enter the portal. But upon entering the portal, they will encounter several traps. However, their main goal is to find Amanda. They are managing to overcome these obstacles without falling, and whoever passes faster wins. Also, if you have the misfortune of encountering a monster during this journey, your main goal is not to stand still and try to fight it because you would not be able to fight it, and now they can separate, each on their own, and whoever gets something specific, the one who manages to get the well-guarded prize inside this attraction and get back out through the portal, will win a prize. So, the others who are outside are already happy because, even now, they can't believe what they might possibly win in this mission inside this attraction they're entering. One of them comments that there was a family, and one of the people in this family is currently starving and needs something to eat. But the other comments that he needs to reach the prize first, because he also needs to take care of his wife, who is currently seriously injured and needs a considerable amount of money to pay for hospital treatments. But, well, their goal is not just to talk, but to enter the portal. So they start walking towards the portal. But, just as they are about to enter the portal, we see these two stopping to talk. One comments that a new guy appeared as if he had never seen this guy before, but the other comments that this guy who just appeared in their group was a personal friend of the little yellow line, so he should just move on. But he still wanted to stop because he saw that, even entering an attraction almost for the first time, Ye Qing had a calm and serene face. But they enter the portal, and as soon as they enter, they stop at the portal door. As soon as they stop, we see this green-haired guy already talking to the one who lost everything and went to live in the abandoned house. Well, he says something for him to be careful, but he, who has already entered an attraction, knows the things. But, out of nowhere, these two comment that the weather here started to get a little cold. The other comments that the temperature dropped out of nowhere. The green one starts to walk, saying that the cold was getting more intense, but they needed to advance. But he advances and does not realize his mistake. He ends up accidentally stepping on a slab, and this slab was a trap. As soon as he steps in it, a trap begins to emerge from the ceiling. It was a large axe. Our protagonist notices, but the green-haired one doesn't at that moment. Then, realizing he could be pulled up, our hero simply throws a stone at his head. The stone only pushes him, causing him to fall to one side, while the axe falls to the other. As he falls to the other side, he feels a bit of pain in his head while lying there trying to understand what just happened. His pain gets worse and worse, but our MC is surprised at how reckless these guys are in these places. Then, they start advancing further into the attraction. He continues moving forward and comments that he is very lucky, but then he starts moving again and steps on another slab. But this slab is a trap. His direction begins to fly towards some kind of white cocoons, but that thing there wasn't even dangerous. So he ends up simply running towards Qing because he was scared. But as soon as he hits the ground, those white things get closer, and he realizes that something alive was inside those white cocoons below. Then he thought about what could be alive inside them, and claws of some unknown creatures appeared. What ended up appearing were some level 5 spiders. Then those spiders start running towards the green-haired guy. Seeing this approaching, he gets scared and asks the unpleasant essence to let go of his foot. But the one who lost everything and ended up living in the abandoned house simply throws a fireball at the spiders to at least scare them a little. But it didn't help. The fire didn't even scratch those things. Seeing that he couldn't even hurt them a little, we see those two advancing towards the spiders, because now it was their turn. They wanted to test some things on these spiders, so they get closer and then send some cuts at the spiders, sending some of them flying. But one of them ends up escaping and starts running in a direction, only that direction was towards our PRW. Well, they kind of stop there, and as they stop, they start looking at each other. After looking a bit, the spider advances and bites him. However, our hero doesn't even feel the pain. He simply gives a kick forward, but that small kick was enough to crush the spider. The small creature turned to dust from then on, but the one who lost everything turns to our hero and is surprised by what just happened. He didn't understand how a trash collector had such great strength. He managed to crush a level 5 spider so easily, something he couldn't even injure. But then, out of nowhere, the system appears commenting that our MC could be collecting the remains of those spiders he crushed to make a dagger. All he needed to do was recycle it, so he ends up recycling and gaining some points. After gaining these points, he ends up receiving a training there. But while that thing Qing just gained, he could be fusing with the low-level sword that our HE understands that any corpse he finds, he can gain some cards, but he can also get the items from the creatures as well, and he could be fusing everything to make a better sword. But while our protagonist was there messing with his system, we see that guy next to him commenting to this rookie to relax a bit. If he was scared, he could be going back. So Qing, seeing that he might be disrupting things, ends up using that thing on the sword he had there. After using it, he ends up seeing that his sword evolved. Now his sword, which was a common sword, became an extremely overpowered dagger. But well, while our prey held that best dagger in the world, in the background, we see the green guy running from that spider. But he stops, he is tired of running from that thing, now he wants to fight the spider. So, he ends up putting on a mask. With that mask on his face, he ends up feeling much stronger. So after feeling stronger, he ends up dodging because that sand just cut in his direction and almost hit him, but he managed to dodge. But well, he ended up awakening a somewhat useless class, or even good or useless. Even his ability is simple, he needed to sing. When he sings, he could improve some of his things. So he ends up taking off the microphone and now asks this monster to relax, because things will get pretty bad for him. He will show his greatest potential now. So he starts to sing. Well, he sings something that's not good, no. The guy sings very badly. In the background, we see Qing, who is just watching his singing from there, while that little creature around just gets more and more irritated. But well, listening to his bad singing from there, he ends up getting extremely irritated. The monster activated the new form and now wanted to go after that little green one. And our little green one, seeing that he failed, ends up running. But it didn't help that the spider was much faster than the virgin. He just looks back and sees those claws of that thing approaching him. Then he sees that thing jumping on him to completely grab him. Only at this moment do we see our protagonist who, at this moment, will not allow that weak spider to catch our hero. So, with that style of our deep web dream along with the deep web dagger, our MC starts dealing with this monster. But his goal was not just to kill these little monsters, no. He wants to find the boss to be able to get the boss for himself, right? To gain a little more hack. Continuing the story from the last chapter, even with our big guy activating the deep web sung mode, he couldn't stop all the monsters. In that beautiful moment, the monsters received a basic empowerment, and, because of that, they became stronger. Those two over there who had a tough family to wake up got ready to act in the rear, since they were now much more powerful than before. However, we see that guy who lost everything and went to live in the abandoned house. At this moment, he prepares to launch an attack on the monster running towards those two figures. He ends up using some fireballs, but at this point, our hero passes by the guy who lost everything and went to live in the abandoned house. Well, our hero doesn't pass at a slow speed, but at high speed. And the guy doesn't even see his shadow. What he really saw were those spider monsters, which scared him at that moment. However, those claws that were about to grab the guy who lost everything and went to live in the abandoned house are suddenly cut out of nowhere and hang there floating. Minutes later, they fall. The monsters also fall, and some of them end up being sliced. Not just some, but several, who unfortunately had their bodies split in half after that Tramontina, our hero, passed through those spider monsters. We see him landing behind the two extras in a superhero pose. After landing in the superhero pose, we suddenly see the two extras looking at each other. At that moment, they ask what just happened, as they barely saw what happened right in front of them. Our hero went up and down with the knife and managed to send some monsters away. They then suspect that our big guy possibly has a secret class, but our big guy starts thinking about other things. The demonized spiders have gigantic resistance to poison, and what does that mean? Well, I don't know much. But I know that poison doesn't work against these spiders. These spiders. It's also no surprise, since one of the most potent poisons in the world of our heroes is extracted from these spiders that our big guy ended up sending away. However, if you use these things to your advantage, you'll have a better chance of fighting these same spiders. It's like using poison against the poisoner, but you can't defeat a spider just using its own poison. You'll need some knife skills to take them down. While our hero is amazed by the potency of the poison of these spiders, we see the two in the background still believing in the strength of the barbarians who faced the spiders and easily defeated them. Well, these guys think that the one who defeated the spiders was our first-class singer. He even believes it was him, but upon thinking, he realizes it wasn't. He only used some small buffs, but it wasn't enough to send the monsters to their graves or anything like that. While that guy was receiving all the credit from Qing from somewhere else, we see our big guy commenting on a few things. Abyss monsters have a little intelligence to distinguish their target as enemy or ally. And what will that change on the battlefield? A lot of things. This ability allows them to choose who to attack and who not to attack. At that moment, our hero stops to take a closer look. Looking closely, he realizes they will use the same strategy, running and counterattacking at the same time. Our hero then heads in that direction, while our big guy stands still thinking about a few things. Thinking about it, we see this guy here commenting that the monsters suddenly decided to run and retreat. This was just one of the first 4 floors, and there was still a lot to explore. But at the moment, Qing didn't want to imagine what could appear a little later. He could be discovering new things. Then he wondered if he should spend the things he was earning by killing those monstrous spiders. But he decided not to spend. Instead, he converted them into some points, and in the end, our hero ended up accumulating 27 points in his system to distribute in his stats. But he thinks about keeping a card as some sort of space, and decides to convert the remaining 27 points into BP points, which ultimately gives our protagonist 54 BP points. Our MC could use these points for many things, but the scene shifts in another direction, with those extras commenting that the monsters suddenly decided to flee. They intended to flee from this place so they could ascend to the next floor. Then he lights a torch and, being the group's leader, asks everyone in his group to gather in a corner so they can move forward together, aiming to go as deep as possible into this. The dungeon the group follows, since they had no intention of retreating, and besides, our hero thinks he won't trigger any more traps, as he was easily defeating all the monsters. At least, that's what he thought. RPR thinks he'll have a lot to do at the moment, so he considers following them, but he feels lazy. However, looking to the side, he notices something strange. A portal appearing out of nowhere in the middle of the cave they were entering. This was a secret area that he could explore alone if he wanted, but due to the influence of the red moon, he needed to be more cautious, as his team was quite weak at the moment. So he decides to explore the dungeon, but also being cautious. He ends up summoning a blood nightmare, that little thing our hero dealt with last season, and since it literally copied the person in front of it, Qing appears in front of him. Before continuing on his adventure, he asks his clone to follow the group and not lose sight of them. The clone understands and follows the group. Moving forward, we see the 10=10 singer asking what was going on since he wasn't following, but the clone was the one following. Moving forward, he yells at him not to fall behind because if he did, they wouldn't know how he died. As he said this, we see the portal a little closer. Inside the portal, we see our hero who has already entered. Upon entering, he finds himself in a gigantic cave, but it was empty, like a huge area covered in moss. There isn't much moss here. Suddenly, behind our hero, a spider appears ready to grab him. The spider jumps at him, but he is too fast. He turns and sees the spider. To avoid being caught by it, our hero simply jumps to the side, while the spider smashes face first into the ground. Jumping to the side, we see him crawling to the side. However, this spider kind of gets up again and gets into a position not to counterattack our big guy immediately. And it didn't take long for it to launch a swipe at our guy, but he was too fast, easily dodging that attack. At this point, its claw got stuck in the ground, and this was the more than ideal moment for him to attack this spider. He ends up launching several slashes at that claw that was stuck in the ground. After those slashes completely disappeared, our big guy is quite surprised. The reason was that our protagonist couldn't even scratch the spider's claw. The thing was tough, and at this point he understood that its physical defense had become almost completely immune to Qing's attacks. He could attack that thing as much as he wanted, but no matter how much he tried, the spider wouldn't take any damage. At this point, the spider counterattacks Qing. To avoid being caught by surprise, he kind of jumps back, using his arm as a shield, but that wasn't enough because the claw ended up scratching our big guy a little, and he's thrown against the wall with full force. He ends up being smashed against the wall. At that moment, our protagonist activates his ability. His ability allows him to see the level of this monster to determine if he might perhaps kill this spider. Its name is Anin, level 20, and it was a rare level. Our guy is paralyzed and doesn't even see what he could do against those powerful claws in front of him. He was surprised, but at the same time happy, because now a unique opportunity in his life appeared before him. As a rare elite monster appeared, he could kill it and then steal its levels to apply them to himself. But to defeat it, he would have to overcome the spider. The spider does not give up and ends up spitting some kind of web in his direction, but the webs do not hit him. They simply fall to the ground. Qing jumps to the side and easily dodges these web attacks. Jumping to the side, our protagonist lights a small fire in his hand. With that small fire in his hand, Qing jumps on top of the spider from above. From the spider, he reaches his hand down, and after reaching down, he ends up shouting the name of his ability. After shouting the name of this ability, an explosion happens right below the spider. The spider is hit directly, but even then it wasn't defeated. It became much angrier with our MC. Now it was faster and fiercer. It throws webs at our protagonist, but our hero wasn't stupid. He managed to dodge them. The spider then begins to counterattack Qing with several attacks, but even that wasn't enough to capture our hero. Fleeing from there, our big guy ended up discovering some things about this spider he was fighting. It had extremely high resistance and immunity to fire. So, in the end, Qing discovered that he could use his attributes to his advantage. In this case, our protagonist would use other things. He approaches the spider, which was spitting webs in his direction but missing easily. There, he wouldn't use weak powers to kill this spider. He would use his dagger, the sun dagger. He then approaches the spider, holds it firmly in his hand, and prepares to strike that attack towards the spider while it was spitting some webs, and at the same time watching our dear hero next to it, with the unknown dagger near its face. When he gets closer than ever to this monster, our MC delivers a critical blow to the creature and ends up cutting the monster with some blades, causing some small critical strikes. The monster simply jumps in pain, and our protagonist falls to the ground. However, on the ground, Our protagonist is happy to know that some level 5 spiders had massive defense against poison. In contrast, the poison resistance of this level 20 Mother Queen was extremely low. Even a small amount of poison could take down a monster like this. Our protagonist is surprised that what was created by her offspring became her weakness. Here, in the game, Qing begins to realize that the reason why this spider had a significant weakness to any poison was simply because this boss spider had changed her way of life. She used to hunt, but abandoned her title and left it for her children to handle. She simply stayed in her nest, being fed. But the most ironic part of the story was that our hero used the same poison her offspring produced, and that poison was taking down the queen herself. From one point of view, this was quite sad, but for our MC, it wasn't that sad. At this moment, the spider started getting irritated with our protagonist and began preparing some webs to throw in his even agrees direction. Qing is surprised, eyes wide open, seeing those webs coming towards him. Normally, he would be able to dodge this attack. But the spider was smart. It spun its body, making the webs follow him in the direction he was trying to escape. In the end, Qing was captured by the spider. He was immobilized and couldn't move a muscle. The spider approached our MC thinking he was finally defeated. But what she didn't expect was that our protagonist had that instinct from his experience in Dungeons and Dragons that he wouldn't be easily defeated. So he activated his berserker ability, his eyes disappeared, and he became furious. With that, he managed to free himself easily from the webs that were holding him. Once free, our protagonist planted his foot on the ground and, with a strong push, launched himself towards the spider. The spider, seeing Qing approaching, he did not move because he thought his punch would still be too weak. But that was his biggest mistake, as our protagonist managed to land a full punch on the spider. This time, it was not just an ordinary punch. He managed to crack the spider's shell. He not only cracked it, but he managed to pierce the spider with a single punch. Thus, our hero easily finished this battle against the boss spider. As soon as the boss spider was defeated, the system appeared, delivering some rewards to our protagonist. One of them was a new skill called Berserk Mode, which significantly increased Qing's attributes. He would be able to avoid any type of attack, even if someone had high resistance. Our protagonist could ignore that resistance and be nearly immortal in a fight. However, there was a downside. If he used this skill, his health would gradually drain until he died or until the duration ran out. Most people would choose a better and more reasonable class, one that would not lead to their death. So our hero begins to think a lot about whether he should choose this skill, knowing that he would face many more monsters and extremely high resistances. The proof here is the monster that Qing had just killed. So, if he chose the star ping option, our protagonist would undoubtedly be able to strengthen his basic, but his health would be drained. And that was a side effect he didn't like. He could choose this class, allowing our MC to have vast advantages on a battlefield. This would even be advantageous for our hero. Here, he doesn't think much. He simply chooses. Now that he has chosen Star Ping, with these two small axes here, he will be able to harm those with strong resistance. If someone has extremely high resistance, our hero could easily overpower his opponent. Yes, he is suffering a lot, but since he chose these two small axes, several cards appear in front of our hero. These cards were the reward he received after killing the spider, but here he ends up choosing this card here. Taking a closer look at this card, he realizes that it is actually very good. If our MC takes it to the surface, he could sell it for a large sum of money, something around 15,000, and the advantage would be obvious for our hero. Oh well, he simply thinks about recycling some of these cards, because our protagonist only had one option, to sell one, and the rest he could use for himself. So these things come out of the system and move toward the items on the ground, while the big guy was devouring everything that creature on the ground had. We see him wondering what kind of skill he would gain by fully training this creature beneath him. Then, when he manages to fully train that monster below, he receives a new card. This was the Mother Nyata card he had just obtained. This card he unlocked was a card where he could summon 4 demonized Miatas to fight by his side, and their evolution also depends on combat experience. The more he fights, the better our protagonist's character becomes. But the big guy is already happy with one thing, because he saw that this monster can choose its own evolution, something he had never seen in one of the monsters. But while he was surprised, the scene here is cut again. Well, it's cut in another direction, but then we see that guy over there, the same one who is part of Ye Qing's team. He is happy and sad at the same time, because they least expected to maybe find a mine in the middle of the abyss. The other one then suddenly starts commenting that, for better or worse, they are in the time of the red full moon, which means that the crystals right in front of them are of extremely high rank, and they could sell these crystals they found here for a very high price on the black market. And the same even agrees, because in the market this thing here would be worth a fortune. But suddenly an extra pulls out a SW sword, and this sword that he just pulled out could totally destroy the place where they are. But that guy who lost everything and went to live in the abandoned house simply grabs him by the collar and yells at him to stop being... was level 1, but even at level 1, it was enough for Ye Qing to evolve a lot, since this small creature was strong. However, the system comments that our protagonist could increase the level of this small creature, making it grow just by using those BPD points. But for this thing to be able to fight on the battlefield and at least survive, it needed to be at level 5. He comments that he wanted to put this thing on a battlefield as soon as possible, wanted to have this thing fighting in front of him, since he couldn't use many of his skills. So at that point, he thinks of using some points to level it up. While he talks about it, we see the happiness of our little creature. Then, our protagonist ends up giving our little creature some DPP points, eventually increasing its level. Now it was the silk spider, thus becoming an apprentice. Ye Qing needed to make it stronger, but to find out if our little spider would really become the strongest of all, unfortunately, we'll have to find out in the next part. However, and lamenting the case, that's how we'll end this video.
Story continues after our protagonist unlocks that new pet for him, but then cuts to another place. Here we are shown the group of our prota. We see that guy who lost everything. Looking at his companions, one of them was lying on the ground, Lazul. This one there screams the name of his companion. After screaming, we see in the background our guy, who lost everything. But he says that what just happened was a small accident. But this, in the other's view, was not his face. Was already irritated. Then he turns towards the guy who lost everything and grabs his collar. He gets angry for seeing that his companion died, and this was all because of his greed. He was a guy who gave everything of himself to be helping his family. Now that he's gone, it's very likely that everything now for him will be quite bad. But all this was because of this guy, because he ended up providing them with some really bad luck. But this guy who lost everything gets angry with them because he is getting a scolding, but he comments that it was nothing like that. No, because he just wanted to be getting money everyone wanted. But what he really wanted was to get rid of this group of his, because he saw that this group of his were just some guys who were getting in the way of his plans. So then he raises the knife and comments that he will now have his beautiful end here. The guy puts some fire in his hand to try some things there. But one interrupts him, saying that it was not worth messing with this thing, that since he had already lost so much, it was no use fighting anymore. At this point, he tried to do something already with them. But at this moment, an unknown shadow ends up entering the cave where they were. But he, upon entering, starts clapping. He comments there that he had good taste. His vision of wanting to just get money was a vision. Even good. Then he even invites this guy there who has good taste to his guild. There was always more space for one person. Then his companion already approaches his boss and comments that down there, the pet's body was still warm, and it was still worth recovering. Some things besides accepting this guy in his team would be too much of a hindrance. The guy only thinks about money. But the blonde guy turns to him with some weird talks. One of those weird talks was about someone there who would always go inside the Angel Dan, but his goal always in an Angel AD was to fight to the death to get in the end money. With money you live life, and he had good taste money to live life beautiful. But what he was doing here, maybe it was not something to do, since at the moment they were capturing crystals that only appear once a year. That happens when there is a red moon. And then he pulls that guy who lost everything close to him, and he starts with new talks. New talk was the following: to be able to capture a crystal like that, it was necessary to have something in return. Something quite powerful, or something quite humble for yourself. If you take a crystal, something of yours will be taken away, or in a more explained and simpler way, death. Thus we can observe a gigantic armor approaching near them. They end up being surrounded along with our protagonist. They see the situation that they will have to be fighting against these creatures, since at the moment, they give some options to our protagonist and his group. The option was to just stay there collecting the crystals. If they collect nicely, they will let them. Lively kids, but on the contrary, if they want to be running, they will basically be some dead meat. But one of the guys who was in our group turns to these extras and says that these crystals they are going to get are basically some crystals that have a trap. You can pick a crystal that will give you a very good life, or you can pick a crystal that will give you a very good sadness. Well, this sadness is to die right there. But the blonde guy, much more than prepared, raises another point. He was needing money since his wife was quite sick, and this was not even an option. He needed to get this money anyway. And then getting closer every minute to them, he still comments with the new chat that it was also not shameful to die for money. He also previously mentioned that he would be giving his life to be able to earn enough money to change the life of this guy's family. And as said with a word, he tries to turn around where right there behind him were some crystals. What was needed was to get closer to pick some of those. So he ends up getting closer. Little by little, everyone behind there keeps watching him. He extends his hand a little trembling, but he extends to pick a crystal that was there, but he can't. He turns to the group of extras right behind him. After turning, he ends up apologizing since he didn't come here just to get money to help his wife. He just came here to get enough money to pay off some debts of his. The kid even cries. But our blonde guy who was there with high expectations over this extra, he finds himself in a situation where he needed some new person, some crazy one who would be without life, going to pick those crystals that were there in the background. We see that guy who lost everything. He comments that he would not be a match to fall into a fight against this blonde guy. He still thinks of some ways to get rid of him. He then looks in his direction and starts to think for a good while, thinking he ends up kind of calling for him after calling. He says that just now his guild was needing someone to join their group. He proposes to join his group already. As soon as he says he wanted to join his group, we see a masked guy approaching near his leader. He calls for him, he who already knew the things he asked for. This guy who lost everything in life to get a little closer to him. He then does this. After getting closer, he kneels down like this. He makes a kind of oath that he would follow him for the rest of his life. But at the moment he completes this sentence, then the guy, our blonde guy, simply kicks the guy's chin, making the guy fly a little backwards. After that, he says there that he will not let people like this guy who lost everything in life join his group. He would be a kind of stone in his way that would get in his way, since he was a guy who was willing to make his group die for him, since he himself would let everyone die to be able to stand out over the others. Then he screams there that he will let him die there. Since behind there was a necromancer who was our protagonist, he asks for the necromancer to control this guy right away, so that he could be collecting the crystals peacefully, and the money would all be our blondie's soon. In the background, we can observe something happening. Our protagonist ended up switching places with that little creature that summoned him before. Right after switching places, he understands the situation. This guy here, who was thinking about approaching to get rid of that blondie, is stopped by our protagonist. Our protagonist asks him not to be so harsh, so he couldn't get too close to that guy, or even try to make some gaps. At that moment, he asks to let him handle things, and asks him to stay back since things from then on would get a little more dangerous. But collecting crystals for our protagonist was the most normal thing, so he would be collecting. At the moment he says he would be collecting the crystals, we see that unknown guy approaching near our pro, preventing them from moving forward. He asks that this trash not get so close to these crystals since our protagonist, in his view, was a failure. But our protagonist just puts his hand on a crystal nearby. As soon as he puts his hand on that crystal, he pulls it up, making that masked guy there run in another direction. He jumps right behind other crystals to protect himself since he doesn't know what might be happening. Hidden for a while, they get up. Then he tries to see if something happened to our pro, but he sees that our boy wasn't entirely well. Even if those traps were active, our protagonist wouldn't be injured here, but the most that could happen is he gets slightly hurt. Not much would happen to him, and the reason for not taking much damage was because our protagonist was very lucky. Our pro's luck reached a limit, the limit where the damage wouldn't be much on our protagonist. The whole group is hidden behind. We see the blondie there. He gets up and brings news to our pro, commenting that the traps were not activated. Then he sees that for that trap he was picking up to not be activated, it was necessary for the person to have 60 luck, which means our protagonist was a very lucky guy. But that unknown masked guy sneaks up and comments that our protagonist is a level 1 gravedigger, but he doesn't understand since to change jobs you don't have that much luck to get 60 points in luck. Even if you change jobs, you don't get that much luck. So there's only one possibility that the traps he was picking up there were faulty. So the orange-haired guy in the blondie's group approaches one of the crystals there. Seeing that our pro managed to pick up 2 crystals and the trap wasn't activated, He ends up grabbing one of the crystals there, but as soon as he grabs it, he comments to that masked guy that nothing happened. But in the background, a light appears. That light that was shining in the background. It didn't take long. Soon it approaches the orange-haired guy's head, and he is hit squarely. Right after that, he falls. And then the masked guy approaches to see if he was okay. And then after the blondie notices everything that happened, he points out that our protagonist, inside the dungeon, our protagonist was at the forefront of everyone, since at the moment, he has a very high luck level, which means our protagonist put all the points he gained into luck. He doesn't understand why he did this, but soon after, he turns to our pro and asks if he really did this crazy thing since he could have been increasing his strength or something like that. However, our protagonist simply tells him straight to his face that he distributed the points among his statuses. He didn't put everything into just one. Upon hearing this, he gives a macabre smile, but then says that he will be changing his plan because his initial plan was just to make everyone here kick the bucket, so he could use their corpses to control and collect the crystals. But seeing that our pro has a lot of luck in his statuses, he will be making our protagonist his main monster corpse. And after our Liren manages to capture all the crystals here in this abyss where they entered, he will easily get rid of the bodies of the people he used to his advantage. And after everything they went through there, right after they entered this dungeon, they find themselves in front of those extras who were there before, preventing them from escaping this place. But now this one comments on how they would manage to fight these new opponents since they are qualified members of the Blood Watch. They wonder how they would be getting rid of the one in the back who sang well, and ends up asking him to run along with them, as there was still time for them to escape. While they were thinking about what to do to escape, we see the one who lost everything observing the scene. He was trembling with fear, but he doesn't think much. He starts running in a direction which was towards the exit. And while that one was running to a safer place, we see our protagonist turning in his direction and wondering why that guy was running since they were in a good number. However, the other one, who until now was thinking about what to do, comments that now they were at a disadvantage since they were missing one person in their team. And our protagonist quickly interrupts what he was about to say, as at the moment he says they were not at a disadvantage at all, since they were enough to face some people. While our protagonist was talking about his new opponents, the unknown masked man starts hearing some noises coming from the back. He asks his companion, who then also starts hearing those strange noises. But this unknown masked man starts looking up. When looking up, he sees a type of mutant flea, and these mutant fleas start running towards them. But while those mutant fleas were running towards the hunters, a system screen appears above, and it was basically a summoning by someone from our protagonist. After a while, those mutant fleas stay in front of those hunters. They stay for a good while staring at them, and while those spiders were staring at those new opponents, we can observe in the background that guy. That sings well there. He saw now that he was more screwed than ever, since there were some quite strong opponents. Now these mutant spiders appear turning to our black one. Our protagonist comments that it wasn't so much like that since these spiders were on his side. He, surprised, asks if Menon couldn't control the spider, already totally ignoring his question. Our protagonist widens his eyes, and by widening these eyes, he ends up activating his skill. This skill will allow our protagonist to look at his statistics. When activating it, he manages to see the statistics of this unknown masked guy. He was a level 20 Necromancer, but also right below was a level 17 Berserker, and a little further down were two hunters who were just observing in the background, but both were level. But after that was the Paladin, who also had a reasonable attack level. Our protagonist, right after observing their levels, thinks that the fight from now on won't be so difficult. He thinks he could be winning this so easily. But the problem wasn't these little monsters, but the other one. He couldn't kind of see the statistics of this blonde guy, since at the moment the system comments that this guy here was basically at the same level as our protagonist, or a level quite similar to his. While our protagonist was there looking at his statistics, we see the blonde guy commenting that our protagonist is a very surprising person since he could be controlling monsters. He was a good guy to join his team, but our protagonist, on the contrary, was already thinking of methods to be defeating this blonde guy, since he thinks that maybe he is not at his level, but rather a superior level, but he won't have difficulty to win. Perhaps this thing in a 1v1. But after a good wait, the blonde guy ends up shouting for his group to take care of these monsters, since if they weren't level 10, they wouldn't have difficulty for their hunters, since they would easily defeat them. But there, he asks them to be careful, since in the fight there, they couldn't be harming those crystals. The crystals were a gold stone, and they didn't want to lose that. So he gives an announcement so that they could counterattack our protagonist and his monsters. We see him there changing plans. He asks his group to run in the same direction where that guy who lost everything and went to live in the abandoned house ran. But that one who had a heavy family to take care of was in a situation that our protagonist will again be there protecting them. He didn't want to be left behind. But looking ahead, he realizes that the monsters were very strong. So he simply turns back and then starts running in another direction. That one who sings 10-10 also stands still waiting for his moment. But then he turns to our protagonist. But as soon as he turns to our protagonist comes with some talks, saying that he still had many goals to complete in life. And one of these is to explore more abysses. And if he didn't want to kick the bucket or die here, it was simply running in another direction to survive. So our singer 10-10 turns for the last time to our protagonist. Then he runs. But before running, he comments there that he will never be forgetting the sacrifice that our protagonist gave them something so they could escape. As he talks about it, he starts running towards that cave to escape. However, as he steps on some kind of thing on the ground starts to shake. He ends up activating another sort of trap, and then the wall that was near them suddenly starts to collapse. It seems to collapse on top of them, and the one who had a heavy family to take care of turns around and looks like a singer, asking what he did. He apologizes and starts to explain some things. When he entered this cave, he had terrible luck, and until now, he never had any luck in this dungeon since he was always activating the traps. And now, as before, it was no different. He activated some traps. The scene then cuts to our blonde group's side, where we see the paladin running toward those arenas. As they get a little closer, we see a surprised spider, but it doesn't stay surprised for long because it gets a direct hit from the paladin's hammer. After hitting the mutant spider on the head, the paladin is surprised because, even though he gave a powerful blow, it wasn't enough to finish off this creature. To kill this mutant spider, he will have to keep hammering its face multiple times. The spider turns towards him and spits a white liquid that sticks to the face of the character. He tries to remove it, but it starts turning into a type of spider web that blinds him partially. Surprised by this, he opens one of his eyes and sees someone in front of him. That someone is our protagonist, who appeared suddenly while he was trying to remove the web from his face. We see him pulling out his shield, which was enough to defend against our protagonist. But then, at level 19, he starts to count his victories, asking our protagonist to give up, since here in a fight it was only him, and he was just the weakest of all. Soon after realizing this, he ends up pulling his shield back, making our protagonist then be thrown a little upwards. Still flying upwards, our protagonist comments that his level 10 spiders were good enough to be dealing a little with this hunter here. But those spiders won't be enough to beat them, since he is currently dealing with a problematic attack group. Right after commenting on this, our protagonist jumps back while trying to land a hit on this guy from there. But this hit was enough to grab his feet, and what he wanted ended up happening there. Our door stays behind while thinking about his next move. After thinking for a bit, he jumps at high speed trying to grab that hunter who was there. He would defeat him, but at that moment, 2 arrows fly towards our protagonist, and he, seeing those arrows approaching, then looks to the side. Then, looking to the side, he notices those arrows approaching, allowing him to dodge those arrows. Right after dodging, we see those there preparing another arrow to try their luck. But by dodging that arrow, he thinks our protagonist got lucky, but this time he won't be lucky again because here then, he prepares another arrow. After preparing his arrow, he shot in the direction of our protagonist. After shooting, we see our protagonist preparing his machete. After preparing, he simply sees that arrow approaching slowly near him, and with just one cut, he splits it in half. He couldn't believe it. He managed to intercept his arrow at high speed, but our protagonist there, running a bit backward, ends up activating another ability of his. This was the Great Explosion. Soon from the ground, some fires emerge, and these fires go towards those 2 archer arrows. They see these fires appearing near them, and do nothing. Doing nothing, an explosion happens there, sending the 2 into the air. Did he manage to defeat the 2? He didn't, because they were very smart and tough. They managed to escape that explosion from our protagonist. But giving up, he still hasn't given up. He prepares another blow again, but to find out if our protagonist will be able to crush these 2 archer arrows and the group of that blonde guy in that famous 1v1, we'll have to find out in another next part.
The story from here will continue in the next chapter from the same place as before, just a bit further ahead. We observe those armored guys. Here was the tank. The tank here ends up shouting for this monster below him to die already. He lowers his spiked club with all his might to the ground, hitting the monster squarely and splitting it in half. But the enemy tank starts looking at them coldly. After looking for a bit longer, he begins to run at a good speed, towards the group of our protagonist. In his left hand, he wielded his machete to deal with them. But our allied tank asks him to fall back since he hadn't attacked yet and there was nothing more he could do. The tank, realizing it was too late, approaches the enemy tank. He uses his shield, and with that shield used, he manages to easily defend against that giant machete that tried to hit him. The shield ended up deflecting that thing a bit to the side. All this was happening because of that boy. That brat who was messing everything up. But if you, boy, didn't want to die, you needed to get up. Your help was necessary in the fight. But at the moment he gets distracted for a few minutes, the enemy tank appears from behind, trying to launch a new attack in his direction. Not noticing, he quickly turns towards the tank and again uses his shield. But now the attack from that enemy tank was a bit more potent than usual. The shield ends up almost splitting in half, but he still managed to defend a little, though it wasn't enough. He ends up being thrown slightly backward. He ends up hitting the rocks a bit, some blood coming out of his mouth, and with each passing minute, he becomes more and more unconscious. His sword falls near our singer, and after observing his sword, Kano near him, he turns his gaze in another direction, towards the tank that was watching the other approaching enemy tank. But our allied tank would not lose easily. He then quickly gets up and now starts to laugh in the face of danger. But well, he should never have come to the abyss here. And now he is all messed up and should die anyway. So since he will die anyway and thinks a lot that debts are basically cleared after death, the question that won't shut up is, who would collect from someone who died? He then would fight with all he had. Now he would die, but would also take someone along with him. At that moment, he asks for this tank in front of him to come at him with everything to kill him, with a somewhat sarcastic look on his face, looking towards our allied tank. Then he starts preparing to attack our tank, putting his giant knife behind him. He ends up holding it in a different way now. He holds a bit more power within himself to be able to deliver a stronger attack. Well, this will certainly be his end. And now, there will be no more way to defend against anything. But at that moment, a slightly purple aura ends up wrapping around him, and he can no longer move at that moment. He then turns in the other direction. In the direction of that singer then, he was there singing towards him. At that moment, he ends up using the song where he can apply a debuff, which means that he won't be able to move for a few minutes. Our 10-10 singer used an immobilization technique on Leoxin, and now he asks his companion to finish this fight quickly, but the same asks for that idiot to let him go since he also ended up kind of paralyzing his companion and he has nothing more to do. But at this deep moment, we see our protagonist wondering what was going on back there. He didn't understand anything that was happening. But from up ahead appears a mage. Even if you have some hidden and quite powerful skills, basically there is a limit to everything, and your powers will not be able to support your battle sooner or later. And certainly the strongest mage in the group will be ending our protagonist. But the ability he used to summon monsters ended up consuming a lot of his mana, which means he doesn't have much mana there to use. And he also used his clone, which consumed a lot of his mana. So, not understanding what was happening anymore, he ends up pulling from his system a glass of mysterious water, or rather, baptized water. The protagonist takes his straw and ends up drinking a little sip, and while that mysterious mage wonders what kind of drink that was, it doesn't help anymore to drink anything, or whatever he wants, because his end was decided the moment he entered the battlefield. The most powerful mage will be ending our protagonist in the blink of an eye. At this moment, he has a unique ability. This was the Necromancer's ability, an S-rank ability so powerful that no one in the world can defeat him. Even if his opponent or monster is totally torn apart, he can revive that thing, and that thing will be fighting with full force. The monster controlled by his necromancy will not basically give a step back, and his small toys are not basically easy to dismantle. Our protagonist, drinking his last glass of baptized water, basically understands what was happening, and it was very understandable that now his mana ended up kind of flowing back into him, which means that he has all his previous mana now. He then summons those recycling hands, and the dead should rest in peace. And what he will be doing here now is just doing the basics. He then asks that mysterious hand to suck those corpses from the Necromancer there. Thus, it is done. Those mysterious hands go towards the corpses of the creatures, and they are sucked into our protagonist. Now that everything was totally taken into his dimension, the surprised mage wonders where his corpses went and what kind of ability our protagonist used. But he doesn't have much time to stand there thinking about life, because at this beautiful moment, our protagonist ends up making a small jump. But the jump was enough for him to reach his opponent's face. Hitting his face, he manages to perfectly land a more than beautiful punch on his face. Hitting the mark, he is thrown back a bit, falling in front of that guy there, our Blondie. However, our Blondie at this moment was there grabbing one of those summons from our protagonist from before. But that summoning wasn't much for this Blondie, as the Blondie with one hand made that summoning tremble. Yet with a small movement, he explodes the stump of that monster. But here it wasn't surprising, since those tricks of our protagonist were to be admired. That caught his attention a lot before, and it was no different now. But here, people a little less capable of having a good life come into the dungeon to get money, to have a better chance of having good cash to live on. But these people enter the dungeon 100% well. However, people like these always end the lives of these new players or hunters. But people like these who treat human beings like dogs or pets shouldn't basically have the right to be alive there in front of our protagonist. But this caught more than his attention. Even demonstrating his power, he was still against his will. Poor people should follow his orders, and they are his subordinates, so he can do whatever he wants. And now he will also show a bit of his power to our protagonist. But before he can complete his speech, he ends up looking to the side, because there, one of the guys ends up begging not to be killed, because he just didn't do anything. He just tried to defend himself. He was that guy there who was trying to stand up to that enemy tank of his. But at this moment, our Blondie ends up making a proposal. He basically proposes for this 10-10 singer to follow the Blondie to escape this dungeon. But it was at this beautiful moment that we also observed the tank asking not to fall for that stupid talk. Since at the moment they fought against this opponent, it was basically a death sentence, meaning he has no other option. Following them one way or another, they will be training him, dragging him up at any moment. But on the contrary, he doesn't take a step back, no. He continues to say that he was there just as a supporter. He wasn't strong or weak, but he will be taking care of some things. He can only give a tiny bit of support, but that's enough. We also observe from another place the Blondie laughing at our protagonist's face. He laughs at the sadness since a companion abandoned him, but our protagonist also starts laughing. This wasn't basically his point. He didn't know what was happening. So everyone has the right to enter the abyss and also get out of the abyss. For that, they will have to make some choices, and our protagonist also made his choice here. Since he made his choice, our red one also did. He will be fighting here and will not take a step back either. He pulls out a small hacker and also prepares a punch to attack our protagonist. Well, he not only prepares, but also lashes that punch on the arms of our big guy, but his punch wasn't so strong. Just a little bit in this play, he is thrown back a bit, hitting a rock there. Thrown back, our protagonist realizes that this Blondie was stronger than he imagined, right? I thought that one punch and I would finish the fight, but it's tough. However, also following his instinct is the strongest creature he has ever encountered. Sweat ran down his face, but minutes later he widened his eyes. The reason was that this guy appeared right in front of him, but now a little more serious, with a punch ready again. He runs towards our protagonist, but if he were caught, he would be in the worst shape in the story. So he ends up jumping a bit upwards, jumping up. Our protagonist dodges, and that guy hits the ground, cracking it completely. Looking up at our protagonist, he comments that anything in his way was just something to beat up, as his goal was always to beat up anyone. But from another place here, we observe that he sang, so he didn't believe what was happening. His eyes were possibly deceiving him about what was going on. Waking up a bit from reality, that enemy tank of his ends up giving him a kick to the face, waking him up, also shocking him a bit to the side. Yes, falling a bit to the side, he ended up with his hand on the ground so as not to fall completely. With his eyes a little open, he realizes that his end has come. Well, there's nothing more to do. The tank was already raising his knife up. The guy was down there, unable to do anything at the moment. Next, as that tank was about to finish off our singer, 1010 appears from behind that tank, asking it to attack his companion. Holding him from behind, he asks him to do something. This brat was always getting in the way. However, this wasn't the moment because next, that enemy tank turns at high speed, and with a simple cut, that tank ends up cutting the chest of his tank companion. He is thrown back a bit, but still falling a bit back. He shouts for that P to do something, anything, to help the team since now he hasn't done anything, just gotten in the way. He was the group leader, so he should do something, and his power was great. While these things happen, he crouches lower and lower. The little guy died while the other just watched the scene. Before, he had accepted the proposal from his group leader because he was level 3. Moreover, he was more than adequate to be the leader, and what he thought the most was that he wouldn't have to deal with monsters. So he accepted the proposal more than gladly. But now he will have to deal with the consequences. At that moment, he just thinks about what he should do since he considers himself just any loser. He thought about revealing to everyone that he was just a weak guy who couldn't even deal with a weak level 1 spider. So he ends up falling to his knees, crying. He ends up shouting that he was just a simple noob, so he begs for mercy, but it didn't help, because in his direction, we see that his enemy tank is getting closer little by little. As he approached, he ended up having some memories of a former companion who said that he was just a weak guy. He here didn't manage to cause any damage, and he only managed to gain experience because he used some buffs. It was no use at all, since the buffs he used only to hinder them at the most effective moment, so he asks to leave his team. Soon they then advance, and at this moment, their sad down only just accepts the proposal that he was just a useless noob. Only there the scene Genos cut to another place. At this moment, we see him in a square. Only in this square appears an unknown person, but this unknown person, guess who? It was our little yellow guy. At this moment. He appears making a proposal that he has a job, and if he was looking for one, he could be joining his team before he can accept the proposal. He only comments that he is level 3, a weak guy. That didn't matter that much. Not then. At this moment, he ends up being interrupted his sad chats there because he shouts for him to drop negative things and just join his team. Because soon, looking a little there to the side, we see our protagonist there still lying on the ground, depressed. We see that blonde guy there who was still approaching our protagonist to counterattack him again. Our PR is lying on the ground, just not able to move anymore. We see there beside him that his enemy approaching as fast as possible to be giving the last blow in our protagonist, the final blow that will be ending him, because to also end our protagonist OB will be using another ability, a martial arts technique. It is used only in critical moments where he will be sinking our protagonist in the pit of destruction. Already, since this ability of his will also break some bones of his, so he will not be able to move anymore, and so he attacks our protagonist, but he knowing that if he was caught, it would be bad. He ends up kicking that ground again. The guy again hits the ground, even running. He is not escaping, because this was a fighting ability that can even paralyze even the master of magic and will not run for long. Our prota even realizes that he was getting even faster, so he starts to solve running faster, but there while running he looked back. But while looking back, he wondered where he would get a guy who had a DSB ability. Well, after thinking a little here and there, he remembers that he does have that guy there. What do you think the Nozao then? Thus widening his eyes, he runs in the direction of our singer 1010, and thus fighting against that his opponent. He calls for our Zoo, aka that our singer 1010. He then looks in his direction asking what was that. Our little yellow throws our protagonist in his direction, not being able to do anything. He ends up falling on the ground now beside our Zoe. We see him there, wondering what was happening but lying now closer than ever to the singer. 1010, our protagonist with crazy talk. Certainly it was useless to try to get rid of the weakness of the past and also of his incompetence of the past, only that our protagonist always dreamed of being able to reach the peak of power, so he ended up achieving half of it. But before he can be achieving this real hacker of our system, he was just a guy who was disappointed by everyone. Everyone underestimated our protagonist. Also, everyone was refusing our prota in any kind of way. The team, however, cannot be trying to run away because being weak was not something you should be afraid of. What you should be most afraid of were some things roasted. The little creature suffered. He was even ambushed by some strong monsters, but there he realized that his heart was basically very weak. That same monster that captured our protagonist was commanding him to drag himself up in minutes, but he refused. He refused to want to lose. So there, at the last moment, he used his last broken machete to try to get rid of it, but it was useless. The beast was much stronger than him, but he would not give up. He then tries to deal a critical hit, and he manages to do so. He ends up hitting the monster in the eye, and by hitting the monster in the eye, he manages to defeat it. Now, with it lying on the ground, he stands over this monster and cannot believe he actually managed to kill a high-rank monster. He was just a loser that no one wanted on their team, and it was here that he found the strength to take the first step. At this moment, he stands up and wipes a bit of blood from his mouth. Now he comments that he was preparing to become the king in his entire life, even if he were to become a garbage collector like he was before. Trying to understand why he should go back to being king, he then looks in the direction of his sword, because if he does not get stronger, he will be dying. Compared to the previous zone, it was better to disguise and avoid fights, but he always managed to escape. However, now he wants to change these thoughts a bit. He wants to get stronger, and he wants to defeat strong monsters, increasing all his glory. That's when that tank appears, saying that this was a joke because the mere level 3 support would not even be able to scratch his level 17 armor. He would stand there and ask this weak level 3 guy to try his luck at scratching him, which he would not be able to do anyway. So, our 1010 singer grabs his machete in his hand, but he throws his machete to the side. The tank, not understanding anything, simply sees our singer pulling his microphone from his system. After pulling his microphone from his system, he tries to show him a new poem. This is the poem of the Great Disappointing. As soon as he comments on this, the tank widens his eyes, and not only does he widen his eyes, but also that blonde guy there. He widens his eyes and wonders what was happening. At this moment, our protagonist receives some buffs there too. Now, our protagonist has found the best and biggest debuff in the world that anyone could be seeing. Then, right after that, the system screen appears to our pro, showing that his system status has increased. His defense increased by 15%. His speed at the same time, his resistance, and also other things increased by 15% more than before. So at this moment, he ends up summoning a blood nightmare. After summoning the blood nightmare, it heads towards the ground. But in that direction, there was also the tank. However, that thing ends up sticking a little inside him, but not noticing the new clone of our protagonist. We see from behind our pro, but it was not our pro all this time. It was that clone. That clone then ends up grabbing him a little, and he makes a few turns with his tentacles, causing the tank to be unable to move anymore. At this moment, it might be his end, but for us here, in the previous chapter, this guy was caught by those tentacles of our protagonist. But at the moment he could no longer move, he asked for time, and begged to at least be kept alive while he was grabbed by those tentacles. We observe that singer of ours there, who was just watching him screaming on the ground. He screamed in pain, but at the same time he looked while the enemy tank fell into the slime of oblivion. On the other side, he ends up seeing our hero here, Kaino, hand in hand against that blonde of ours. He asks for our protagonist to die soon, but it was no use. The creature was smart, but still, even managing to hit him, he wouldn't suffer much damage since our boy didn't have a gigantic amount of magic within him. His body's regeneration speed was much faster than the damage received. So at this point, he couldn't be idling like this. He prepares to launch himself at his opponent, dagger in hand. He goes all out. But his opponent, with just one punch, stops his movement. But he doesn't stop there. Qing passes his dagger near him, hitting the guy squarely. He couldn't dodge, but looking to the side a bit, He's surprised to see that his armor wasn't working since he was pierced by that dagger. Only then does Ye Qing comment that the stealth technique was basically one of the best he learned. He manages to ignore any type of defense, which was really useful for this moment. But still, he has that buff from his companion, so at this moment he goes all out at him because Ye Qing wants to finish this fight as quickly as possible. So he runs, but our blondie simply finds it incredible how this was getting more and more amazing. Holding his dagger tighter than ever, he passes it beside our blondie, but he dodges the movement. But after 20 years of training, how could he lose to a brat like you with these little skills? He then starts to comment about this, landing a punch on his chin, launching him backwards, and now here he will show him his opponent what the difference in power martial arts can mean. Several paths. You can follow a unique or different path that can also be changing the course of the battle. Ye Qing drops his weapon to the ground, but after throwing his dagger then to the ground, Ye Qing turns in the fastest direction possible towards the blondie, then the blondie prepares to punch him. Both punches from both. They end up colliding. A shockwave recoils through all this area where they were. Ye Qing, minutes later, looks regal, because upon seeing our happy blondie, Ye Qing comments that he really didn't like this kind of weak skills. So in his whole life, he decided to put all his points in destructive power. The breaking fist of killings he uses here in Ye Qing, throwing him as fast as possible in another direction, passing between our singer and that tank fallen on the ground. After this, he ends up hitting with all the strength on the wall that was there. A wave of smoke arises there, but minutes later that smoke dissipates, and from the middle of it, he ends up emerging there. Ye Qing stands up then after getting up the scene, already shows us the blondie, commenting that he was too dumb for trying to show his small strength in front of his strength. Ye Qing spent 20 years using all his points in brute strength. Going mano a mano, you should never bet on a fight against our blondie because you will always lose. And at this moment, then our MC is seeing that he could really lose, and ends up putting his hand in his jacket that was almost all torn around there. Then now he asks the system to add all the points in, strength 2, and at this moment the system appears adding 176 points in strength. His muscle ended up growing, making the guy much more buffed. The blondie then wonders what was happening because it seems now he got a little stronger than before, and also now he realizes that by adding 176 points in strength, he noticed that his muscle strength increased a lot. He gets happy with his new body, but even though he doesn't know the path of martial arts, he doesn't care about that, because his real focus is the ability to have the strongest punch. So he would end this fight as fast as possible. At this moment, he prepares a punch, but also our hero also prepares a punch too. But for having kind of activated 300 FPS of a single strength punch, he should already land this punch squarely. The punch should be enough to break some things, so the two punches from both end up colliding. But there, the blondie's punch ends up gaining an advantage, but in the end, who gained more advantage in the end was our protagonist, who here ended up managing to win the blondie's punch. He then, after receiving this punch in his hand, ends up being thrown backwards after being thrown back a little. He ends up looking at his hand. He sees that his hand was all broken. He gets surprised to see that a punch without skills managed to do this to him. But fallen on the ground, we see in the background, they're finding out quite strong. But our ends up jumping on the blondie while the blondie was there on the ground, totally knocked out. But to knock him out once and for all, Ye Qing jumps on top of him, grabbing his face. He starts wanting to test some things, and also comments that there won't be much time for you to be shocked, since this battle should want to end as fast as possible. Like this, looking at Ye Qing, he can't believe what was happening. But going back like 8 years ago, the young blondie, who here ended up kind of being recruited to participate in a group, he was just a kind of collector too. But unlike our protagonist, he just picked up the equipment of his companions and cleaned. But at one moment, the one with yellow hair had a dream of joining a strong guild. And this one here was the unique opportunity since he had it. And if the one with yellow hair could prove his worth, the one with yellow hair would be able to finally become an official member of his group after cleaning the equipment a bit. He follows the path facing an extremely overpowered boss. But at this moment he stays in the background, just observing if he can't prove here that he is competent. He might be leaving the group and he doesn't want that, so he will be proving his worth in his mind. He imagined a type of hero who would run towards the monster and defeat it with just one punch. But looking a bit closer, Yellow Hair thinks that this was hard to really do, but now that he is facing a monster, he can't step back now. But at the moment, the monster ends up stomping hard on the ground, catching his attention. But it was too late, because the monster grabbed a type of club with its hand and smashed it on our Blondie. He fell hard on the ground. At this moment, he ended up being completely knocked out. But minutes later, he ended up waking up, but now he was in a kind of futuristic hospital, where he ended up discovering that he had almost completely broken his bones. He couldn't move well for a long time. But also this here was a laboratory. But for some reason, they were looking for a person who had specific DNA. And well, this Blondie had the specific DNA they were looking for. Yellow Hair here, by coincidence, will be able to have that good life living for a few more years, but the bad news was that he would be becoming a Rasta mist. So the days pass in front of a type of unknown place. A crest ends up falling in front of him. A guy comments that now he is worthy of joining his guild. So he was welcome in his group. Now he needed to place this crest on his arm to move forward, and so then he should follow their orders like a little dog. But now happy he asks where his team was. But his leader comments that it was no use anymore, those bunch of weaklings ended up all dying, and this was the proof he needed to pass, since in this world, you will be easily swallowed if you can't prove your worth. You will be treated like trash next. Then he ends up waking up. A system screen appears, showing that his defense had improved a lot. The destructive power increased a lot at the moment. He facing his enemy. He is surprised about this. But here then, he ends up observing to the side, then his opponent preparing a punch. But this punch seems to be slow at the same time strong. So he ends up being hit full on. After being hit full on, he ended up being dragged a bit back, but falling he wouldn't, because then he ends up putting his hand on the ground, holding a bit stronger on the ground. He stands still. This was the essence of the magic crystals also. This was the solidified energy and the surging magical power during the blood moon. These pure magic crystals are extremely powerful in this short period of time. So at this moment he places that in front of our Blondie also now, because of the monster organs transplanted in our Blondie, he ends up also being able to absorb the magical power of this crystal. And by doing that he ends up for a few minutes or for some moment being able to have greater strength than the boss of this floor. But at this moment when he talks about this, a system screen appears above him, hint. This was a new boss that had just been detected. The new boss that our Qing will have to defeat was ready to fall into hand-to-hand combat against him. But also at this moment then the system appears giving some tips to our Pro Ada. The basic mode ended now. He will be entering exhaustion mode for 30 seconds. He basically really known as a boy-level monster, because even the system classified this guy with the power of a superior boss of this dungeon here. And at this moment then he wonders what really happened to this guy's body. While wondering about this in the background, we see our singer wondering if our protagonist was okay. Then as he wondered what was happening there from now on, or even the Blondie there now, comments that all you need to have this power is to give up humanity at this moment. He ends up laughing loudly, and then there he ends up stomping hard on the ground. Our Qing looks back, seeing there an option to be able to save the life of our singer. But at this moment that one there screams for him to give up his human body and become the monster without moral restraint. Talking about this, he ends up throwing towards our protagonist some 3 stones. These 3 stones fly towards him. But our Qing, who is not a bit dumb, easily dodges those stones running. Now we see from behind there the Blondie appearing. He accepted the power and managed to gain a lot of power. Our hero can also have this power. He running ends up kind of turning towards his opponent to see what was happening, but there then ends up being caught. He didn't have time to run, that his opponent ends up piercing him. He is torn to pieces in the background. We see our singer who there locked himself completely. He sees that that guy's strength there increased a lot. There is no way to survive this anymore. Fallen on the ground. He comments that without a doubt, the trash has basically no power to fight against the players who are truly quite powerful. But he is proud because he recognizes the strength of our poet, the one who has hidden strength, who gave a bit of work to be defeated, but even with all this hidden power, he ended up being defeated with just a single punch. Disappointed with this, but even though he had exhausted all his strength, he still activated this gigantic power there. His body was just something unconscious, which means he never even had a chance to defeat our Blondie, but now he realizes that the weak are always defeated by the strong. But he is disappointed with some things. One of these to become the strongest. He had to become this ugly thing here, and so then he starts laughing. Well, the ugliness wasn't so much, but the power was a lot. But here he ended up almost forgetting. Then at this moment he ends up turning towards our singer, but approaching a little closer to our singer, he swears he didn't see anything about you becoming basically the ugliest person he saw in his life. However, he only heard footsteps approaching close to him. The singer wanted to survive, but that blonde-haired one asks him to at least die here since he hindered his mission. His mission was only to make everyone here become part of his army, but since in the end he hindered things, he will have to die because he ended up seeing everything that was happening here inside, that it would be ugly if he revealed to the whole world what happened here inside, and then at this moment he runs with all the power he has towards our singer. It was better that at the moment he die as a hero than to die just as a failure approaching. He asks him to wait, because he here had no choice. He was going to die anyway, but he had something he could be doing. So he gets too close to our singer approaching. He comments that he was just trash and talked too much. Then at this moment he ends up putting his hand on the neck of our singer, lifting a little upwards. He asks the singer to say now his last words, but from behind we see something happening. Our prota, who there was all smashed on the ground, ends up turning into a kind of slime. Then he continues to talk. He wants to leave the abyss here still alive, but even if he can't, he comments that he wouldn't be the only one who saw all this and managed to get out of here alive. He would witness all this tragedy that happened here inside and would tell the whole world everything that happened there inside. Then he ends up he turns towards our proa, who there then was emerging. But here he didn't understand what it was. And while there, our Blondie was trying to understand what was happening behind that slimy thing. There he appears. He log our protagonist, who threw a glass on the ground, would tell the whole world everything that happened there inside. So he ends up he turns towards our bow that was then emerging, but here he didn't understand what it was. And while there, our Blondie was trying to understand what was happening behind that slimy thing there. He appears soon, our protagonist who threw a glass on the floor. He thanks our singer because of him, he ended up getting a good little time. He then managed to take that there. That thing ended up canceling those their actions. But looking at the side there, he ends up putting that in the slime in his hand. He comments that if by chance that our Blondie had looked a little closer, he would have discovered that the body was fake. But for not having managed to see this, he ended up getting a lot of time. But he also ended up putting a little information from his original body in that slime there, and managing to fool our Blondie a lot. But there was another place we observe our Blondie who here didn't understand that it was a nightmare of blood. So what he killed was just a clone. He gets sad, but at the same time he gets happy because he would have a second round. Another place here in another scene. Qing interrupts our Blondie, commenting that the price of these superhuman powers was too heavy for him, and although Basar's combat skills increased a lot, the strength power of our protagonist, he ended up paying the price in the end for being too confident in that. The strength power gives a lot of power indeed, but also gives a gigantic exhaustion. So starting to walk towards our Blondie, who is now a monster, he comments that his body ended up confusing the powers. He ended up taking the human limit and mixing it with the power of a monster. And naturally, he ended up basically invading a territory that shouldn't be his. Then he should pay the price for what he just did. But on his part, he says not to play with this kind of joke since the power he has is his own and it has nothing to do with it. But as soon as he comments on this, he ends up losing attention. He turns to another place. His arm starts to emit a pain, and he there ends up screaming in pain. not understanding what was happening. He stops there for a few minutes after stopping. There for a few minutes, he tries to understand what really happened there. With his arms, while there our singer runs with all his might to the back while running. He understands a little, so he looks to the side. He looks to the side, he sees Ye Qing approaching. So at this moment, he ends up understanding a little of things, and understands that really who caused all this was Ye Qing. So then he goes with all his power in hand there towards him to catch Ye Qing. But he had no chances because our boy easily managed to dodge that blow of his. He grabs his head after grabbing his head. He uses it as a springboard, jumping to the side. We see there in front of the blonde hair starts to run again with all his might towards himself. Only because he has transformed of shape of his body, his speed decreased a lot, and this allowed him to dodge only that his strength increased, so he should take a little more care at this moment. Ye Qing only just wanted to know one thing, wanted to have a weapon. He cannot fight hand to hand against a brute force like this without being able to find a way out from the background. We observe our singer who there in hand, he was carrying something he calls for Qing, who here just received an attack in hand. But he uses his arms to defend himself after defending. He looks to the side looking, he sees there our singer who here asks that Qing hold his dagger. He then sees our singer throwing his dagger in his direction. It almost hits him, and Ye Qing easily grabs his dagger in the blink of an eye, grabs that lemon he prepares for. He prepares to finish off this new character. Our story today is about our gravedigger, who ended up receiving firsthand his dagger. That kind of fell before there in the middle of the fight with that brother. Now he observes in front of him his opponent appears. The blondie then already goes with all the power he has, hand up to our protagonist, but now he possessed his dagger there that he received from his friend. Now with his dagger in hand, he defends himself from the attack. The blonde-haired who tried to attack our hero. Then he realizing that the blonde-haired was very slow. He then manages to get behind him. Now already knows from behind, our hero takes his fish and lifts it up with a little push. He ends up passing in the plot, weaving on him. The cuts were made on him right after it took effect on him. He ends up jumping back. But now our yellow one is surprised to see that our hero was giving a lot of critical hits, only that this was not true, since he ended up adding some points in his agility that allowed him to be a little faster, but this was not enough already, that now his goal was to finish off our hero, and the guy even becomes crazy. Even asks to be humiliated, because if he did that, his death would be faster, maybe worse than the others, since his own existence was superior to theirs. Right there, then at this point he goes then with full steam to our hero hitting him. But he dodges only now from behind. He is surprised to see that he was feeling superior. In his hand, fire starts to appear already. Also, now that in his eyes, here currently, he is 100% monster. So it means that he can do whatever he wants now. With this guy in front of him, he then hits right on a fire that had brother there in his face, landing a blow. He paralyzes a bit there after stopping. He looks fixedly in the direction of our poet. But this only makes him more and more irritated, making our blondie become basically now, at this moment, a complete monster. He becoming a type of Godzilla Hulk mixed. Well, he became a little stronger, but the beast is crazy with blood in his eyes to catch our big boy here. But now that he stopped to look there, he realizes that he can no longer save him since he has delved much deeper into that power of his. He feels worried, but our gravedigger here understands that now he can take. But this was the fight already since he hears the voice coming from the abyss. Then, at this moment, he would attack his opponent, but he realizes that he didn't need to do this anymore because looking at him, he realizes that he was already becoming an irrational beast. And here at the moment, he was attacking the air. The crazy guy, he didn't even see at which point he should be attacking. But in the background, we observe then there that our singer 1010 realizes that he went completely crazy, so there is nothing else to do now. So now it was our chance, the chance to finish him off. But at this moment there, while they were watching the blondie every minute getting crazy in the head, we observe in the background there our protagonist approaching his leader, but at the moment then they thought in doing something. any tiny thing, and the system appears, saying that they needed to keep the boss here alive, but he wonders what kind of thing was that, since even if he does nothing, his own team wouldn't let him live. If by chance there came all that just happened, seeing the face there of the beast turned into a little monster, even quite ugly old. But at this point he realizes that if by chance there he completed this mission, he would receive some good and rare rewards, so he should try to do it. But he asks to remember some of his words, because already remembering those words, he will be able to attract their attention. He only has 5 seconds. This was quite enough to do whatever he wanted. But here there is no need also to be killing him. He doesn't understand why he wouldn't kill him, since here he is a monster. And well, a monster now belongs to the abyss. He shouldn't be disturbing the basic cycle of life. And also people who give up their humanity to become a monster are basically something unacceptable by humanity. But there, the abyss understands that humans will no longer want that guy there. So at this point, the abyss ends up accepting him there as a beast of its own creation, and he ends up being received with open arms. And this is also the basic regulation of an abyss. So he there transformed into a monster, heads in a specific direction, since he also heard that monsters enter the Basara state during the blood moon. But during the blood moon, what really gives is insanity to the person there who became the monster, but also this gives prison close to the monster there. But he only puts his life when someone goes there to defeat him and send him to another world. He will have a few seconds to think about what he did in life. But while the beast was following in that forest, we observe from another place that one there that tried to deceive our MC. The last time he ran there. Also, he now managed to find a chest. The kid Ardor thinks that he was rich. He was made. He would buy everything house money, even women, if he jokes. But here he thinks that his life changed from now on by opening the chest. He ends up receiving some cards. So now realizing that the equipment was good, he realizes that he was finally rich freedom equipment. New identity was there with himself. No one else in the world will be taking that from him now. Laughing with the greatest happiness, as loud as possible. On the contrary, also he ends up attracting the attention of the monster of our Blondie, who ended up becoming the monster. He appears there behind him, right there. But now he doesn't understand the real danger that was happening to him, but this we didn't know, because our scene is cut to a totally unknown bar. But in this bar, we observe there, our singer 1010. He is happy to see that he managed to get out of that DJO and still alive, but also left the boss inside. Maybe this would be bad. Our MC even vents soon. Then we observe our protagonist, seeing there that even if he wants to be fighting against the boss, maybe he wouldn't be able to win, but now that one, our singer 1010, gets happy for our MC, right old? Since now he owes a lot to our hero. Well, he stops and thinks he understands that it was nice a little bit there just now. But looking back now, he understands that he ended up talking a little bit of b-bag about everything that happened there. So he asks to do that nothing happened. But of course not. He just wanted to contribute for the support and the strength he gave there in the most specific moment, for him to be able to fight against his fears. He wanted to repay this to our hero, and he even comes up with a kind of strategy. He asks to imagine this since he is the boss. He could be moving forward while he would stay behind, strengthening behind him. And so they would make a team quite strong, but our Emic realizes that his chats were already going in another direction, so he asks him not go into the abyss anymore like this. Only he doesn't understand what the boss was trying to say about. He didn't want to go into the abyss anymore, and then he starts to think that his ability is to make his friends around him stronger, but he was weak and needed protection. So he feels very sorry already since he doesn't want to see Zhuge Tang there biting the dust when entering a DGO, so to ensure that he won't enter so soon. Inside a ride, he ends up putting his hand in front of him to the side. The guy doesn't understand why he was doing this. Only a system screen appears giving him 1,000 magic crystals here. It was these magic crystals that he had the most there for him. This was enough for him to live a good life for a long time. However, he could no longer be entering the abyss. Well, he understands what our protagonist means by this. Since he just wants the best for his own friend here, he doesn't want to see his friend die. However, he ends up refusing the crystals from our MC, since he didn't want to live like garbage even if he wants something there in the world. Since he doesn't want to see people treating him more like garbage. Our MC, looking at him, understands that his vision was a little more convincing, and maybe it would be difficult to make him back down there from his word. So he thinks that with a smile, he ended up realizing that he can't protect himself, and how can he protect others? So he remembers to think a little since in the hand. He carries the microphone in hand. But now he puts on the table a sword. This was Lei's sword Then he ends up realizing that some things that he could be doing, since according to his information about bards, it's a kind of job that comprises the middle kind of magician, that is kind of typical physical and wizard too, since he can also be using magic weapons to cast spells to strengthen his own business, SOS equipment. And well, he can master this kind of attack spell, and if before he wasn't able to swing a sword before for Lakin, he basically should try his best from now on, since this is a favor he needs to take for himself, since he needs to get strong. So he understands the real reason of our MC, so he asks that our doesn't deliver the magic crystals for him. But he asks to deliver that to the Elzon family, since by giving this in the future, they will be gaining much more than they would be gaining here. Anyway, he understands we'll be doing this only here. The scene is already cut to another place here in the abyss, where our protagonist was before we observe some people appearing here. Our demonetization. This ends up appearing commenting that there appeared the people there to investigate what just happened inside that dungeon. So researching a lot, they ended up discovering some bodies of people that were difficult to identify, but after so much research, they discovered moreover, they end up discovering that their leader ended up becoming a monster due to the corruption of the abyss, and now he has already been treated according to what they should do, and also discovered that additional colors were added there, and we also discovered that that traitor from before ended up kind of being found too, only not so well since they ended up kind of fighting the blondie turning into a monster, fought against that traitor, and in the end, he ended up not having that end so good, and then just with the factor they ended up kind of failing, they realized they made a mistake. Behind appears so their plan ended up failing. Well, to say it failed was not so big, since they managed to turn that guy into a monster, but it was a total mistake to give such great power to him, but now that it failed, they should be now, at the moment, looking for other people with the same Daniel as the one with the yellow hair. There had only, while they were thinking about it, the scene is already cut to another place, since in a hospital we observed there, in a room further back, someone apologizing and he was a mean father, and he ended up kind of doing this to, be able to save himself, so in hand, he ends up putting a key to open an abyss. He needed to do this again, but this time he will do it right, so he opens that portal. A portal then ends up being opened inside the hospital. Inside that hospital, we observe a crack appearing dirty lightning from there. The people below get scared and do not understand why something like this was happening here soon. Then another extra appears looking in front of the portal. Now he understands what that was. It was an abyss portal that decided I don't know out of nowhere to appear in the middle of the hospital. Now then he shouts to get in touch there for the officers to take care of the monsters and the beast. Everything only in another place. We observe some little boys running, but he asks his sister not to look back. Run without thinking many things here, they needed to run as fast as possible. Since behind appeared the scorpion monster that then attacks him, that almost gets our hero only. He dodges it, hitting the ground completely, falling there to another place only. Also looking to another place. He ends up observing his sister being devoured there by this monster, only at this moment he ends up shouting and also ends up waking up after this little scare that just happened. Next, he starts to sweat cold and tries to look at what was happening. Guy next. All this, he ends up sleeping and thinks that this maybe was a dream again. These dreams were being repeated all the time in his head, but at this moment he ends up grabbing his necklace and almost forgets the important things he needed to do soon. Then he ends up leaving. He goes to the place where they sell flowers. So at this moment, he approaches there the woman who sells flowers. He asks for Miss Zhang to deliver him the usual bouquet. She gets surprised to see that he showed up again since he was always here buying the bouquets to deliver to his little sister who was in the hospital. Well, they had a small unfortunate attack. But there she thinks that our protagonist was a good brother only, that she starts to notice other things since he changed haircut. So he starts to chat a bit. Since when he would come here, a guy would appear in front of us out of nowhere and pulls him to his barber shop, and there he started to make some weird cuts, but here he would be able to choose already the bouquet of flowers that he wanted for himself. And so then after choosing for a little while his bouquet of flowers, he ends up following the path. But in the next moment he ends up seeing several trucks following the right path. Only that, while following the trucks, we observe there, the lady wondering why she was following towards the hospital, several police convoy trucks there. Not understanding why this. He then stops, but he understands that he was following towards the hospital where his sister was. He jumps, and with all the power, he follows a specific direction, passing between the buildings. He ends up arriving at the place where he so much wanted to arrive. The police below asked to increase security since it was dangerous to let any kind of civilian enter inside this portal, but from above he appears, and at this moment he doesn't understand why an abyss portal was doing here in the middle of the city, so he ends up landing on the ground. He follows towards the portal, but at this moment the guard there tries to ask him to step back a bit, since he was just an ordinary person, and ordinary people shouldn't be doing anything here. He asked him to leave here, but he understands a moment later there that he wasn't an ordinary person, because a light emanated from our hero. Then he just lets this hero pass by him. He follows towards the portal while behind, he just watched the boy entering there little by little in the portal. But still, another officer appears scolding that guard there who let our hero enter the portal. He asks to pull our protagonist away from there, but he asks not to worry. This is a guy who came along with other people, only that he was a bit different from the people they saw before there. So it shouldn't be a good idea to mess already with our protagonist, understanding. He said it was all right. So there. So then he entering, he asks for her to wait, because his brother appeared here, just to be going there to help her, inside this portal, and well, he will do everything to save his sister, who possibly is there inside the portal soon. Then our hero ends up entering that dimension. Upon entering this dimension, he ends up realizing that the portal ended up swallowing the hospital, transforming the place that was small into an extremely giant place. But now, looking closer, our protagonist can see cracks on the floor, which means that a type of squad of people has already come here and has already entered this place before him. But on the floor, there was an extremely expensive potion bottle, which meant that who was here inside was not a weak person or a strong person, but was a very rich person for being there inside. But he ends up picking up that bottle that was on the floor with that in hand. He asks that that bottle return to its previous form, that it return to the form that had a magical effect. Soon then the system appears commenting that the magic of the potion ended up returning, giving him 85% recovery of his MP, also giving recovery of his HP. But now looking at that bottle, he realizes that even alone he took control of the abyss. He realizes that the small zoo was in danger. So which means that he would be in danger too if they advanced. So before he can do anything, he needs to prepare as quickly as possible. So he ends up thinking about what he should do. Since looking ahead, he ends up finding many obstacles. Okay, not so many. Because in this place here, he only finds a totally giant abyss, but he uses one of his eyes there. The system gives some tips to our protagonist. He ends up kind of finding a point, but this point just ends up leading to a certain place. But, well, right, if he enters a totally wrong place, there is no way back. So he ends up noticing some marks on the floor. These marks were certainly from the hunters who entered here, which means that they entered there. So our MC, on the contrary, will enter through the other side of the door to be able to find certain people who were trapped inside this dimension. And so then opening a passage he enters. But entering, he is not so sure how long he will be taking to be able to find the certain things he is looking for here inside. But to do his research, he will be taking a long time to be able to explore these caves and these unknown places here. Well, and besides, our protagonist realizes that he needed to be as fast as possible since a person like a human certainly would not be able to survive for a long time in this abyss here. So he needed in every way to hurry as quickly as possible to save the person or someone who was trapped inside this dungeon. And also in this place here, we observe the carpet that indicates that this place has never been visited, even the way back, which was swallowed by darkness, creating a barrier that prevents it. And today, we are going to continue with our gravedigger, and if you don't want to become a client of our gravedigger, just leave a like, because our story continues with him there opening his system a key that he managed to get earlier. But this thing here he asks to opening on the map, but the system says that it was not possible to find a specific place that he needed to find. More, the system ends up saying there that it was not possible to find the room he was looking for. At the moment, he realizes that even then the system was not enough to find his way out, and so, right, old man, he realizes there that the best idea was to just make some cracks so that he could manage to escape or enter. But at this moment, looking at this thing in front of him that was an entrance, nothing suspicious, he wonders if entering here he would definitely and 100% fall into a trap. No. It wouldn't be a good idea to enter, right? Because if he entered, he would die anyway. But it was very quiet here and so on, right? Too much silence. The danger was more constant. And sure enough, because behind our Qing, the monster and the boss appears. Let this boss that just appeared already holds his strength in hand and with the goal of taking the title of Gravedigger from our protagonist. We observe him preparing to throw that scythe in his direction. However, his reflexes were on point because he managed to dodge that scythe. The scythe ends up stabbing with all its power into the ground after he dodged. He ends up giving a few pushes backward. Minutes later, he gives a push forward and crosses this boss with his dagger, cutting the thing in half. The system appears saying that it was still not enough because the little thing was managing to recover its life. Looking back, he now realizes that this monster was immune to physical attacks, so he didn't know what to do. The steps were touched on the ground, but the monster then throws in his direction a powerful H that makes him feel power. He covers his ears because we observed that the state of that was of death, so he should prepare. And if by chance he hadn't covered his ears before, he would certainly be already deaf, so he made a good idea covering it, but he underestimated the danger of the abyss. And the abyss now recognized him as a threat. But what he is facing at the moment is a monster of rules. And he remembered one thing, that he managed to find a creature like this here 3 years ago in the past. We observe him there fallen on the ground carrying some crystals to take outside. But it was at this moment that he ends up observing some mysterious things appearing behind those rocks. Well, those rocks end up becoming some sphinxes in the end. Smiling. He ends up thinking that it wasn't good, but priorities, he should be collecting those things he was aiming to take outside. He was a little scared, but it was just some statues. He goes back to doing what he was doing since he couldn't lose any of those crystals. But at this moment, as he was picking them up, those statues were getting closer and closer to him. He ends up feeling a pressure behind him, so he quickly turns around. Turning around, he sees the statues. At that moment, they smiled, but they emitted a smile similar to the other statues we saw once in a lifetime, right? But now that he turned around, he realized that these statues moved, because now, minutes ago, he discovered that these statues were on top of some piles of stones. However, another trainee of these statues, since these creatures are monsters, some monsters that if you take your eyes off, you die. But the trainee asks him to stop looking at him. He asks him to keep an eye on the statues, not on him. And after a while, he realized one of the things that in this abyss exists. Some certain rules, some certain logical rules that monsters of the highest level or of low level have to follow. These were the stone statues of sorrow in front of our hero, and they are rank S creatures. But generally, they do not attack people who have recent job changes. However, their rule is this: if you looked at this creature, you cannot take your eyes off it anymore, because if you do, these S-class monsters will certainly hunt you down for the rest of your life. So here, they needed to get out of this marble, But they cannot take their eyes off this monster, because if they do, they will be chased by it, and it will kill them. So he wonders what the intern is doing, asks him to follow only his tips because they might be able to get out, as they needed to look at these statues at the same time, and so it is said he follows there to the back, advancing while looking at the statues. They remained frozen there, but at that moment, we see them walking. But it was accidentally, right? Since he ends up stumbling over a box that was on the ground, and he falls, throwing everything into the air. The statues that were frozen start to move, but they move happily with their mouths open towards the two. The two, realizing they would die if they stayed there, quickly get up. But the intern ends up noticing that in front of him there was a lever. He quickly runs towards it and grabs and pulls it down with all his strength. The statue's arm was almost grabbing him, but it broke in half because that door goes through that thing there. So at this moment, he ends up on the ground falling. He was quite exhausted from trying to run from such a dangerous statue. But now he looks at our hero and realizes that he was quite lucky to have managed to escape those statues, since interns and people like them never managed to escape from monsters like these. But although they are just some trash pickers or moths inside these raids, they end up gaining quite a bit of experience. This was good, so back to the present, he comments that even though they are a type of laborer, they should not be judged so quickly. So he imbues his hand with a type of magic. His magic here would possibly be enough to defeat this monster, since its weakness could possibly be that. So with that, he shouts his skill to be activated, a big explosion of flames. But at the moment he was going to do this, he notices something strange happening. His hand turned green, and he doesn't understand what it is. However, those flames got hot in his hand. He was quite sad to see that he was not using this skill at its maximum level, and was also quite embarrassed to see that his only magic attack was fire dominance. But now it was too late. The monster was already behind him. He couldn't do anything. What he thought was then, he widened his eyes. In front of him appeared the wolf card he had collected before. At this moment, he uses that card to advance a little backward. The boss simply passes by him, using its strength at this moment. So, wiping the blood from his mouth, he starts thinking of a good strategy to win, since his winning strategy was to play against the system. The system was there fighting to help this boss, and besides that, he needed to advance as quickly as possible to the next floors. He couldn't stay here wasting time with this annoying boss, but while thinking about this, the boss attacks him, but he quickly uses the wolf card, jumping up. He saved himself for a few minutes, but the boss quickly runs toward him. He almost gets caught, but he pulls out his dagger and quickly defends against its attack. Now that he managed to defend against the first attack, he widens his eyes, seeing that here he can be defending against the boss's attacks. He then has a chance to easily defeat him. After a good amount of research here, he finally understood the rules and mechanism of this boss. This creature here ends up kind of just attacking other things. It's only when someone uses something like magic or moves back and forth that the boss will definitely attack you with everything. But the main problem now is the strength. The strength there doesn't even fit into these crazy rules of this weird dungeon system. But still, he has a chance to defeat him. So, after receiving the attack from that foe, he turns in its direction, and, getting closer with his daggers, he makes some cuts. The cuts worked, since now what will work on this monster are some physical attacks. Soon his theory is confirmed as the monster attacking him gets immobilized. The monster could no longer do anything here since, at that moment, we observed that the monster was evaporated by him. He remains still on the ground, just watching the monster disappear. But out of nowhere, something appears. The main monster from within a portal. Now that this second form appeared before him, he wonders if this thing is its real body, or if what just appeared was a second clone or a mutation of it. But this thing intrigued him. He wanted to discover more about this boss. Then, the boss starts emanating a gigantic aura, engulfing our hero into its dimension. But after that scream affected his hearing, he realizes that his vision was also slightly affected. He couldn't see much, so he thinks he should deactivate the blood clone. But this would only vary his health, and besides, He needed mana since reusing that clone costs a lot of mana. While he was thinking about his strategies to defeat the boss ended up attacking, launching 2 cuts in his direction, and Qing ended up getting hit directly. But he couldn't just react to it. He would have to avoid as many blows as possible. In fact, he had already found an assassin that couldn't be defeated by its attributes. So possibly he could defeat this thing in front of him. To end the fight once and for all, he activates that card from the plant board. That card allows him to regenerate completely. Now his deafness returns to normal, and the healing light falls over Qing. At this moment, he needed to recover his health so he wouldn't die in a single blow from that boss. But at that moment, a light appears. The healing light, and this was enough to make the boss shiver with fear. He was surprised to see that the boss only trembled with fear from just a small light. Then, discovering that perhaps the weak point of this boss is the light, he now has a chance to defeat it. He puts a flame in his hand. The boss and he end up smirking. At this moment, the flame in his hand keeps growing more and more. But then he spreads the flames from his hand all over his body, and the fire increases more and more. But the fire was burning him completely. However, he needed to endure all this since things were finally getting interesting, and he couldn't lose this opportunity. But the fire was burning him a lot, so he needed to end the fight as quickly as possible. At that moment, he runs with all the power in his legs towards the boss. But the boss also runs in another direction to stay away from Qing. But in reality, the demon spirit fears the flames, or because the flames there are a force of life that in the end was just an innocent soul that died in the fire. However, the element of fire was a curse. If he did not, he could be passing the ball from close range. He needed to seize this opportunity. He needed to pass the hot ball to the next player since it was getting quite hot. At this point, he used a card, but this card was from the wolf that gives a boost to our Y-King. So with that, he used that skill, allowing him to reach the boss. He was a fireball, and the fireball needed to stop for the next. However, the next was the boss. He either grabbed it with all his strength or didn't let it go. He shouted for this boss to die once and for all so he could take its attributes. So at this point, he shouted for it to explode, and it exploded, completely blowing up the boss in that place. After the explosion, we saw the boss being roasted in another place. We saw Y-King falling to the ground. At this moment, the system appeared commenting that Y-King had finally managed to defeat a higher-level demonic demon. However, he had only defeated one of them, but he needed to defeat 10 of them. So the system appeared commenting that at this moment, Yek was at risk of dying and could not use any skills or weapons. But this was the price of victory. To regenerate that thing that was his hand, he would be waiting for a while since that regeneration sobriety needed a few minutes waiting for it to be reactivated. But he got up quickly and tried to put out the fire of the boss because he needed the remains of the boss so that our devouring system could collect it and give him the boss's skill. So quickly, he ended up collecting those remains. This thing pulled those things into his system at that moment. So he ended up getting an artifact, a super helper. But this thing was a demonic spirit that he could summon. Summoning it could start a harvest of forces that would deal 5 times more damage to opponents. But if the harvest was defeated, it would return to the host's soul and additionally recover 5% of the life. That was not all, since this thing also gave our hero another skill. This was the only hop where you could be immune to any physical attack or any type of obstacle that appeared. If the attack did not cause death, the user would receive the same amount of damage as the spirit had received. And to avoid selling these things, it also prevented him from selling them since it would bind him to his soul. But this was the first time he received a different card, since it was the first time he received a card linked to his soul. The collection blade is something that can collect the souls of monsters fallen on the ground, so it can recover the main host's mana. Moreover, this thing can use any type of soldier on the ground to increase its strength and deal much more damage than initially. But the skill was good, though the cost of the artifact was that if the attack was not to kill the target, he would receive the same damage that was dealt. However, if he missed the attack, he would certainly die. Additionally, the door in front of him was turned off, allowing him to advance to the next thing in front of him. What it would be, we do not know, but before he could advance, he was already recovering his sister from that monster. He activated his regeneration, fully recovering his body. Now the clothes were recovered, and he asked Shozu to stay calm since his sister was going to be recovered, while Qing was more than ready to advance in a direction where he would possibly find his sister in a not-so-good condition. We then observe a somewhat different scene. We saw that other people were also captured by these bosses that appeared suddenly in the hospital. However, those guys were basically being stocked there as if they were food while that creature was cracking others. We saw a teddy bear behind, but this teddy bear belonged to someone. Meanwhile, a bucket was thrown with things that I will not summarize. We observed a mysterious shadow there. Well, we observe a mysterious shadow over there in the background. This mysterious shadow was Zawu, the sister of our hero, but at this moment she was holding the bottle. However, now that Shizu held this bottle, she thinks of a strategy. And after the strategy is well executed, it ends up attracting the attention of this ugly orc here, who ends up laughing in the direction of the noise that just fell back there a little while ago. She, from behind, observes the dumb creature following the noise she made just now. Meanwhile, she simply jumps over some sacks that were lying around. She needed to get closer to some certain things. At this moment, she ends up falling, but she fell in the direction where the thing she was looking for was. But while she was thinking of doing this, she ends up putting her hand on her head because she accidentally hit her head hard on the ground there. However, now she got what she wanted. That thing she wanted was her teddy bear Shozu. So she quickly looks in its direction, and now she intends to pick up her little brother. Moreover, no one would be bullying him. But as she extends her hand to grab that teddy bear, we observe a foot of the monster that, in the end, stepped on Xiaozu's teddy bear. From there on, we observe the monster now face-to-face with her, having a somewhat surprising encounter with ex-Shozu. At this moment, the monster then begins to growl loudly in the direction of Shozu. Our story will soon continue after that girl trips and falls to the ground. Well, she can't walk, but we then observe the monster attacking him. The monster raises the stained one while she begs for her big brother to appear and save her. But it was already too late because we see the monster attacking him. However, just as it was about to grab her, we see a sword piercing through the creature. The creature is cut in half, and the girl is slightly startled by that brutal scene from a moment ago. Raiming is a rather powerful knight who then notices a girl lying on the ground. The girl is happy to see that a hunter was in front of her, but the hunter quickly ignores her. Yet, as he advances, the girl asks him to help her get out of that place, as she is also looking for her brother. The knight ends up stopping and asks her to hide since the monsters have been defeated, and if she really wants to follow him, it's likely that she will die, as she needs to stay alive until our protagonist appears. She needed to see Ye Qing because it was a promise, so we go back 7 years, where our hero discovers that she can no longer walk. It was also a miracle that her body could still keep her standing. He understands that perhaps from now on, she won't be able to stand as she used to because the doctor also comments that the damage was basically to the spine, which is almost irreversible. A cure for that, however, was theoretically possible. What that means is that there is a cure, not theoretically, you can cure her, not with the science they have, but in the abyss, since by chance the disease that caused his sister's leg paralysis was basically caused by the monster. So the answer lies in the abyss, which could mean that he might be able to cure her, or maybe not. The abyss might hold the cure for Ye Qing's sister's disease, and he wonders if he has the ability to enter it. The doctor says that those who can enter it are people who manage to change jobs. If by any chance he can't change his ego, he would just be an idiot inside the abyss who would easily die to any monster in there. But the doctor said not to worry too much about those things, as they were impossible to happen. It was better to worry about the medical expenses, which would be quite expensive. Our hero clearly understands what needs to be done, so he agrees and says goodbye to the doctor. The doctor also asks him to pay everything on time. While walking around, others say that maybe they were talking about him, but well, he was the guy who basically had a sister with a rather rare disease. On top of that, we also discovered that their parents died, but this wasn't something to feel sad about. He then smiles and enters the room where his sister is. Exu asks our hero where he was, and he responds that he was there talking to the doctors. But before he can leave, he asks her to stay calm because the cure she needs, he will find it. But he will find it inside the abyss. The abyss may be a dangerous place, but for him, it may not be so dangerous since in there, he might get everything he desires. Well, since our protagonist isn't that foolish, he will be following the others, which means he will have an extra shield. So he is already leaving, but before he goes, he kind of turns back and ends up handing his sister a gift. It was that bear she dropped before, so she could use that bear to protect herself when in danger. Moreover, she asks him not to die because he is the only one left in the family. Anyway, he will be able to find a cure for his sister, even if he enters a dangerous place. She asks one thing of him, that he promises her that he will basically come back safe, come back alive, and so he promises his sister that she won't be getting into trouble, and also if by chance she stays inside this abyss, for sure her brother will be coming in here as well. She doesn't want her brother to enter the abyss to die. All right. Since she's being so stubborn, he will do what she asked, helping her get out. But if by chance something happens to her, he doesn't ask her to blame him for what happened to her. And also, after placing her in the wheelchair, he says that if a monster shows up, it's him against the monster, and he doesn't care. He's going to follow his plans, which was just to do something there that needed to be done. So then he introduces himself again. He was rooming somewhere else. Then we observe our hero who was walking more than just fine, but while walking, he kept those doubts in his mind. If he used those potions he creates on his sister, would it cure her? But he also discovered other things. Things that are created inside the dangos by him can't heal a body that is beyond the abyss. So if you enter the abyss with a burn on your face or somewhere, you can't use potions to heal. If by chance this rule wasn't working, for sure he would have already found a cure for his sister so as not to close the zoo. So here, moving forward, he discovers that something was happening ahead. He finds several soldiers all defeated, and he discovers that a monstrous fight took place here against some strong person and against these guards. But looking to one side and the other, he realizes he didn't find a single survivor. Perhaps someone managed to escape. But looking in another direction, he finds something that leaves him quite surprised. Here he finds a boss that was split in half. Looking through the system's eye, he discovers that no magic was used here. He is surprised to see that the one who defeated this monster here only used brute force because we observe in the background that there were only people who were caught inside that hospital. But now that he saw the difference in power, he realizes that this guy was on a totally different level than he was, something that leaves Qing here quite excited at the moment. But while he was basically more than excited there by the encounter with this hunter to see his strength, the scene is cut again to that hunter and our hero's sister, who, while walking, we observe him stopping out of nowhere. Lights appear in the background, but quickly that light flies towards him, hitting him squarely, leaving our hero's sister totally in distress. She screamed in fear, thinking the hunter ended up dying, but no, the hunter just started cracking as if he were a stone. Some sort of rock cracking. She just asks him if everything was hurting, but then he turns to her and asks her to hide because in front, some bosses appeared, like a monster from 4 years ago, also one there with a very high class that, well, wouldn't be weak. One of the companions, possibly of this guy here, was in the hands of that boss, so now that was in the boss's hand, the boss simply moves his hand to the side, tearing off the beast's coconut while it was being destroyed. We observe in the background the silhouettes of some people advancing a bit. We find there a knight who was just watching the fight from another place. We just observe a guy who was neither rich nor strong. This guy, instead of praising the guy there who sacrificed himself, simply goes down on him, saying they were idiots. He pays a high amount of money to these guys, and they were afraid of these monsters. The guy keeps complaining, saying he paid more than double for them. They are basically something that spent almost all the money to be there, so they couldn't complain. They are criminals. Moreover, they are in a pretty good state, which means they aren't in life. They are guys who take on missions that don't have much chance of survival, so they charge double the original price to do difficult missions, impossible missions. 100,000 points. This is the credit points he is giving to someone who kills the Overlord. No, 100,000 points is too little. He will give 200,000 points to whoever kills the Overlord first, leaving the hunters surprised and happy with all this money. And soon the hunters receiving this order were to be on alert. But the guy back there says that even if they don't manage to kill him, they will be earning 50,000 credits. That was enough already. But saying there that he will pay 200,000 points to the first one who kills this Overlord, they all go to above. But the Overlord, who then observes these hunters approaching, already activates a skill of his. His skill allows the zombies below to become much stronger, but 250,000 was the thing that came to the minds of the hunters who attacked these mummies. Anyway, they attacked in pairs, alone, but nothing they did mattered, because with just a small roar from this giant mummy, it caused two hunters who tried their luck to be torn in half with its claw. However, that hunter from before, who was a bit hesitant, afraid of fighting against this mummy, gets the courage to attack the mummy. But the mummy prepares itself to defend. It prepares a punch and lashes out with all the power it has in its hand at our hunter's face, which causes the hunter to be thrown a bit far away. But the mummy stops and starts preparing again. But at this moment, we observe that billionaire who was nearby, shouting for them to help and save him from there, because this monster was in front of him and was already preparing to attack him too. He asks them to remember that he paid for their lives, so he didn't care if someone else died in his place. At this moment, that hunter who got punched in the face ends up gaining motivation, and then he goes after the mummy that was basically focused on that billionaire. With his sword in hand, he takes it and throws it in its direction, which ends up hitting its midsection, and the cut he just made on this mummy was already enough for him to kill the creature. The drop then falls. At that moment, a chest falls to the ground. Something comes out from the top, but that billionaire pushes the hunter aside and says for him to get out of there since the chest was his. The other thing, he could take it. Moreover, he said that the payment would now be double. He said that he was practically a dead man anyway, and why he wanted money. He then finishes opening the chest, saying that with this chest, it was very likely he would be the richest man in the world. At this moment, he opens the chest, and a light comes out from inside the chest, leaving him wide-eyed, but at this moment, he puts his hand inside the chest and sees that the chest was empty. Where's the thing he wanted? Besides, he put in a lot of effort to get here, but suddenly he starts to feel something. He couldn't breathe. The hunter in the background thought he was acting strangely to avoid paying his debt, and here we find out that it was a sand curse, and he discovers that the thing he just opened was a cursed chest. And from afar, he realizes he was hit. It was the Jewel of Keda, which could be used by him or not. But it all depends on him. Also, this thing was an immortal crystal, an artifact that transforms him into an immortal creature. However, he is warned that if he uses it, he will be losing some emotions. But in return, he gains immortality. And now he has become something that cannot die. Our hero's sister wonders if he really is sand or something like that, and also what kind of curse he was caught in. But he ignores her. She then called his attention and wonders why he was ignoring her all this time. Meanwhile, while she was talking about it, the scene is cut to another place, where a war was happening between some blue monsters and a single man, and Qing was the only guy fighting against these monsters, but quickly, he was cutting down each one of them with just one strike. Before, he randomly allocated points into his stats, which means he was basically weaker than he should have been stronger. But before he can enter the next room, he'll have to be careful, because he still doesn't know what information his system has, and moreover, he doesn't know that much about the next room's information, since he hasn't placed the points perfectly in his stats, which won't allow him to be as strong as he should be. But for now, he was strong, because these blue monsters were trying their luck, but each of them ended up falling to Ye Qing's blade. At this moment, he saw that he also needed to finish these creatures as quickly as possible. They kept attacking but never stopped. However, while he was thinking about ending the game, he receives a message from the system saying that his mana was at 5%. He was running out, and he couldn't do more than nothing from now on, right? He knew he couldn't be using so much mana, but even so, he should finish this fight as quickly as possible because these blue monsters were basically causing him problems. So now he will be going out with pure punches. Besides, he needs to boost his stats later because fighting hand-to-hand against the monster will be difficult here. But even so, he defeats any monster with just one blow. But even though he goes through several rooms, this never ends. His mana was already at its maximum and was running out, and his fatigue was also at its peak. He might not be able to go through many raids alone, and he also couldn't use his potions, because at this moment he realizes that he might be using those potions at other times. So, he runs again towards these blue monsters, and with his bare hand, he punches the monsters' faces, quickly destroying them. Some are super resilient, but even so he finishes them off, ripping off their heads. After he finished these monsters, he lands on the ground. After landing on the ground, he then uses one of his artifacts. This was the Reaper's card. This was an ability that causes a lot of collateral damage, one of the main reasons why our Ye Qing doesn't use this little thing by his side to fight monsters. Because we soon discover that this monster here was so powerful with just one hit, it manages to go through these blue monsters. The skeleton attacked any monster, and any monster caught by it was quickly destroyed. But also, the good thing about this little thing of his is that it also manages to heal the host. In short, it manages to recover his fatigue, his mana to the maximum in total. We see below that he was full. So that was the reason he hadn't used those potions he saved there yet. But at this moment, we observe that Ye Qing found something on the ground much better. He stepped on something and he sees glasses. He wonders whose they are. Then he turns to the side where he finds a guy inside the barrel. He asks this guy to come out. Otherwise, well, he asks him to stop too because he was going to come out. He was a human. Besides, he was looking for his glasses. He wonders if he saw them. He saw and then handed over the glasses he lost to this stranger. And here we are introduced to this guy. He was Ye Qing-san, one of the doctors who ended up being sent to this dungeon before. He was in his room, but out of nowhere, he appeared inside this dungeon. And also, he was so scared of encountering a monster that out of nowhere he decided to hide until someone found him to help him get out of this dungeon. However, we discover there that he was just another survivor. And then he comments that maybe there were still more people, like people with disabilities, missing limbs, or something like that. Our hero approaches and asks himself why he stayed hidden. The doctor said that he was a doctor, not a professional who fought against monsters. It was quite likely that if he encountered a monster, he would die. And it was also obvious that if he had power, he would fight the monster, and he wouldn't stay hidden inside a chest here. So, he wonders if he came to save him. Lionheart, most likely, it was that organization that sent him here to help him get out of this place. He is happy. Well, helping him get out of here, he no longer cares about what will happen here. He wonders about Lionheart. He recognizes it. This was what our song 1010 found there before. He found it on the ground. He said he remembers that this was a symbol of a very powerful guild in the world. But looking closer at this thing, he realizes that to enter this guild, one had to be very strong. Only the strongest entered this guild. But as he continues ahead, the doctor calls him, wondering if he would be following this path. And he also asks why he would follow that path ahead. Then the doctor says for him not to waste his time because ahead, it was quite likely he'd only find people who were poor and also people who would be saved, and they would basically give everything they had, but they had almost nothing. But our Prag interrupts. He says no, he wouldn't save almost anyone, but quite likely, yes, he would. But his main objective was to save his sister, who was at the end of this dungeon. Saving his sister, well, that wasn't something he'd hear anytime soon. He realizes that he didn't come to save him, and he wonders who this guy was. He reveals that he was a trash picker, and furthermore, even if he was a strong trash picker, he wouldn't save trash like him. So he advances to look for his sister, now that he said he would search and would find her no matter what. He would now be moving forward more than ever, but his goal was still to find her, though to continue, to be able to find her up ahead. Continuing the story from the last chapter, our hero approaches and asks himself why he stayed hidden. The doctor said that he was a doctor, not a professional who fought against monsters. It was quite likely that if he encountered a monster, he would die. And it was also obvious that if he had power, he would fight the monster, and he wouldn't stay hidden inside a chest here. So, he wonders if he came to save him. Lionheart, most likely, it was that organization that sent him here to help him get out of this place. He is happy. Well, helping him get out of here, he no longer cares about what will happen here. He wonders about Lionheart. He recognizes it. This was what our song 1010 found there before. He found it on the ground. He said he remembers that this was a symbol of a very powerful guild in the world. But looking closer at this thing, he realizes that to enter this guild, one had to be very strong. Only the strongest entered this guild. But as he continues ahead, the doctor calls him, wondering if he would be following this path. And he also asks why he would follow that path ahead. Then the doctor says for him not to waste his time, because ahead, it was quite likely he'd only find people who were poor and also people who would be saved, and they would basically give everything they had, but they had almost nothing. But our Prag interrupts. He says no, he wouldn't save almost anyone, but quite likely, yes, he would. But his main objective was to save his sister, who was at the end of this dungeon. Saving his sister, well, that wasn't something he'd hear anytime soon. He realizes that he didn't come to save him, and he wonders who this guy was. He reveals that he was a trash picker, and furthermore, even if he was a strong trash picker, he wouldn't save trash like him. So he advances to look for his sister, now that he said he would search and would find her no matter what. He would now be moving forward more than ever, but his goal was still to find her, though to continue, to be able to find her up ahead. Our story today will continue with Yi Qing completely ignoring the doctor he had found, and at this moment, Yi Qing was already approaching a portal that was in front of him. However, the doctor, who had been there for quite some time, had already figured out a few things. If by chance Yi Qing proceeded through that place, he wouldn't get anywhere, since it would only lead him deeper into a labyrinth, and it's quite likely that if he kept going, he'd find a branching path. This means he would get completely lost. But since the doctor had been there for a while, he could guide Yi Qing to his sister, and then Yi Qing could help the doctor get out. That would be a fair trade, unless, of course, he didn't care and wasn't willing to guide Yi Qing to where his sister was. Still, Yi Qing completely ignored this guy. But since the doctor wasn't answered, he took that as a yes. So he started guiding Yi Qing to the place where he could get close to his sister. At that moment, the two entered the portal in front of them after the doctor fully entered it, with Yi Qing following right behind. Once Yi Qing entered after the doctor began asking him a few things. The first question was which castle group he belonged to, but Yi Qing curtly replied that he wasn't affiliated with any castle group, independent of which. This was quite crazy, given that in this world you needed to be strong, and working alone was good, but becoming a hunter solo was quite difficult. After all, by becoming a hunter, it's likely that powerful groups would hunt you down to bring you into a team. One of these teams could be the Lionheart House or Cloud Peak. These are the groups that pay extremely high salaries for professional hunters to join their team. But who knows? After leaving this dungeon, the doctor might introduce Yi Qing to a strong group that would offer him good rewards. However, our hero was already getting irritated with this guy. He said he came here only to hunt for his sister. It was noble, but he didn't want to know anything else. The only thing he wanted to find at the moment was our Zia. If by chance the doctor wanted to stay in a group, it would be better for him to stay quiet. But Zia, when he mentioned her name, the doctor began sweating, cold sweat. Here, we get some memories of this guy. Someone had shown him a poster of two people who could be part of some very dangerous experiments. But according to the record, both individuals were minors. But this guy told himself not to worry too much, since the families of these two children didn't have the financial means to fight back. One of them is our Zia, who only has her brother. Her brother is just an ordinary guy who works as a garbage collector in the abysses. He works day and night to earn even a little money to pay for his sister's treatment. But who knows? He might die in those dungeons. And the other one, the other poster, was our Lixu. Her father had been released from prison recently and hadn't been able to find a job. Paying the bills wouldn't be possible. But even though they lived such miserable lives, how could he convince their families to agree to these bizarre ideas? What kind of persuasion would that be? He could tell them that they couldn't refuse this proposal, since if they did, it's likely that the girl would become a burden to her family. And he already had an idea of how to say it. Her father didn't have a job, supporting her treatment would be difficult, and even though her father hadn't visited her in quite some time, it would basically... The reason is that he already considered her a burden to his family. And as for her, he basically thinks about how his brother would risk his life every day there, life in the dungeon, to get money to make her treatments progress, since his greatest wish was for him to be safe. She could be accepting a proposal without refusing. She accepts it, but what was the proposal? It was a proposal where she would be thrown into a cauldron, basically about that, where she would undergo a special treatment. In the end, she could perhaps turn into a monster, or maybe be cured of this disease she has. So, the two, hearing this, and seeing that they could basically be getting the cure so she wouldn't become a burden and a weight to the family, both end up proposing themselves as a test subject. One of them says she just wants to be able to walk again so she can become a very powerful person in the future, so she won't become a burden to her brother. The other just says the same thing. She didn't want to be a burden to her father. The arrogant weirdo here says they are good kids, and all that was necessary was just to sign a paper. So, after signing, the scene cuts to them inside a cauldron. They were inside, and the experiments were starting. The scientist next to our hero, these societal trash may have small values, maybe some values that could benefit the upper echelon in the future. And he even says, "You did well, huh? Managing to convince these two to become test subjects." But nothing different could happen in here, because the only thing he hopes for the most is that the two could possibly break their power limiter, and with that, they would both be able to evolve a little more, gaining more power for themselves. However, he would be able to take a small percentage of their cells, and with that, he could sell it for hundreds or even billions of years to other people so that others in the future could become stronger. That was already part of his contribution to society. And from another place, then, we see a scientist with a vial of something different in hand. This thing was something that could make his test start. He takes it and places it in a bag of blood that was there, where his test begins to evolve by itself. At that moment, when that thing was injected into that blood bag, the thing starts to stick to the girl, and she begins to transform. At that moment, she screams in pain. At that moment, the guy who was near our hero before wonders what could have gone wrong there. Then another scientist in the background says that the abyssal cells are rejecting her, which means that the system couldn't even find a drop of power inside her. And from all that, they discovered that the injection of the abyssal stem cells failed in her. She transforms into something completely horrific, and it's very likely that the girl didn't survive for long there. But the guy who was near our hero tells them not to worry too much. She might have died, but he doesn't care much about her, since that girl could be easily discarded, because there is still another person who could be used as a background for his test. But at that moment, that scientist says someone was making noise outside. She points at a monitor and says that guy came to this place to say something. This was the prisoner who had been arrested before, but he was also the father of the girl who was turned into that horrific thing inside. But the scientist next to our hero says to bring that guy in so he can firsthand see the experiment that happened with her. So he goes there and calls him in. He then obeys the orders and wonders if the experiment went perfectly well. At that moment, the scientist next to our hero kind of introduces himself, saying that in front of him was his daughter, the daughter who was participating in those bizarre experiments. He still hasn't seen how she turned out. He then presents her here to him. He is left without a reaction at that moment and says that some errors occurred, right, old man? But this unfortunately happens in the world of science, but yeah, they might be recovering. Maybe they have another guinea pig still at hand. Well, at this moment he attacks this guy, saying he was trash, a burden to humanity for what he did to his daughter, and that basically destroyed everything he thought about life. Now he prefers to destroy everything, but the most ignorant scientist in the world stands up and says that a guy who was useless wonders why they couldn't be using part of what came from him to help society evolve. Besides, the experiment was going almost well, and the debt he was reviewing for the hospital was basically paid off. Moreover, they would be giving him some extra money. He said he didn't want that because for him, money doesn't buy the happiness he had there beside his daughter. At that moment, he comments that this guy was a murderer, that he didn't just want money, he wanted his daughter back since this was an experiment happening. Only a doctor could be here. He asks the guards to remove this guy, soon being taken away by other guards. He asks him to stop doing this and bring his daughter back to the world, or he would be doing the same thing he did to his daughter. But well, ignoring everything that had already happened, he wonders what was happening with the sister of our hero. He wonders if everything was going well, and also if something went wrong with the sister of our hero. They wouldn't need to worry because he was just a level 1 garbage collector. But now everything returns to normal. But as things return to normal, he wonders if he knows his sister by any chance, knowing that if he revealed anything, he would die for sure. He lies, saying that maybe she is in the infirmary next door. But that guy from earlier says that the sister of our hero was just a garbage collector. He wonders what happened, why this guy here is so strong. But he thinks it was just an illusion, and he even thinks it was an illusion. But if all of this is real, he's totally screwed. Because the girl who is considered the sister of our hero was the one he pushed earlier into the pile of monsters, which allowed him to escape alone, and so they follow the path in silence. But Qing, ahead, wonders if he by any chance forgot the route, but scared. Knowing he can't reveal what happened to his sister, he makes up a new excuse that he was quite worried about his sister since if she got hurt, or if a monster appeared, she could receive a big wound, and if by chance that really happened, it would be better for him to run away. Well, if she died, he would definitely not get out of this game alive. He even starts crying with sadness, right? But what if our Qing finds out that his sister died? He could completely blame the Abyss monsters, and maybe with all of this, he could manage to escape or not even be checked out of this game. While he was thinking of strategies to get rid of our Qing, Qing starts looking intently in one direction ahead, which was a gate. After looking in that direction for a while, he notices something strange is going to happen to them. At that moment, he grabs that scientist who was guiding our Qing. After grabbing him by his collar, he pulls him back, but the moment he does that, a sword passes through. It was definitely going to hit him. At that moment, he saved his life. After the sword passed through, he realizes that this time it wasn't a demonic hour. So who could it be? Even the scientist wonders who it could be. And at that moment, that hunter appears. The one who was beside the sister of our Qing. He apologizes for realizing that he attacked people. He thought these people, I don't know, were wild monsters. But at that moment, he discovers that Director Song was around here, but well, he had received the commission from that billionaire from before, and here his objective was to rescue him. And well, we find out that our scientist was locked up for sure. He wonders if this guy really came here to help him, but I think because he almost tried to cut him in half. Qing is also surprised to see that people who always resolve to protect someone also decide to split the person they decided to protect in half. So yeah, I think he should have guessed that the enormous sword that had just passed in front of him was something similar to what he had seen before, like those cuts left behind. Most likely it was him. But since he had already, having reached the end of this dungeon with absolute certainty, Qing realizes that this guy was extremely powerful. At this moment, the hunter approaches our Qing and introduces himself as Ming. He was a mercenary who was paid in 2 installments. Although, right, Some people from his team died inside the dungeon. Nothing changed at all. He would still have to receive double the money promised to these mercenary, double-paid mercenary. He had seen these guys before. These are the maniacs who travel through the abyss, risking their own lives for rewards greater than they imagined, and in the end, they might even receive rewards from their own team. So, right, our Sung here ends up asking Ming if he saw her, if he rescued her. He asks to be taken out of there immediately. But at this moment, our Qing grabs this guy by the collar again and tells him to wait since this guy had no intention of saving anyone here. That sword from before, which was thrown at him, was basically intended to kill anyone. Moreover, he had no intention of basically interrupting his mission, which was to guide Sung out of there. But he had a primary mission, which was to rescue his sister. So, he asks the hunter here if he happened to see his sister in the middle of this room. It's quite likely he managed to find a girl back there. At this moment, Qing asks him where this girl was. Sung, behind him, prays with all his life that this girl is alive. Otherwise, Sung will surely die along with these guys here. Then, at this moment, he throws something into Qing's hand. It was her favorite teddy bear. Well, he wonders where he found this teddy bear. At this moment, our Ming stands still and says that, well, she was adorable. But unfortunately, he couldn't. At this moment, Qing interrupts this guy, asking what really happened to her. Sung once again starts crying and says that now he's totally screwed, but maybe he's safe. Maybe in our Ming's hands. But Ming makes the situation worse. He says that, well, he was basically helping her out, but if a monster appeared, he wouldn't be doing anything, and that's what happened, right? Since he said he didn't care if she lived or died at that moment. But at this moment, Qing begins to tremble with rage, but he also said he would deliver to her brother, who is her brother, her last words. Her last words were simple. She hopes to see her brother in front of the hospital. Well, she wants to see her brother not enter any more dungeons because it's quite likely he will get seriously injured, something she doesn't want. She just wants to see him again in a totally safe state. Risking his life was something she least wanted, and Qing, completely in shock, gets furious with this guy's life now, staring intently at Ming. He jumps in his direction, asking why he stood still, why he didn't help his sister get out of that dungeon with him. He said the mercenary's duty was the commission he was paid, and he didn't care about anything else since he also had a curse. Anyone who stayed by his side always died. And he even told her that. She didn't even want to retreat. She insisted on staying with him at that moment, and in a way, it was her fault. He grabs his big sword and almost pierces our hero, but Qing jumps up and wonders where his sister was. As he approaches Ming, he ends up saying that he could tell the direction of his sister, but Qing would have to hand over Sung to him if he wanted to find his sister. So, right? If by chance he said no, only that Sung had a deal. He wanted to agree, he wanted to follow this Qing, but his deal wasn't even feasible to follow. No, the one in charge here was Qing. So, since he refused, he would show no mercy to anyone, nor would he show his real power. For even though his former companions managed to die, he managed to fight alongside them. But still, he managed to defeat monsters he never even dreamed of defeating. But Ming interrupts his speech and says, right, he doesn't have time for this. He grabs his sword and knocks down his big sword. At this moment, he wonders what kind of weapon he was using now. Now without a weapon, what could he do against our Qing? At this moment, he approaches with a punch near our mowing. But right now he stops with that, because knowing that a punch would not be enough to kill this mowing here, then he grabs his dagger, but quickly that hunter stops the punch of our hero. And also his dagger, because he had used a lot of mana for a long time out there, he kind of ended up not being able to use his mana anymore. The sword ends up disappearing at that moment. Then Ming with a headbutt on the head of our hero, which makes him be thrown back a bit. For a long time, he thought that his big sword method there was his main attack. But then he realizes that he was quite skilled with his own hands, and he was right. Fighting like a swordsman was basically a branch that he does when someone pays him for it. But even though he is not with any sword, he manages to do pretty well in a fight without a sword. But there is one thing, is that he managed to put a lot of attributes. There are some specific things there that make him quite strong. and besides that he wasn't using his full strength before. And now that he unbands his sword, he can't block or stop any attack that he will make in his direction, so he activates the first skill, the devastating slash. This devastating slash would be something that would cut anything in front. But meanwhile, Yi Qing notices a weakness in this guy. He was slow. The sword there makes him a little slow, which will allow him to use a specific solar skill that will manage to immobilize him for a while, which means that his skill won't be used. And if really, we'll find out if Yi Qing is really going to stop in the dry hand that big sword of our Ming. And our story today continues with him managing to avoid all of Yi Qing's blows. His movements are completely unbalanced. He realizes that this guy was totally different from Zhou. He was much stronger. But to end the fight as quickly as possible, he pulls out some of those cards of his, and from those cards, there were some monsters. But as soon as he finishes pulling out those cards, the monsters appear from inside his portal. When they appear, he finds this incredible, seeing that he has the ability to summon monsters. But these mutant spiders end up throwing webs in his direction, and the hunter ends up being immobilized. He couldn't do anything anymore until he decides to grab that sword of his. With one movement, he completely destroys even the webs made by them. As soon as he does this, he jumps towards those mutant spiders. He wonders if our hero will only be using those weak little webs, and if that's all he's going to use to stop him, he'll have to make it a great day, a dream. So he advances towards those mutant spiders, falling, and he quickly ends up destroying those mutant spiders with a single blow. After he destroys the spiders, we observe from behind our hero appearing. As he kept appearing, he watches him underestimating our hero, thinking that our hero was just a low-rank summoner. But at this moment, after appearing behind him, he ends up realizing our hero. So he turns around, but our Yi Qing then uses one of his abilities. However, he quickly draws his great sword that swiftly defends against that blow. And now that he defended Yi Qing's strike, he realizes that if it weren't for this sword having a greater weight than normal, he would definitely have already been defeated by this Yi Qing here. And besides, he had already accumulated quite a few points that he would most certainly use to his advantage. But it was also as expected. He wasn't like those incompetent zero-level employees. Looking ahead now, we see that Yi Qing didn't come here to play with the hunter, since his strength was also far beyond what he was thinking. But Wei Ming also had something that surprised our protagonist. His combat skills were very good, and he was proud of that. So he will have to finish him off as soon as possible. But before he can do that, he will ask one last question. Where was his sister? So, to understand where she was, we need to go back a little bit. We observe her asking this uncle if he was stronger than her brother. Okay, he was strong, but maybe not as strong as her brother. He, who ended up defeating one of the monsters, turns to our white-haired girl. She continues to say that he could train for many years and still would never come close to Yi Qing. But strong, he doesn't think so much about that, since he was just a scavenger, and scavengers are zero level, which means he would be strong enough with just one blow to send our hero flying. She, now completely refuted by this Ying, we see her asking him to shut up since he didn't know what he was talking about. She wasn't talking about strength, she says, because she also looked into his eyes. His eyes didn't compare to the eyes of our hero. The eyes of our protagonist had more motivation than this guy here. And now that she says it that way, he's curious to find out who her brother is. He wanted to recognize him. Maybe when he gets out of here alive, she will show our Ming who the real hero was. And now that he recognized our hero face to face, he realizes that yes, this was a look that had gone through countless trials of life or death. So from now on, he will respect our MC as a tough guy. So, he will no longer be able to take it easy with him, but this time, our protagonist also won't be going easy on this guy. He also ends up using, in its last portion, this was the portion here that can make our Yi Qing quickly finish off this Yuming here, but he also has an ability that allows him to look at his health bar, and not only that, he also has the ability to see his stats. His health wasn't that big, but what would mess up his fight against this swordsman would be those two swords he uses. However, if by chance he manages to accumulate a lot of damage from his Basar along with that luck, he would be able to defeat his opponent with 3 strikes. But he was a guy a little different from the human transmigrators he had already faced, since he wasn't even using any armor or any other equipment that could help him defeat our hero, and also, attacking with all his might basically leaves no room for his defense. This was a high-sacrifice fighting style, or maybe he was just crazy, but he advances towards him so that he wouldn't be caught by that sword. He jumps up. Now that he has jumped up, he already pulls out that daga of his from the system. As soon as he pulls it out, we observe him advancing towards Ming, but Ming ends up smiling. Then he turns towards Ye Qing with his sword in hand. He tries to strike him. Ye Qing is surprised by his speed. He was fast. How could someone move so fast with such a large sword like that? But to dodge, he used a wolf card. As soon as he activates that card ability, he manages to dodge that Ming's attack, but along with that, he also grabs that draga of his and makes a cut on him. This was a critical enough cut to kill this guy, so he turns around and sees the cut he actually managed to land on him. However, this seemed quite strange. He didn't dodge or try to avoid his attack, and he also didn't seem to care much about the attacks he was going to receive. At that moment, that guy over there ends up completely fading away, but he doesn't fade at this moment. Our hero sees something strange happening inside our Ming here. Out of nowhere, he started to transform, but instead of his body bleeding, sand came out. Confused, he tries to ask himself what was happening, but he doesn't have time for an answer because Ming advances towards him with that sword of his. So as not to get caught, he then jumps up. As soon as our wee king jumps up, he already activates his devouring system. As soon as he activates that devouring system, some hands come out from inside and grab him. He would be sucked inside, but this Ming knew that if he was caught by that, he would lose his power, so with brute strength, he ends up grabbing the hand of our hero's system, which leaves him quite surprised. But not only does he grab that hand, but with a single strike, he ends up destroying that sobriety. That sobriety, which was the most powerful, that sucked anything into its own universe, ends up being destroyed, which then causes an explosion to happen. But the explosion doesn't catch anyone, and our own hero here ends up dodging. He has a characteristic that he can't be killed or die from common attacks. He then asks himself if he was an undead. The Abyss has many existences that modern technology still can't even comprehend. The occupation, abilities, attributes, equipment, and other things like that. But actually something even more special than all of that. This was the divine punishment that you have to endure to gain powerful strength. Clearly afraid of death, you can't even stop wanting to test the edge of death. Maybe one day you'll achieve this power. But if you manage to obtain that wealth that doesn't belong to you, in the end, you will swear to protect it alone, and no one will be able to obtain that treasure. Those gods who never played by the rules of the world here in this dungeon basically decided to notice you, and maybe what he received was a mockery, or maybe it was the destiny of the Abyss itself that delivered it to him. But in short, you have everything you want, or the most powerful power. But it didn't say it would also take that thing more precious from you. He ends up transforming into some kind of mummy, and at this moment, Ye King realizes that there isn't even a trace of undead in him. Also, the rumors about the traces of the Abyss monsters are transferred in the end to those who are reborn like them. The true ones, already the living dead, are the characteristics of the super strong, who can constantly revive as long as the energy doesn't completely run out. At this moment, he looks down where he finds Ming totally knocked out, but what remained of him was still a piece of his magic, which allows him to fully regenerate. But at the moment before his death, he reached out his hand and ended up in the end touching eternity. At this moment, as he talks about it, we see him coming out from under the ground. Here, after emerging from underground, we see someone judging him. This is the guy who always comes back alive, never dies. Wouldn't this basically be a bad omen? Since, right, every mission set by him with people on his team, everyone except him ends up dead. But although there is no evidence of mercenaries in the double-blade fencing that are basically companions of this guy, There is no evidence that anyone who joined him returned to life or alive after a dungeon or a test they participated in together in a more deadly dungeon, right? If by any chance they were involved in this specific mission, they wouldn't even accept the mission to stay close to him, as it would be his own sacrifice. If he went, he would die, and in the end, he also ended up bearing the price of eternity, as he can die, as he can also be dying at will. He can play with death, but always in the end, he manages to survive, whereas his companions don't have that luck. They all end up meeting a tragic and sometimes painful end. Now that he has revealed the true power to our hero, he ends up activating another ability. This was the Death Wish, which can be activated when HP is below 33% of damage taken, but after being activated, it ends up increasing by 100% the damage, as well as the life of his character by 100%. At this moment, he advances towards him. This combat ability with these cursed traits was basically considered a cheat, but not so much, right? Since our hero has that little hack of the day. And here then, he ends up picking from the system a new card. Now that he picks that new card from the system, he ends up using it. At this moment, Ming ends up hitting Qing, but that sword doesn't hit our hero because he used that little card ability. And here we see that the card turned into our MC, into what he transformed into that slime there. But now, at this moment, from behind, we see our protagonist already grabbing that dagger of his again from the system. But here, he was also preparing at the same time to counterattack his opponent. But Ming was also preparing again. So Ming advances, and advancing, our hero realizes that the traits of the undead in him were really insoluble, what that thing was, but he also uses a shield to defend himself from that sword. But while fighting, we see Ming saying that in this brute force battle, the victory was basically his. He has no way of losing to our protagonist. At this moment, then, he again makes a counterattack upwards against our Qing, but Qing again uses another little card. So we see from behind there appearing that death in a skeleton form. At this moment, that thing was about to counterattack our Ming, but Ming is surprised to see that Qing is able to manipulate artifacts. This was incredible. But he could also end this fight as quickly as possible. So he counterattacks that skeleton-shaped death, but his cut didn't even affect that thing. Next, we see that thing passing through Ming. Ming was cut. Being cut, he turns around and realizes that it wasn't a physical weapon. It was an effect of a pure ability. So Qing begins to explain to him that any target that dies because of this ability will have a desperate Kalita trait added to the host. The HP, the MP, will also be slowly recovering to 100%. But since your body is already undead, the abilities will be added the moment you manage to hit your opponent. The reason why the undead can survive forever inside the dungeon is because of the MP. In other words, the blood bar is just decoration for you, who in the end managed to become a creature that is undead. Basically, your real HP should be the MP. Now that he dropped this bombshell, he realizes that he managed to guess and hit the most precious information about him, and now he realizes that this Qing isn't... He was an ordinary person, but now no longer, because also this abyss is full of rules. All the mystery apparently is his, but also his weakness may be completely outside his body. Without armor, they like to use this style of attack. It's a kind of attack that you're going to do that makes your enemy think that you have a life bar above. If you manage to make your opponent believe that life bar on your head is your real life, you're managing to defeat him. But here, he kind of discovered your flaw. And that flaw of his will be unbalancing him in this fight from here on. And indeed, the wisdom to survive in the abyss is knowing how to use the rules. So he doesn't know one thing too. He has a weakness. Maybe he has a fatal flaw. By not believing, he shows that the strength, agility, and intelligence he has aren't even his main point either. There's a flaw he's still slacking on that he could be using to his advantage. But only our eye here. No one interrupts. He said he was a little different from the others. He also ends up putting his points gained into various things in his states. This is one thing to show that he manages to get stronger by distributing his points in various things in his stats. So like this, They are showing him the true speed. He needed to attack him while the wound was still fresh. The speed, the strength was well beyond his imagination, but this guy was bragging too much. At this moment, he attacks him. He used his big sword to defend himself, and here too. And Qing is no longer that trash guy. And now he will also show this guy here what true strength is. At this moment, after dodging one of the blows and also hitting his back with his dragon from there, we see that the physical attacks cannot kill our Ming, but they can consume his MP to be basically draining his life. And this will be basically enough to make him not regenerate next time. But now, he asks himself how much time he still has to be completely depleting his MP, and he ends up wondering how long it would last. But again, he already counterattacks our protagonist. But our hero already uses that little skull again, the thing that allows him to steal that NPC. As soon as he uses that ability, that thing goes through one of his arms. After that, he ends up kind of saying to our hero if by any chance he can't manage to keep up with him in his MP consumption. But our protagonist says that if by any chance he fights a war of attributes, he ends up coming out with a bigger advantage. But that wasn't what he was saying. Apparently, he still hasn't managed to see his weakness. But if he really wants to discover our Ming's weakness, he will have to show our Qing a little bit of the truth, since here, sometimes in some place, it's not worth fighting so much in life. As soon as he says this thing, he ends up turning around, and as soon as he turns around, he ends up seeing that teddy bear he gave to his sister. But at this moment, he asks himself how it fell, or when it fell. Then in this story, it continues with that guy approaching our Qing more quickly. Right then, he simply couldn't do anything else, as his opponent quickly then ended up grabbing his head and throwing him with all his strength to the ground. Now that he threw him against the ground, he shows that he wouldn't show any mercy to anyone, even if someone is in his way. He could even find a former companion of his. He could be in his way, but he would defeat that guy because those who get in the way of his plans are always defeated in the end. But he was a little different, and Qing wasn't like the others, because he still has the quality of humans, and also someone he likes. Most hopes is alive, yes, alive, but even so he was surprised that the person he's trying to protect behind him is a complete waste, but still, he tried to stop him. But then Qing ends up sort of getting a very interesting question. If he by chance had a choice to protect the life of his sister, or the life of Song Kazin, that scientist back there, he wonders which of the two he would choose. But as soon as he hears the names of these two people, he is surprised and ends up wondering if our ex-Zhu was basically alive or dead. He then ends up taking his hand off his head and ends up saying there that, right, he hadn't said before that she died. Or by chance did he say it? And also, since that bear there that he handed to him was proof that he should be believing his words. But he didn't know where she was. He just simply knows that she's alive. And besides, the bear he handed over before to him was the true proof that she was really alive. But as said before, he doesn't know where she was. But also, the monster wouldn't easily kill the two, because the two felt extremely enormous difficulty defeating, or maybe even winning, advancing. He tried to understand what he was talking about, but nothing ends up being answered. However, to answer this here, we need to go back a few hours before, and in a labyrinth, we observe then nothing happening until the moment where an ogre appeared. But this knight was already there fighting against it. He, with his sword, makes a move to hit that ogre. But at that moment, while fighting against that ogre, others appear, and one of those creatures ends up capturing our hero's sister. Now that she was captured, she has a very brief memory of his words that if by chance she is captured by one of those monsters, he will leave her, since his client isn't her, but rather a billionaire who was around there. While also remembering this, she ends up also remembering her brother's words that he had found a very good job that was making a lot of money. This would already be enough to heal her leg, so she just asked for time, because surely he will make her stand again. While remembering this, she started to fade. Then she ends up realizing that she was too useless. But even if she is useless, she just wants to be something for her own brother, and also she doesn't want to be just a burden for our protagonist. But still, she couldn't do anything, but still, She wanted something to defeat those monsters. Then she wishes, or maybe begs for some extra strength, but as soon as she talks about this, her eyes start to shine, and then something starts to happen to her, which leaves the ogre below quite surprised with what was happening in front of him. In the reflection of the ogre's eye, he just watches the girl suddenly transforming after a long time. We observe her getting a new class. This was the class of awakened transformation that is more known as metamorphosis, where she ends up literally transforming into that teddy bear that our hero ended up giving to her, but she goes towards the ogre who was grabbing her just now. With the blow she gave to this ogre, she simply makes the ogre disappear. Half of the ogre is ripped off while she finishes off two ogres extremely easily. From another place, we can also observe Sparren finishing off his opponent. This one ends up cutting the head off the ogre. After the defeat of this ogre, he starts advancing towards our teddy bear, and as he gets closer, he also realizes that her opponent has been defeated, which makes this guy quite surprised and at the same time confident about what was happening. Meanwhile, he also ends up saying that ordinary humans are successfully induced by abyss cells and are also much more likely to awaken a much more secret profession. And in front of him appears the little girl who now transformed into a bear. And this girl was very likely to also be one of the victims, as stated by her own father before. But at this moment, the girl begins to cry. She gets scared, which makes the knight extremely on alert. He gets ready for the teddy bear, but the teddy bear simply puts her paw in front and asks to wait. But, right. We notice that when someone transforms into a type of monster like this, who is also induced with abyss cells, the person basically loses all control, all consciousness of what they were doing. The host here basically attacks anyone they see ahead, so we must be careful. But at this moment, the girl wonders what was happening to her. She feels much taller. Moreover, she feels her legs, and it was very strange to be walking freely in these places here. Soon, we then observe them surprised again to realize that she still had the consciousness of an ordinary human. So, to know this answer, he asks what her name would be. She replies that it was Shozu. Very well, since that was the case, he ends up deciding to continue on his way. She ends up stopping and starts staring at a mirror. She ends up wondering why she transformed into a toy bear. But right, the knight said that he should congratulate her for having achieved this. But no, she starts crying and says that she will never again appear as human, and here maybe her brother would feel ashamed of her seeing her transformed into this thing here. Now she wonders how she could return to her original form. Well, this might be a transformation profession, and well, if there is a profession like this, it is very likely she can return to normal, but he does not know how to do this. But he still had as an objective to continue the path ahead, to reach his portal to get out of this dungeon still. Then he ends up asking her if she still wanted to follow him even so, but she ends up saying no, since she still cannot return to her original form. So she just hands that teddy bear to this hunter here and asks him to give this teddy bear to her brother and just tell him that she decided to stay here just to try to rebuild her mind again, since she currently has not overcome the psychological shock of turning into a teddy bear. It is as if you were hit by Enro. But right, if by chance he finds our hero, he will be delivering this teddy bear to him, and he will be doing it personally, as he was also curious to recognize our hero, and so he will be doing this. Moreover, he continues to say that if by any chance the two start deciding to fight a bit more seriously, he ends up saying that he would lose since at the moment they were at a gigantic disadvantage. Furthermore, Qing used a good attack force. This was just something he wanted to see in our Qing. While he was disappearing, he ends up saying that the fight should be stopped here because there is no reason to continue. But at this moment, another one appears and says that this Shozu behind there ends up wondering if she was not dead yet, which leaves our hero extremely irritated. But to further irritate our protagonist, we observe the gentleman saying there that the guy behind him, the doctor there, was the same one who put her in that whole dangerous situation like this one now, since also the appearance of this abyss in parts is thanks to that guy all there. Thus, then cutting to another place in a closed room, The two talked. This one commented that he was already at his limit, he had no choice. While here this key, he ends up wondering if it can really open any door, but if he opens that door, a portal ends up appearing, and that ends up being permanent in a specific area, transforming that area completely into an abyss. However, considering Sun Qin's history, there will basically be a rescue team that will arrive as quickly as possible to rescue him, but for that, he wants with all certainty that someone like him makes sure that he never returns with soul and to this normal world again. He also not only sank the results of Song Yiqing's research into the depths of the abyss, but also he will make him pay for basically his daughter's suffering. However, the gentleman still wonders if he really knows the price he has to pay for that, but the price for him is insignificant, he will pay. But now, returning, we observe Song Kong here saying that this Linu guy is basically a very persistent guy. He even gave him a compensation plan, but that old man still hasn't given up on his revenge. But also, right? Anyway, she was a useless person, she turned into a monster. But besides, treating that illness of hers was too difficult. His goal's always to make a profit, but he never succeeded. But then does that mean Shozu was also part of all this? But he asks him not to speak nonsense anymore, since she fell automatically into that abyss. He really couldn't help her. And moreover, even if she ended up becoming a guinea pig, that wasn't his decision, but rather her own decision. And this is something he should be happy and content about. Furthermore, he could be taking care of all this if she died or lived. So much to do, but all this would be compensated in compensation. But this she ends up being ironic about. Then he starts punching him. He punches him in the face with the strongest punch he has in hand, still fallen on the ground. We observe the guy, who has the audacity and courage to still get up and speak in the face of our protagonist that she was a cripple, and she couldn't do anything else but stay in a wheelchair. She wouldn't walk anymore, and he here just took advantage of her situation to be maximizing her value as a human being and also to sacrifice herself in a portal for scientific research. This would contribute to the entire community. She shouldn't be honored or something like that. And this once again irritates our protagonist to the point of invoking those mothers from the system. Then he says that Zhu is the only person in his family who still remains for him, and if by chance he continues to say these things and proceed with his bizarre plans, he will have to never let this guy live again. But now that he's caught by our hero, he ends up saying that this wasn't what he meant. He ended up misunderstanding, but it was too late. Our MC ends up making a move with that hand of his that throws him with all the strength to the ground. Fallen on the ground, we then observe our Hai Yi King approaching this extra. But as he gets closer, he ends up discovering that this guy was just useless trash that basically wasn't even worth anything. He could even be taken to hell, and it was very likely that he would be disposable there. But at this moment, he observes that guy AD Anis, and after looking at him a little, he ends up then taking the extra that was on the ground and then ends up throwing him at him. He now was all his. He could be doing whatever he wanted with him now, and thus he begins to head towards the portal that was in front of him. At this moment, that hand of his ends up grabbing the head of that extra. Now that he threw this responsibility to the hunter, he ends up wondering if they basically have an agreement. Then our protagonist says there was no agreement at all, but he just wants to make sure that his own sister was in a situation where she was safe to the point that he didn't have to worry so much about her. But then he ends up moving forward. But now he was a mercenary and had to complete his mission. This guy here basically should be dying right now, just as it was a wish of a certain father out there. He then wonders what that mission was. He can basically pay the salary more than double what the extra gave it to that mercenary at that moment. So a person ends up dying only once. But how would he be proposing to pay a higher salary than that other one there? He doesn't understand your question. But at this moment, then, he turns to a Y.E. Qing and still remains in doubt there about which day or which year he will meet again to have another fair fight. But, well, that he will leave for later, because our Y.E. King enters the portal at this moment. When he enters the portal, he finds a cute little bear in front of him that was all piled up there in the back, scared. We then observe that little bear calling for her brother. Our hero simply said he was a little late, but now finally arrived. But, well, the one who actually apologizes, is basically her for basically getting our protagonist into this whole situation here. Then she ends up saying that she didn't want to basically make our protagonist enter this whole danger here to rescue her, but even so, she still wanted our protagonist to help her get out of this place. At this moment, then, our protagonist tries to calm her down a little more by already saying that also in this place here there are no monsters nearby. But her sister ends up saying that yes, there was a monster here, and that monster was in front of her. But our protagonist does not recognize this monster. Shozu basically recognizes herself as a monster, but our hero does not. She then starts crying, saying that she trusted our protagonist a lot. So as she trusted, she just asks for our hero to end it and get her out of this danger right away. Besides, I don't know if she wanted to leave here anymore, since by leaving here, she would become a burden again for being weak and not even being able to walk yet. In the end, she ended up turning into a completely strange monster. Our protagonist ends up sighing, and he again tried to understand this situation, but to calm her down once and for all, he ends up saying that all monsters don't have a human heart, but unlike monsters, she was different. And even if her appearance had changed, she was still his cute little sister who was still there inside that bear. And well, if that's what he thinks it seems, she thinks she was fine with it. Moreover, the job of our hero is to deal with the monster, so he asks her to trust him since he recognizes a monster from afar. At this moment, then, he starts looking intently in another direction and realizes that she has become very strong, seeing that she managed to defeat these monsters extremely easily, which leaves her with no reaction afterward. She ends up saying that she didn't do that, but knowing she could receive praise from our weak king, she ends up saying afterward that yes, she ended up killing the monsters as soon as she transformed for the first time. Then he realizes that Shizu transformed into something that wasn't of a low level, but out of nowhere. While talking about this, we observe her starting to transform again. Her paw begins to disappear, and she finally returns to her human form. Now that she returned to her human form, she tries to understand what happened. She now returned to that old form of hers. So, at this moment, our MC says that, well, to transform into that little bear, a very high mana consumption was necessary, so her mana ended up running out, and she returned to her human form. In the end, Shozum is not a monster in itself, but a skill that can transform her into a teddy bear. But since it is a skill that, when transformed into a bear, allows her to walk, she can be doing missions, which makes our protagonist congratulate her. Now she could be supporting herself on her own, so she understands that she could finally be following our protagonist on missions along with him, but he knows not yet. She was still weak, saying she couldn't do that, not even dreaming of it. However, she also recognizes that our protagonist does the same action as that guy before. She asks who it would be, and he says it was a guy who had the same face as our protagonist. But moreover, this guy is personally recognizing our protagonist, as the two would possibly get along very well. And besides, this guy told her that if she tried to fight against both or one of them, she would have a gigantic difficulty killing one of them. As he says this, they finally end up leaving the portal, as now they could move forward, now that our protagonist saw that his sister has an extremely good and broken ability. He may already realize that he won't need it anymore. Our story then continues the very next day. Here, already in the morning, we observe our Yi Qing in a room, sleeping, but he ends up waking up to the sound of his phone ringing. He then answers the call from the girl who was calling him. She is still wondering if, by any chance, our hero had gone mad, since she noticed he had missed work. Moreover, she found out he had taken a job from someone, although he went to a blood trial, which was very daring. However, he tells us that he needed a lot of money, so he had no other choice. But she still wonders if he was still frequenting the dungeons. And yes, to agree, he said he was a necrophile just to try to ward her off. We observe her saying several things, but he only thanks her for her concern. Meanwhile, we observe him staring fixedly at his phone, hardly believing what he had gained the day before. Then we see him happy, realizing he almost earned $3 million just by selling a few items. But it wasn't so unexpected from that young master, since she was quite important. Thanks to her, he could see infinite zeros. However, what also helped our hero sell those items without anyone doubting the level and origin of the equipment was because he handed these items over to her to sell for him. So we need to go back one night. In the evening, we observe him in a building, carrying some quite valuable items, which surprises her as she sees that he actually managed to gather some good items. But she still wonders where he could have found these things. At this moment, he only tells us that he ended up finding them in some abyss out there. She is suspicious, thinking Qing might have stolen them from someone, but he ends up saying no. He says these items were good but not for him since he wouldn't use things like that. So he took them with the purpose of her being able to sell them. She ends up somewhat happy, seeing that he was still a level 1 necrophile. This was embarrassing, but she's still surprised to see that his body became much stronger. Yet, to reach where he is, he had to go through some dangerous situations. But now she changes the subject. Here she discovers that he has a new class, a class that wasn't included in the main advancement list. So, although this might not be very impressive to some, he is managing to stand out among the others, and he became stronger than she imagined by having this necrophage class. It's quite likely he would become even stronger. Just as he was about to explain some important things, she interrupts since she wondered if he was interested in participating in the World Guild, which was basically a final exam where treasures like the ones he was obtaining could have a legitimate identity upon conquering a dungeon. Moreover, if by any chance some higher-ranking people discovered that our MC was participating in some adventures within a guild without having a special card, he could end up in prison. But to escape such imprisonment, he could have a specific card. For that, he would have to convince the tournament admins. Well, the reason is that he is level 1, but he has incredibly strong power, so this wouldn't be a problem. If, by chance, he wanted to participate in these events, it was easy. All he had to do was talk to her, as she would give him a first-class card so he could participate in this event. Additionally, she keeps thanking him since, thanks to the equipment he handed to her, along with other things he has already done for her, she managed to accomplish several things. So helping our Qing earn his first adventurer card was basically a somewhat fair debt to be paid at this moment. So he ends up sort of walking towards the door, but at that moment, he sees something on the ground. While walking around on his right side, his sister appears, saying she ended up sort of ordering this food. As by chance, he didn't end up doing it. But at this moment, we observed that she happened to wake up a bit earlier. She was a little anxious, since today was the day she would be discharged from the hospital. Meanwhile, our hero asked how her leg was doing. She ended up sort of managing to do a few things at night, one of which was that little bear that ended up sort of transforming, allowing her to kind of regain movement in her legs, though not completely. She could even stand up now. Our Qing then, upon seeing this, feels surprised and happy. But one of her main motivations for wanting to walk again was simple. She couldn't leave the apartment alone, so for that, she considered transforming into that bear. However, if she did that, people and hunters would come to hunt her. So she ended up kind of putting a bit of mana in her knees. At this moment, our hero asked her to stay calm, for our Qing was here to help her in times like these. Slowly, she would manage to conquer the things she desired. One of those things was walking again. But Our Lady urged her to take all the time she needed, as things had to go at their own pace. So he ends up leaving, but after he left, she wondered where he might be going. He just told us he was heading to a certain specific place. It was Friday, a day to rest and relax all day long, but he said he had to work to earn that little bit of money. Thus, he closed the door in her face, though she realized he wasn't going to work. It was likely he'd be chasing after some woman or something of the sort, but in fact, it was all quite the opposite. She only thought he was off to date, but our hero went to the guild examination. At the moment he arrives at the exam, he's left open-mouthed by the number of people there. But at that moment, someone wonders what kind of exam he would be participating in, as well as if he was interested in joining the group of hunters. He turns to see who it was, and there he sees our Zong Tug, our 10-10 singer. At that moment, he wonders why he's here, and at this moment, he questions a few things. One of these things is why now he wanted to get this hunter card. maybe now because he wanted the hunter status. Then, Qing mentions to us that he ended up earning good money recently, so he wanted to get one of those hunter certificates. He then asks our 10 out of 10 singer if he already has his hunter rankings, and if, by chance, now that Qing came to obtain his hunter ranking, it's likely he'll get a high class. He replies that maybe he will get it now, perhaps his hunter class too. But while commenting on this, two brutes suddenly appear out of nowhere, with an emo showing up behind them. Our emo then demands that these lines disappear at once. He wanted to take his exam and vanish from this place immediately. At that moment, some guys there remark that if anyone gets in his way, they'll receive a punch in the face. At that moment, Qing tells his friend that this guy over here is a crazy one, and we also observe that, besides being crazy, he's also lucky since he managed to get the class of the Chosen One, which means he can do whatever he wants here. At this moment, he approaches the counter, where he asks her to hand over his hunter license. She sighs and asks herself, what license? He then asks if she's deaf because he only wanted his license, and the people behind him are surprised to see that the guy, he really wanted to cut in line, but another said not to be so alarmed since he was the chosen one. He could simply arrive anywhere and get his hunter's license. And at that moment, while talking about him, the brutes by his side kind of asked them not to be so surprised since their boss Ali was the first on the front line, and they were nothing. But at that moment, by saying this, someone from the back appeared and questioned, first in line. She could laugh all day, and at that moment, another ended up kind of not even realizing that such humility would show up here. But this girl ended up saying that this chosen one here in front of her didn't even deserve to sleep or breathe beside her. The chosen one approaches her at this moment and ends up saying for her to calm down since he has the chosen profession, and his professions were the best here, right? At this moment, he could do whatever he wanted, making her completely irritated. She then snaps her fingers. At that moment, as she snaps her fingers, an explosion occurs, launching the chosen one back with all force. He falls to the ground screaming while his comrades are there by his side, trying to put out the fire. She just stayed in the back, watching the whole scene. And our hero stood there, mouth wide open, also realizing that this was a weak brigade. At this moment, we see him getting up, and as he stands up, he ends up hearing all her mockery, saying that what she just said was a joke, and she was almost dying of laughter. But this irritated the guy a lot. So he gets up and ends up grabbing 2 knives in his hand. Now he'll be teaching her a lesson. But at that moment, when he was about to do something stupid, our hero appears behind him, putting a hand on his shoulder. After that, he turns around, and turning, he asks himself, who's the fool who's also wanting to die here in the first place for putting a hand on his shoulder? But as soon as he turns, he sees a guy with an extremely dangerous aura, and he freezes. But that was our hero. At that moment, he tells him not to use dangerous skills in here because that could cause accidents. But he ends up asking himself what was happening. He felt an extremely terrifying aura around him. And at this moment then, the guards appear in the back, saying that fighting was prohibited, and so they couldn't proceed. Otherwise, she would have to use her guards in her favor. And at this moment, our hero realizes the size of the spear and sees that it wasn't worth fighting. At this moment, she then turns to Rochinya and ends up asking her if she would continue. But she says that that guy ended up messing with her. But if she were to continue the fight there, she would have to apply the law on herself. But meanwhile, she suddenly changes the subject, asking what kind of profession she wanted to release. She comments that it's the fire element. So she pulls out a crystal and now asks her to put her hand on top of that thing. At that moment, she does the same thing. And as soon as she does that, we observe that thing beeping. At this moment, she discovers that her potential level was extremely high, and she ended up not liking it. So she then asks her to follow her since she'll be taking her to a specific place to proceed with some things. She knew that if she followed, she'd be expelled. So she ends up saying that some error happened with that machine. So she wanted to repeat the dose again, and again she accepted. As soon as she accepts, she places her finger on that thing where a small aura ends up being placed inside. And now something happened. The readers ended up reading her mana, and now, because of that, she managed to pass the test. feeling happy about it. Our hero appears in the background, surprised and confused. He asks himself what was happening. Just a little while ago, she wasn't a normal person. She was literally a different person from what she was now here. At this moment, then, he ends up leaving his surprise aside because our Canto 1010 approaches our hero and asks if those hunters are some kind of, but he asks him to stay quiet. Our ADM then approaches our hero and asks him if he approaches like this is done. He approaches at this moment. After approaching, she ends up asking herself what kind of request he wanted to be having. He wanted just a license, Povim. So then after talking about this, she asks what his profession was and why he wanted to request a proven license, since this class that he just asked for was basically only people chosen by the very gods of this world who could have this class. Then he says he was a level 1 singer. After saying this thing, everyone around here starts laughing out loud at our hero, a mere ghoul. What was he doing here? He should be gathering in the middle of the dungeon at this moment to defend our Qing. Our 1010 singer ends up saying there that he was stronger than everyone here. He would easily put them down. But this was not a problem with the direction of his own registration. But here she asks if he knows some kind of exam was known as Hunter, if he was basically involved with that for him. It's not even an exam. While talking about this behind the girl, then ends up asking herself, Ghoul, was that a new profession? Well, she doesn't even get an answer, because then those guards appear and end up putting in front of him some keys. These were some keys, so he could basically be conquering his own license since here. Now she can't give this to our hero because this was a totally unknown class, and so then he will have to complete his own dungeon alone. Completing it, he will be basically gaining the classification he so desires, which makes him quite happy that now he can choose any of these keys. As soon as he chose his key, he would basically be choosing his death. But our hero was not even caring about that, since he could be getting the hunter's license just by clearing a mere abyss. But for that, she ends up saying there that if by chance he goes alone, it was basically a danger, since entering that dungeon alone, he would just die. But seeing how confident he is, he basically has already participated in some hidden missions, or basically he was just a fool. But for that, she asks him to put his hand above this crystal. At this moment, then he picks up that crystal. But after picking up that crystal in hand, she thinks he was really a fool at this moment. Those guys who were making fun of our Qing approach our 1010 singer and ask if his best friend there was playing a fool for everyone, and at this moment he asks him to shut up. However, our hero here basically ends up asking if there are other concerns while holding the key in hand. We then observe another saying that if he follows the path there ahead, he will basically be dying. And this here was bad for them, but for that this key serves so that he can be opening a door to be able to escape from within the portal, while that he asks her not to worry so much, because he would not die, while our 10 out of 10 singer asks to wait a little, but he said he would be back safely while following a path into a portal after a good time entering. We then observe that arrogant one from before, who here approaches that ADM after approaching. He has that doubt, or why ended up delivering that key to that idiot to be able to be participating in the abyss. He now also wanted a key to challenge the abyss, but she said no here. It was basically the only key. The only key was in the hand of our Qing. Now that he doesn't have the key, he could be coming back another time unless he wants to conquer, and will basically have to schedule an appointment for a next time. So knowing he would waste time, he ends up kind of approaching and says there that he will be joining our hero's group. So then the two will be going down at this moment. We observe her asking herself if he would really participate in this, since it would not be as a team, but would participate along with a competitor. And there then would basically be two competitors and one would have to come out alive. So for that, the guard ends up saying that although the rules don't allow this kind of teams, he has never even seen a rule that was against this type of competitors. So she ends up cheering and ends up saying that she will let it slide for that, so then the two have basically the possibility and permission to be entering inside there to manage to kill the boss and manage to pass in Terra. And so then, before she can be entering, she begins explaining one thing. These portals here are specific for a single person, but when two people enter, things start to get worse, since the first person who entered chose the hard difficulty, but by having another person join, the difficulty increases even more to extreme hard. And even though this type of abyss is controlled by the guild, something irreversible could actually happen here. Even knowing all of this, she asks if they wanted to participate, but to answer that, he ends up pointing behind him, where a guy with a briefcase appears and says that here he has some high-quality equipment, which means there will be no difficulty at all in this dungeon. And indeed, high-level equipment can bring extremely powerful stats. And obviously the origin of these upgraded fixed equipment is not simple to use, allowing novice hunters to level up much faster. But at this moment, as she was thinking of some things, our ADM interrupts our hero and asks about him if he will be participating as well. At this moment, he says yes, and he ends up saying that he was here just to get his hunter license, and anyway, he'll have to accompany this guy in the dungeon as well. But at this moment, our 1010 singer approaches our hero and asks our guy if by chance he wasn't scared, since if he happens to break a rule inside the dungeon, the boss will appear without any warning. And at that moment, the mana of both will be basically directly disconnected. And with that, he will have a gigantic difficulty in defeating it. And this guy in front of him has a huge advantage. His equipment can basically be used as necessary without needing to worry. At this moment, he ends up saying that they are competitors. So if by any chance he dies inside, he won't be basically thinking of wanting to help him with Qing. And at this moment, we see that this guy was showing off too much. Our hero asks him to calm down a little, but he ends up saying that he has the hands of the gods. And at this moment, in the direction of the portal where he opens it. But as soon as he opens this portal, we observe that the portal's airflow increased by 300%, which makes him quite sad, because he brought some potion boxes he can no longer even be using. Only what's more dangerous is the burden of losing health in Basar mode, and now here it will be a little heavier. Maybe even have a negative effect, so he must be cautious in using it. Meanwhile, the other guy was sad to see that he'd have to leave his potion backpacks behind, but he ends up saying not to worry because he still brought some very strong armors, and these armors will be smashing these mobs very easily. So then he will be the first to enter this portal, while our hero follows behind. As soon as he enters this portal, the portal behind ends up closing. But as soon as he enters inside, the system appears saying that a legendary beast ended up appearing in an abyss. But at that moment, the ADM ends up surprised to see that the modifier that causes a legendary mob to appear in this abyss was basically hard with only 300% luck, just a 0.0% chance for that type of affix to spawn. So he asks what type of level would be these guys' luck or bad luck. But at this moment, this ADM asks to notify the superiors as quickly as possible, and our story continues just ahead. So after our hero entered the portal, we then observe that 10 out of 10 singer of ours still there, asking his audience for strength and motivation so that they could continue. Meanwhile, he looked at the most dangerous portal in front of him and asked that his great brother return alive and come back 100% well. Inside the portal, we then observe two statues in front of him, and what our nobleman finds surprising isn't even the statues or the monsters that appeared, but the sheer size of the place. This place was 2,000 times bigger than his own room, and not even his own garden had such gigantic statues as these. He found it incredible, yet our hero asked him to be combat ready, for what lay before him was the boss. The boss in this room left him surprised, for the portal had barely opened, and there was already a boss in front of him. However, the boss began to move, and seeing this, he began to prepare as well, for the statues began to raise their swords. Our hero saw that the difficulty of this abyss was different, but these two monsters in front of him presented a very high level of difficulty, and for him, his attack was good. And for this, he would summon some spiders in front of him to attract the monster's attention. He then asked the noble knight to use his strong points to counterattack the weak points of the monster's armor, as he couldn't use some of his skills here to attack their weak spots. He would only use some weak strategies to break their defenses until the moment when our nobleman passes by our hero and asks that these monsters die once and for all. This boss, for him, would be a worthy opponent, and today he would recognize his power. Then, shouting, "Overlord," we observed from behind that our hero thought this guy was totally crazy, and Qing saw that he didn't understand the danger he was in. After leaping, he ended up face to face with the boss. But the boss prepared to counterattack, and our nobleman was caught full on. After being hit full on by that sword, he ended up being thrown back a bit, falling beside our hero. We see him there, getting up. He stands up still intact, but at the moment he doesn't understand how a boss as powerful as this managed to defend against one of his powerful attacks. But his defense still hadn't broken. He needed to do something then. But at this moment, Qing looked to the side, where he found the statue in front of him. Thus he ends up jumping up, also noticing that the statue's rage suddenly shifted to him. The plan was now a complete mess. And from above, we still observe a statue preparing to counterattack our Qing. Qing saw this and dodged easily, and for the boss, perhaps to defeat him, he uses various dimensional costs, which didn't have much effect on our Qing because he managed to dodge them all. While dodging, he noticed that these bosses used the ability where, if touched, he would suffer continuous bleeding. In this abyss, if you get that, you will die, as your blood will endlessly fall without stopping. While dodging and thinking about this, we observed from behind that the nobleman was also wondering why the boss was landing some hits on him too. Our hero asked that our nobleman here not interfere in the combat, for perhaps this was one of the reasons he was irritated, seeing that he was now a stone in his path. Meanwhile, the two bosses prepared to counterattack our Qing at this moment. The statues used a very powerful ability that, for some reason, our hero recognized as a skill that might perhaps help him win this type of battle. This skill was a tank ability. While thinking about this, he used his wolf card, dodging at the last moment. After dodging at the last moment, we then observed the noble heading toward the boss. Now, he wanted to personally deal with a monster like this. Now that he was advancing, he realized that this guy temporarily shared a bit of the battle's pressure. Maybe he wouldn't be so useless after all. However, they first needed to deal with the two bosses that would be heading to the next level. Then we observed a noble who ended up somewhat caught by one of those giants' abilities. He was thrown back, and while watching him fly in his direction, he noticed that he had some tank-like characteristics. At this point, he was taking multiple hits and various attacks, none of which fatally injured him, and our noble here seemed very well suited to the tank class. At the moment, they couldn't stay idle as, at this point, we observed the boss activating one of his abilities. This was a skill that targets a chosen one, where upon hitting, it would cast a provoking spell. This means that if it hits you, it will cause some extra damage and leave you slightly enraged. Now that he was drawn by his anger, he realized he needed to handle this in a different way, like in brute mode. Then we see the boss trying to grab our hero. But before catching him, our hero uses his daggers to cut him. However, the system shows that the iron wall defense reduced that cut on our hero by 95%. Seeing that his daggers won't work, we observe the noble from another place attacking him. He is disappointed because a few cuts he made with his dagger on some weak monsters were enough to kill them, but now it was different. He was making several cuts and couldn't even scratch this boss's armor. Already irritated by this, the boss then pushes his sword toward that noble. But now, while he was running, he discovered something there that he ended up doing. Maybe, while leveling up, he put all his attributes solely into defense and couldn't put much into offense. Now he wonders how he managed to get this far. At this moment, the noble turns in Qing's direction and tries to refute some of his actions, but Qing asks him to look ahead, as the boss was about to counter the noble. To avoid being caught, he starts to run in another direction, but ultimately trips on a stone and falls face first to the ground near Qing. Qing begins to comment that his fighting style was very fast, but this armor he was wearing was very heavy and was hindering his movements. Now on the abyss, he understood the real difficulty of the abyss. he didn't think it was this. Then, we discover that maybe this guy hired some people to level up for him, which means he gained levels on the backs of others. But at this moment, they don't have much time to stand there chatting and drinking that chilled tea. As we observe the boss counterattacking our hero, and Qing then pushes our noble aside. Now that he's safe, he tries to ask himself why nobles like doing these silly things. For him, he sees that this noble here likes to be playing with others' lives and even his own life. And as for the effectiveness of the bar, he could only keep using a method of continuous force that might be able to break a bit of this boss's armor. Thus, he advances in the boss's direction, and Qing gets closer to the boss. Now he prepares a powerful punch. As with some bonuses he ended up putting in power, this would be enough to cause some damage. This fighting style was exclusive to the poor and bare-handed, and we see that Qing was managing to land some hits on this boss. While doing this, we observe a noble in the background who is left speechless, seeing that Qing, with no armor at all and with only his bare hand, was able to land a powerful blow on this powerful statue. But at the moment, he didn't have much time for chatting, as the other one attacks our hero. To avoid being hit, he jumps to the side, while Qing advances in his direction, getting closer than ever, and then he makes another counterattack, landing a powerful elbow strike on his face. Now that he landed it, he realized he had some extra luck there. With a critical hit against a weak point of a target that has a small chance of trigger an abnormal state of corresponding that can be related to luck, but he cannot stay still for long because the Ultra statue rises and moves higher towards our hero. He sees that he wouldn't be able to escape, so he ends up being split right in half. The noble, watching all this, opens his mouth again. Now that our Qing was defeated, he sees now that there is no more salvation until he sees that Qing suddenly transformed into the Red Leia. At this moment, he saves himself here, appearing from the depths, which for him was even new. Qing realizes that our noble's production here is very low. He cannot block a monster's claw. Since he was a tank, merely lasting on the battlefield wasn't enough, and of course, he couldn't be relying 100% on that guy there to survive this fight. And for that, he needed to create his own rhythm on this battlefield to create a fair fight. Now, he asks that he step aside as the two statues run toward him. We then observe Qing jumping after a mega jump high up, and we then see him thinking of a strategy, one of which was hitting its weak points, which would give Qing a huge chance to defeat these monsters. Yes, he advances towards one of the statues, hitting and filling its weak point, quickly breaking its body. After completely destroying its body, the other statue prepares to counterattack our hero. He saw that this axe was really going to hit him, so he dodges by jumping a little higher. However, after stepping a bit on the ground, the statue starts to counterattack our hero again. He saw that the two blasts were going to hit our protagonist, but for that, the protagonist flies toward the boss, hitting one of its legs while the protagonist was dealing with the boss. Here we observe the noble from another place, who sees that he avoided all the attacks from that boss. Even more with the armor he didn't have, by the way. He used some of his attacks on its weak points. This ability he has was the best ability he found as a player, and none of the players he encountered compares to him on a battlefield. Then he points in his direction and wonders if, by any chance, he isn't a novice. If so, how come a novice has so much experience on the battlefield like this? Qing then reveals that he is a job switcher and really is a novice. But with the years of experience he had in a cleanup squad, fighting against some magic monsters ended up kind of making him reach his limit and allowed him to improve more and more his combat skills. After all, his current physical growth is amplified by the development he had in the past, so he just needed to stay focused on the battlefield, and he could defeat any monster now. Now, having said all that, the noble finds it all complicated, so to resolve it all, he ends up explaining that naturally, they became stronger with some better equipment. He says that equipment for him wasn't something that would replace that system of ours. So what he needs to do is just increase his level, because the higher his level, the stronger he gets. The system appears, asking for our one to be a little more careful or not so much, since his speed is already high enough, and that if he receives damage there, the system will make the damage be returned to the target that was hitting him. And only with a constantly strengthening body and strong equipment could he definitely win it all. While he was talking with our noble here, he ends up noticing another monster appearing. At that moment, the noble approaches Qing and asks him to wait a bit, as he knew Qing was going to kill the boss. For this, he wanted to make his final entry. He was a chip chim, but not just a common chip chim, as he can also use lightning as a spell he thinks is a powerful attack. And with his lightning, he could, up to the moment where he sees Qing advancing towards the boy, who ends up hitting a fireball squarely, completely defeating the boy. At this moment, he can't believe it. He just stands there with his mouth open, and after activating the resistance, his courage elements drop significantly. Now, for him, it will be easier to hit a critical elemental damage, so he uses an explosive flame that hits the other statue, knocking it to the side, the head of that boy. The boy's head almost hits our noble, but he dodges. Now that he dodged, he stands there with his mouth open. Right now, he had just seen a fireball, whereas what he used is an instant blast flame, which is considered a third-order ability, and thus, the noble. He shouts that this was impossible. Class-swapping physical fighters generally cannot learn elemental spells. Now, he wonders how he did that. Qing, on the other hand, ignores his question. He only advances toward the boss. However, one of the bosses prepares to grab our hero, but Qing easily dodges this attack. After dodging this attack, we observe that he used a strategy. He used that boss as an attack as well, because we see that the strike hit his companion squarely. Now that the boss was hit, he can then use an ability of his, which allows him to hit the boss directly, who is easily destroyed. He now used courage to reflect the boss's damage that almost hit him. This trick he used is one he hadn't even thought of. Now that he's fallen to the ground, we see that one of the bosses was more prepared than ever. He then advances toward our hero. Now that he used that ability with the red slime, he cannot use anything else to defend or escape this attack. And so, not knowing what else to do, he uses that shield he ended up taking almost by accident from some people. But even using this powerful shield, that strike ends up breaking the shield completely, throwing him against the wall in the back. Yet even so, he would not be defeated. The attack patterns of these monsters vary. They even prioritize the weaknesses of players, and sometimes vary from the strongest monsters he has somehow encountered in the battlefield. If his body didn't have sufficient attribute support, these hits he had received before would have been dangerous enough for him to die. But now we see that statue again preparing a new attack, as the speed of the attacks was constantly increasing. After the high-speed attacks, he suddenly stops mid-attack, using this to his advantage because he manages to hit his targets a bit more easily. So the idea is not to dodge the attacks. The more you dodge this monster's attack, the easier it becomes for it to bring you down. So he ends up thinking he has to find a way to withstand and also face the attacks head-on, because if he doesn't do this, it's very likely that our dear Qing will be easily brought down by this boss. The little story continues there soon. Then one of them runs towards our hero. Even after trying that statue in a punch-up, he still thinks it wasn't enough. He even thought he was using another move while he was basically on the back foot. At that moment, he ends up using his fireball, which flies towards the statue, hitting its face directly. Well, the face is destroyed, not completely though, because minutes later, we see our hero there jumping upwards, since that guy there, the statue, landed a heavy hit on him. At this moment, jumping upwards, he asks his companion to stay put because his advice would make him die a bit faster. However, our hero realizes he has to be faster than that and also much stronger than that. At that moment, he summons those hands, the hands of the system, which go towards that monster. At this moment, his companion below then opens his mouth again and sees that he was using a new ability. At that moment, we observe that living beings cannot be recycled, and then the system would have to disappear. But it wasn't necessary, because we see that the golem was powerful. It activated a lightning ability that almost undid our hero's hands, but it wasn't necessary because the next moment, The reflection in his eyes shows the protagonist advancing towards him with the dagger he had prepared. He then flew towards its eyes. Now, he asks him to withstand the strongest blow he has. At that moment, he hits one of its eyes, but at that moment this eye was defeated, though another one remained, which helped it to find our hero very quickly. At that moment, having found him, it then prepares a slap on the face, like the kind of slap you give to a fly that's just hovering in the air. At that moment, it hits our protagonist with such ease that it threw the guy with such force to the ground that it literally made him lose the course of life. But to disbelief, we see that the golem, besides being strong and overpowered, has healing abilities. Moreover, it ended up depleting 70% of its health with its common attacks. But he realizes that the attributes of the golem or the boss were kind of accumulating, and if this continues, it's very likely that the battle will never end or will end with the defeat of our hero's group. Since he wants to fight, he will then fight until death. At that moment, he realizes that destiny was inevitable, and if he rests for even a moment, he will die. And for that, he will be placing a bet. He will be betting all his health and life to defeat this boss, and he cannot lose under any circumstances. With this, he can gain as much strength as he desires. At that moment, he also ends up activating a buff effect. As soon as he activates this ability, he advances towards the boss to end this fight. He needs to land just one single powerful blow. At this moment, advancing, we see the golem acting firsthand. It ends up clapping its hands together with the expectation of defeating him. It goes for it, but our hero ends up dodging. Not only dodging, but also slicing its fingers. Thus, he advances towards its other eye. Not quite an eye, though, because he just went through the boss and ended up destroying half of it. His companion clearly starts thinking that our hero surpassed the strength of his boss or his enemy. Now that he defeated such a powerful boss like that, he ends up kind of wondering if one day he will be able to challenge him in a fight. Once he defeated the boss, the system appears to give those congratulations for killing the boss. But first, he makes that daily shake and starts drinking it to get a little stronger. Once he drank that shake, he then throws the cups on the ground. Now with his health fully restored and mana also at maximum, he feels happy and relieved for having defeated the boss. But now that he defeated this boss, he realizes that this boss was basically looking for opponents. So, strong like our hero, and this perhaps satisfied his fighting instinct, only now he needed to start that certain operation. Then his hands leak out of the system and head toward the statues that were all defeated on the ground. That pool of our hero's stuff ends up sucking all of it into its own dimension. His companion wonders what kind of hands those were. They were strange. Besides, after these hands appeared, they made the corpses that were here in front of him disappear, being taken to another dimension. Looking closer, he realizes this guy was eating the boss's body, meaning those tentacles were summoned by him, and he had never seen an ability like that. Now that he looked more closely, this person seemed to be more precise in being a more terrifying person than a monster. Soon after, to recycle, the system states that the recycling was successful, granting our protagonist some cards and abilities. The first ability was the multiple swords card, which requires a sword, a longsword, or a katana to use. However, using this ability, your opponent will gain extremely good strength. Yet there was another card, which was also an ability, called Provocation. This ability summons some monsters to be yours, forcing them to attack. But the ability above was basically a characteristic ability used by noble knights. The other ability is centered on the use of a shield, but for him, it seems he would never use shields that much. Still, he preferred to keep those abilities, as they seemed powerful for now and would remain with him. While he was completely alarmed by the power of our hero, he notices something happening behind him, making him turn around. What appeared was a chest. At this moment, to avoid being caught by the chest's weight, he jumps to the side. As soon as he jumps, the system appears, saying that he could invest in equipment. When he opens this chest, he might have a chance to obtain good or perfect random equipment. But now that he saw this chest up close, he remembers the last time when he was a scavenger. Some people said that when you defeat an Abyss boss, you get some sort of reward. This reward was a chest, the Abyss chest. However, there is also a chance of finding something else. What he found here now is even better than a chest. This was the Iron Altar, which gives many good things. Approaching it, he realizes this event was basically an event that granted very rare rewards within the Abyss. Now that he got closer, he wonders how he has such luck to find things like this. Now that he stopped to think, he realizes the difficulty accumulates and continuously increases the probability of an event appearing that will grant extremely good rewards. But for now, he just needs to keep striving to continue climbing and collecting good rewards. This dagger in his hand was a good investment. His friend then asks him to stop stalling and invest more in his equipment. What he can do is level up this equipment, these armors, everything he has, to the purple level. Currently, he can try to do this, but the talent he has only allows him to reach level 1, so he cannot do anything further. Now that he stopped to think, he realizes that this guy was still a level 1 guy, so he couldn't do many things. But fighting against those strong level monsters there, how could he do that? It's just that he doesn't have many options. He now has to be improving some things. So, he throws the sword he had in hand into the cauldrons. At this moment, the system appears, saying that if he puts that dagger there, something might happen and fail. And if he fails, he loses all his equipment. But fine, right? He's ours. So he throws the dagger, and you already know what happens. He's going to succeed. At the moment, he stops to think, right? He deduces here for us that the percentage might basically be reaching 100%. A good question now. So with this doubt, he just does the following. He takes the dagger and asks the system to improve it. Sometime later, we observe the system appearing, saying that the dagger was successfully improved, turning that dagger into basically a knife or a small sword. At this moment, after observing this new sword in his hand, he notices that its appearance seems basically good and already weaponized as a legendary class. Its statistics were actually good. The sword, which had a name called Trash, had an attack of 30. Still, the system asks if he liked the sword. Of course he liked it. Meanwhile, his friend thinks, what luck? What luck he has, his luck in getting good statistics. Then he shouts to our hero to wait a bit. These two swords he has basically have quite trash statistics. He considers this sword complete trash, and it even seems like the monsters have their lucky days more than he does. But right? He might even think this was trash. And now, stopping to think, he's more than right. Because at this moment, he ends up kind of wondering if perhaps he had never seen a divine-level piece of equipment before. While complaining, our hero throws that sword of his aside. Shortly after throwing his sword to the side, he just realizes that the sword, which was going in another direction, ends up quickly returning to his hand. This weapon can basically be thrown anywhere, and just by saying something, that sword automatically appears in his hand. He can use this as much as he wants. Now, with this ability, this guy will become much stronger, but that trash weapon might not allow it. Still, he ends up kind of wondering if, perhaps, he is the one designing the true forms of divine equipment in this world. However, our protagonist wanted to use this cauldron more and more, but he knows that if he leaves this abyss, he will basically lose it. So he just calls for us that system of his, which appears in his hands and goes toward the cauldron, pulling the cauldron into his system. After a few minutes, our protagonist's system sucked in the cauldron, transforming that cauldron into a card that can basically activate it at any moment, giving him the chance to forge any type of equipment again. Well, in the end, the reward event also became something he can use at any moment. Next time he gets good materials, he'll use this cauldron, which will make his sword, now considered trash, improve more and more. Because even if his improvement fails, or the weapon breaks, he can recycle and recreate other swords, making much better swords with a more powerful aspect. Since, at the moment, he was already tired of using daggers, now he wants to try new weapons. Now he can try to use these two weapons, which are dual wielders. At this moment, his companion approaches him and asks if using two unknown weapons at the same time will basically give him a penalty. This penalty could affect his speed or attack precision. His attack precision, which was previously perfect, will basically become useless, which makes many transmigrators. In this world that uses these types of weapons, leaving that aside, some don't even use them anymore because they caused some disadvantages. And he only understands in the end that this crazy guy, through new skills, was choosing something that would basically make him useless. But our hero literally throws a 0 at the guy and focuses entirely on his little system because he asks the system to open the skill enhancement. He still doesn't know how to use the dual sword skill, but he can use 10 BP to speed up and update his knowledge about dual swords. He realizes that this thing, which can be obtained through useless junk, can be used to repair weapons as well as to increase his single sword skill or some other skill. And if he uses 10 BP points, he can make his class reach rank D, then he can use 20 to reach C, then 30 to reach B, and then 40 to reach rank A. Finally, with so many points he has there, he can basically maximize his proficiency, leaving the two of them completely speechless. His companion still doesn't understand, but he wonders what he will be doing until some system screens decide to appear. At this moment, when it appeared, we observe his class reaching several ranks, and in the end, it achieved rank S proficiency. Now, with so many hacks and new skills, he kind of advances a bit further. However, he notices that a new door decided to appear. They could enter until then. His friend, addicted to crazy fights, kind of steps back, saying this was already his limit, since he still has a lot of money in the world and wants to spend a bit more on some things. He loves life. Meanwhile, our protagonist, if he doesn't, just follows the path ahead because the gate was about to open. But at the moment it opens, we observe a system screen saying the danger was extreme. This nerve, which wasn't here a little while ago, then asks his friend to dodge because it was extremely dangerous to stay here. Even dodging, his companion's hand ended up being devoured. Still, he realized his armor was more powerful, but with just one attack, that thing ate his hand. So this whole time, the real boss hadn't appeared yet. It was still deep in the back of this cave, staring intently at the portal's guard. He realizes something dangerous was about to come. At this moment, something came out of that portal like a shadow. To avoid being caught, he clearly uses his rank S daggers to dispel those mysterious shadows. But even dispelling them, he notices now something was arriving. A foot steps out of that portal. Once it came out, we observed that the boss that had just appeared was a dark elf. Its attributes, which the system also shows us, include gravity control. If you have a strong point in mind control or something like that, this creature is basically against you because it has high absorption. Furthermore, this creature has a death obsession. The demonic strike is its powerful attack. At the moment, this guy was looking for some prey, and he was basically trembling to hunt for new opponents. And we clearly already know who those new opponents of this dark elf will be. Our protagonist. Our story continues in chapter 41, where we see that guy who appeared from that portal. Of course, he begins walking toward his companion, who ended up losing an arm in this situation. At that moment, he takes a step forward, seemingly about to grab him. But from behind, we see Qing, who wouldn't allow that to happen. Using the wolf card, he commands the beast to move away from his friend. Now, holding one of the weapons in his hand, he might be able to achieve greater speed. However, by also using the wolf card, he gains an even greater speed that allows him to use this to his advantage to distract the boss's attention toward himself. As he says this, he positions himself in front of the boss, holding back the attack so his friend can escape. His friend starts running in another direction. At that moment, Qing deflects some of the attacks that were aimed at the protagonist, launching them backward while hitting the boss. Yet, as he looks at him, he realizes nothing happened. At this moment, he activates another mode, making himself stronger than before. He pushes the protagonist aside, causing him to fall to the ground. Qing thinks the attack was effective, but he knows he still cannot let the boss advance, as his goal is to defeat the weaker one. Once again, we see the boss preparing an attack to strike at his companion. This time, however, the companion who was with our protagonist couldn't escape. He ended up being split in two. As he is split, the scene shifts to outside the portal. There, we see that the companion who had brought that crazy guy to the dungeon notices someone inside has died. Now, there's only one life signal left inside the portal. The chubby man below starts laughing, already thinking that the level 1 hunter ended up dying. It wasn't much of a surprise, was it? He was bound to die after all, since this abyss is for level 30 and above, with legendary difficulty. A novice at level 1 couldn't survive a dungeon like this. Either way, the chubby man says that the level 1 hunter likely fought against some legendary monsters, which at least gave some meaning to his life. Now it's just a matter of waiting. If he survives inside, he'll probably have to endure a bit longer, as a powerful hunting group is likely on its way to protect them, possibly. However, another person mentions that legendary creatures like the ones they're fighting tend to drop very rare items. Anyone would want to grab those. After all, they're necessary for ordinary people to make significant progress in this circle, and no one else should covet the item he got. Then, the scene cuts back inside the portal. Now that the boss has achieved his first victory, he starts staring at something high above. After looking for a moment, he glances in another direction, at our protagonist. He notices an extremely powerful aura emanating from him. For the boss, this isn't entirely bad news, as he now gets to fight such a powerful monster. If he wins, he'll gain plenty of good items. Moreover, without the other guy to protect him, the protagonist apologizes and asks to borrow his body for a few minutes, as he might need some of the abilities it holds. So, he activates those hands of his system. The monster, of course, notices this happening but doesn't do anything, merely watching. Meanwhile, the system informs him that the hands appeared and devoured some powers. They also managed to acquire good items from him, and he learned some dual sword techniques. Thus, the proficiency of HSD should be sufficient to master most of this monster's abilities. Now turned out differently with a monster like this. It only asks for that thing to come to this medicine, and its request is clearly answered in a fraction of a second because it flies in its direction, closer than ever before. It ends up widening its eyes, but it could not fall behind. Using its two dual weapons, it managed to defend against the first attack, but even so, it was still not enough. So, it ends up kind of using those arms of its to escape from there. Now, behind it, we see our Qing appearing. But at the moment he showed up, he uses that weapon of his to try to strike a great blow against it. Only at that moment, as he tries to pierce this monster from behind, we quickly observe the boss dodging our protagonist's attack. At the moment it dodged, it then already counterattacks Qing. Qing just saw a V-shaped slash coming his way, but he easily dodged it. However, the boss did not stop and launched another counterattack, but again, he dodged it. Dodging, he stands there in shock, realizing his clones didn't work against a boss like this. Facing this boss, he saw what he needed to do to defeat this thing. But now he only thought of one thing: defending himself, because if he couldn't do that, he would die, as his health was already very low, and he wasn't managing to find time to recover it. At this rate, the only outcome would perhaps be death, but the system appears, saying the boss was using the gravity ability. At that moment, a kind of black hole appears in the boss's palm, which scares our protagonist. However, he doesn't have much of a reaction left. That black hole pulls our hero towards the boss. Unable to do anything, he only takes a solid punch to the chin, which kind of sends him flying a bit far away. After the dust settles, he thinks that his health still hasn't recovered even a little. And even worse, this boss won't let him recover his life. But still, he knows he has a trump card he might use to perhaps defeat this boss. That was that tree. Oh, that boss-like monster he defeated before, which recovered extremely fast. As Qing thinks about using this card to his advantage, we observe the boss disappearing. In a matter of minutes, it appears beside our protagonist. To avoid being hit by this dimensional slash coming at him, he dodges to the side, but that wasn't enough, for again, it strikes another blow. However, again, he dodges every strike this boss made against him. But the boss saw that this guy was managing to escape too much. Then it uses that gravity ability again, and once more, a black hole appears in the palm of its hand. Our Ye King is once again caught by this ability and thus is pulled toward the boss, flying and getting closer to the boss. He saw that he couldn't do anything else, but at that moment, he noticed the boss was preparing to do something. It was using a type of attack that would break the kid into pieces. But he realized he couldn't stand still, so he does something that ends up kind of helping him get rid of this thing. Once he escaped, we only observed some damage on the ground. At that moment, his sword falls near the foot of this boss. Now that he got up, he saw that he still hadn't managed to recover even a single HP, and now he only has 1 HP left. What will he do? In the end, he only discovered that at the moment of death, you always find the right way to defeat something. And this, perhaps, is a valuable lesson you can learn a lot from. His strong opponents once again, and he thanks that opponent in front of him for teaching him this. Thus, he ends up somewhat moving his hand forward, asking for that weapon of his, which was lying on the ground, to fly in his direction. The boy, not understanding anything, only sees that sword near his foot lifting into the air. Now, with those 2 daggers in his hands, we see Ye King advancing in his direction, asking him to try one more time and withstand one more of his blows. However, before he could hit our boss, the boy suddenly jumps upward, dodging his attack. But that's not all. Boss decides to attack our protagonist. Yet again, our protagonist dodges, asking for one last chance. He is learning more in this battle, as his development has been remarkable. Even Boss notices that our protagonist has grown stronger. He even uses his sword to defend himself, but now has absolute certainty that, this time, here and now, he will manage to do something significant, perhaps cut something off of Boss. With his sword raised back, he charges toward the boy. But even though he uses all his potential, he realizes that every passing minute, this boss also becomes much faster and stronger. Yet, he too needed to become faster and stronger. Thus, he manages to achieve a remarkable feat, cutting off one of Boss's horns. At that moment, realizing his horn was cut off, Boss becomes extremely enraged and tries to hit our protagonist. But it's useless, as the protagonist leaps upward, gaining a more panoramic view of Boss. Then he uses his most powerful skill again. At that moment, the ability lands squarely on the boy. However, with each blow he lands on Boss, Boss grows increasingly furious with our protagonist. At this point, we see Boss flying toward Ye King. Ye King was about to be split in 2 like that other guy. But for this, Ye King, wielding his S-rank swords, defends himself against the attack. Yet those weapons proved futile, as his weapon ended up being split in 2. As soon as it was broken, Ye King was thrown far back. But to avoid hitting the ground, he leaps backward. When he lands, he realizes the swords could not keep up with the power and speed. Still, this wasn't a problem for him. For him, what he now held in his hands was trash. And he knows one thing: trash is recyclable. At that moment, he has millions and millions of options to recover or restore those broken swords. Thus, he sends the sword into the system. Minutes later, the sword returns to his hand, fully restored. Now that he has completely recovered the sword, he points it in Boss's direction. At this moment, pointing the sword at Boss, things begin to change. His eyes reflect more power, and unlike before, he will no longer let Boss counterattack him. At that moment, after pointing the sword in his direction, a slash is emitted, landing directly on the head, on the eye in the middle of Boss's forehead. To be more specific, not just the forehead, but the entire body of Boss. Half of his life ended up crawling on his knees now for our protagonist. We observe him advancing now, and when he's facing forward, he realizes his HP bar is exposed. He then asks the boss not to be trembling out of fear, since for our protagonist, there's nothing left for him to fear. However, upon saying this, the system appears saying that the boss, the Fia de D master, has increased a lot. At this moment, He stands up as the ground shakes intensely, and the scene cuts outside the portal, where we then observe the protagonist's group. The 10-10 guy ends up being praised by someone, saying that if it weren't for him, they probably wouldn't have made it as far as they did. The singer only says that he should thank her for being stronger, since she was the one who caused 90% of the damage to the monster alone. Meanwhile, she says that the two of them were extremely useless, and it didn't help to stay close to them. After exiting the portal, he wonders why so many people were there in front of the portal, where our protagonist was inside. To that, this person responds that inside the portal there were 2 life signs, but then he affirms that no one in the abyss survived. Meanwhile, others, after hearing this, say that this was just an incident, not an accident. Meanwhile, a cleaning group finally arrives at the location, and since everyone inside died, there's no need to worry anymore. By entering, they could get the legendary items that were inside, but they needed to give 100% to defeat the boss, who was probably the strongest one in there. At this moment, as they give small warnings that no one from those masses survived, we observe the 10-10 singer, who has a huge doubt about how no one from those masses survived without knowing the answer. A guard appears and tells him not to approach, as this is a special test, and he can't go any further. At this moment, the 10-10 singer completely ignores the guy and then asks them to move forward to at least rescue one of those people inside the portal. But for this guy turns around and proudly states why they should go inside to rescue trash. He sees plenty of trash in front of him and even sees some inside, but if any of those trash inside the portal asks for a rescue signal, he can send some people in to try to rescue them. Even so, rescuing them would be a good deal for the equipment they have. At least with equipment, that guy inside wouldn't just be recyclable trash. However, the 10-10 singer just says that his boss wasn't trash, and that he said his boss would get out of the abyss. Before entering the portal, his boss, our Qing, had affirmed that he would be able to leave the portal, and no matter what, he always believes what he says. And today we continue with, he points in your direction and then says that, well, he was trash. Well, 2 pieces of trash went in there. The basics were as follows. To go in there as well, get those who were inside and put them out, burying them in the place where they came from. Now, with that said, he asks the hunters to proceed, and inside they should cause chaos and collect all the best resources in there. But a mysterious voice from inside the portal says there was no need for anyone to go inside. Everyone is startled. Alv follows immediately, and then a foot. This foot, we soon see, belongs to our protagonist. He emerges from the portal completely wrecked. He still didn't know how he was supposed to pass Ted's test, so he ended up grabbing the main item from the boss. Maybe this would make him pass the test they planned for our hero. Soon after, his friend, the protagonist's companion, cries with joy upon seeing that his friend was happy. Then, after leaving the portal, he starts advancing toward the group of those extras who wanted to try their luck and enter the portal. Approaching one of these extras, he places in front of them a token he managed to obtain, even succeeding in killing the boss. Then he wonders if this would complete his test. As soon as he shows it, how could this be possible? Well, it was impossible. His level was level 1. How did he manage to get through in there? Now, looking closer, they start to notice something. What he held in his hand was a golden rune stone. And now that the legend is in hand, they ask how he managed to obtain that thing. But our protagonist didn't want to explain anything to this person. So he takes that token he obtained and hands it to this person, saying that he completed his test. Now he can leave and get his certificate, but the person still wanted an answer. The golden rune stone was a token that could only be obtained after defeating the legendary monster. Then, turning toward him, this person wonders if, by chance, he managed to kill the legendary monster. At this moment, knowing he must answer, he turns and says that yes, he killed it. He killed it down to the depths of the abyss, and not a single monster was left alive in there. But still looking at this token, this person remains skeptical. This was impossible. The boy was level 1, but perhaps they think The boss that appeared in there might have been a lower-level legendary monster, but even as a lower form, it was impossible. There's no way a scavenger could kill a legendary-level monster or survive an event like that. That girl then points toward our protagonist and says that the guy who went in with him, with the chosen class, was perhaps the one who killed it. But in the end, the one who took all the credit was our protagonist. This might be something they could believe, knowing that our protagonist is a liar. Now, trembling with fear, she points in his direction, claiming that he, the protagonist, ended up having to kill the chosen one. This now makes him a team killer, a guy who shouldn't basically have access to that thing he wanted. As soon as he says this, your friend starts pointing in your direction, pointing at that person, and begins to say, "How dare she speak such nonsense?" Your friend would never do something as disgusting as that. He clearly survived on his own strength. She still doesn't believe it, approaches our hero, and now they wonder how a scavenger could have such strength. And now, he only managed to survive up to this point because of that chosen hunter, L. If not for his betrayal, it's likely that the one to come out alive from that dungeon wouldn't have been our hero, but instead, that chosen hunter. After saying this kind of filth again, your friend approaches and says, "No, he also wouldn't betray anyone. He could even investigate more deeply what really happened inside the dungeon. Since entering the dungeon, the body of that chosen one remains there. But the protagonist asks them to wait a moment, then says they won't find the body of the chosen one." After saying this, someone ends up coming out of the portal. Minutes later, this person ends up confirming that he was right. There was no one left in the abyss. Not a single human or monster alive in there. An empty abyss. Perhaps it was just a bug, but our protagonist no longer has anything to prove about what happened inside the dungeon because the supervisors suddenly feel the need to invent stupid rules. Moreover, the idea of turning him into a team killer was the most stupid thing he had heard all year, leaving the girl totally speechless. She can't say anything more. But after all this, he asks her to tell him what is necessary for him to pass this evaluation, or if he has already passed. She admits she was wrong, but doesn't admit to wanting to tell them the truth. So she ends up saying that Qing somehow passed and also earned the certification of a hunter from the National Committee. Now his level is comparable to a very high-rank hunter. At that moment, another person appears and says that now that he's qualified, he can participate in the principal hunter groups. Perhaps now Qing is satisfied. Not satisfied? Maybe it's not just that. At this moment, the Serdali Shinga appears. All the guards present there are happy with her presence. Everyone approaches her, and it seems like they're having a friendly chat. But as she gets closer, she starts to say that anyone who possesses the golden rune can apply to a hunting group. However, for Qing, this wasn't necessary, because Qing could create his own hunting group. He doesn't need to join one. Now, she approaches our hero, and now she wonders if he mentioned her name just a moment ago. He says no, but at that moment she knew. She understood everything that was happening here and now. Turning around with a threatening face, she ends up saying that every hunting group from the World Committee present here or any other person who possesses a golden token is basically allowed to join any group, all because she didn't want to let him become, essentially, what he had just become a short while ago. If she was doing this, it meant she was trying to sabotage everything. But she ends up saying that wasn't what she meant to say. Yet, she continues to say that this golden token in her hand isn't something that could be given to our protagonist, even though he managed to obtain it. And she has already chosen a very interesting person to give this golden token to. As soon as she says this, our singer appears and says it was a waste. How so? How could it be a waste to give this thing to our brother, our Qing? Shortly after saying this, the hunters behind begin to tell the truth. If by chance they knew about the Mora rules, that this type of committee ends up creating out of nowhere, they wouldn't even basically be in this place since it wasn't worth it at all. Everyone then starts talking, but she just asks everyone to shut up, already saying there that if someone were to create a group like our protagonist was intending to create, it wasn't necessary because our protagonist was weak. and for someone to create a group, it was necessary to be in rank B or a rank higher than that. Right after saying this, she starts saying that before he joined Abyss, he only had a D-level rank, and the energy stones didn't lie. If by chance he showed a D-rank level, everyone in the committee would most certainly laugh in his face. But someone grabs the sensor and starts measuring his power. Then they say that the level detection stone was fluctuating from level A to S. After measuring for a good while, the stone being used to measure the power of our hero suddenly explodes in the man's hands. Everyone is startled, and she then looks in his direction and realizes she made a mistake. Looking in his direction, he was furious and also emanated a somewhat strong aura. He approaches her, and she is startled. But after all that, others end up saying that the stone used to measure levels might have gone crazy or was perhaps broken. However, minutes later, our protagonist says that they could all call him trash or think he was. But today, he heard many things for no reason. He didn't like any of them, and his final reason for being here was to get certification to earn a class upgrade. In the end, he doesn't want to cause any trouble. Looking closely, she notices he was emanating an extremely powerful aura, even outside the Abyss. Now she wonders if he might attack an Abyss supervisor. But no, our protagonist simply says he will not attack her, but instead take back what was his. At this moment, he extends his hand toward her. Minutes later, after extending his hand, that object in her hand starts floating and moves toward him. Moments later, it lands in his hand. That level meter from before must have been broken, so he picks up another one to measure his current level, but he still doesn't believe it. Looking closer now, he realizes that the level meter was basically unstable at the moment. This seemed to be almost on the verge of exploding. After having humiliated our protagonist in front of everyone, he starts emitting even more aura near himself. Then he says that after this humiliation, he asks the bare minimum foe them to stop humiliating anyone who seems weak to them. The device in his hand explodes, and in the end, he manages to see his classification. Our hero's classification was above S. At this moment, after saying this, our hero ends up suggesting that they change the method of measuring other people's power so they wouldn't embarrass themselves anymore. Now she starts saying that maybe all this time, our protagonist had been hiding his real power. This might be impossible since no one in the world has ever done that. Suddenly, that girl from before appears behind our hero. It starts by praising him and also congratulating him for having managed to pass through that dungeon, which is extremely difficult. I don't know if he wants to sweat a little, but also the test should have been a bit easier for our hero. Well, it should have been easier if, at the beginning, he had used his name. By using his name, anyone here would basically follow his orders or something like that. Now that she looks at that boy, she realizes that maybe he might be a completely different person since he was very close to the family there. Maybe, from the beginning, he ended up telling the lie that he was a scavenger. Her doubt remains strong since the other one here ends up saying that everything he went through was difficulty in vain because these people here ended up putting it on our protagonist. Also, she should have given our hero some good armor. But after all that, he ends up saying how he could be using his name when, even there, he entered the dungeon just a little while ago and managed to basically make everyone think he was a team killer. Saying he was an ally was basically an insult, and to make them believe in his true strength, he needed to use brute force. But after all that singer of ours, 10 out of 10, looks at the cousin of his group and realizes that standing in front of him was our Lin Chingan. After introducing her, he introduces his friend to her. At that moment, she recognizes him and recalls seeing him somewhere. He ends up affirming that once, on her birthday, he ended up participating in an event. He went as a singer. Now that he mentioned it, she starts to remember a very bad rap from her party, which basically ruined her whole birthday party. He is totally saddened to know that the rap he sang there at her birthday party was a complete disaster. But now, she turns in his direction and ends up inviting him to have a party at her house for having managed to pass the test. He ends up thinking, "My house? It's okay, I guess." But after thinking a little more, he shouts, "My house! That's impossible!" Our protagonist, along with singer 1010, falls to the ground. The other one is saddened by hearing the truth, but Our Lady says that no, she didn't want to invite someone so rich like her to such a small and cramped place. To make things even worse, he lives in a rented place in a completely poor area. He even thinks she would laugh at him, but if it's that inconvenient, she thinks she should change. Thus, our protagonist ends up agreeing. After all, there's one thing he doesn't want her to find out. Knowing that the next day there will be a party, he invites our singer 1010 to participate in the singing. He could sing his rap again. He gets sad because he would face the truth again, but now that he has passed the test, he could rest and could basically celebrate at night. She also considers giving him a good gift. Thus, they begin to say goodbye. She would leave and see him at night the next day. Saying goodbye in the car, our protagonist ends up feeling happy and content with that. But after all that, he needs to go to the barbershop to change his look a little bit, because going to a party the next day like this would be shameful. After saying that, he returns to his house. At night, he arrives there, and his sister, noticing he has arrived, ends up asking if, by chance, he didn't go to the meeting. In the end, our hero says he did. She said it was likely he went to a goblin or orc-type meeting, and the most specific place for the meeting was perhaps inside a dungeon. Right after that, she gets extremely angry for him lying to her, but he says he's fine. His legs, his arms, everything was connected. A few minutes later, she says he needs to go to the hospital because his injuries on his body were pretty severe. But they say there's no need. What he needs at the moment is a good bath. Thus, he ends up entering the bathroom and turning on the shower. We then observe the damage from those fights he had against that S-rank boy. At that moment in the bath, he begins to notice some things that are completely on his body. It was also by sheer luck that his sister didn't see him in this terrible state. Looking now, he realizes that some of the damage he managed to cause when he was an amateur inside the dungeon is on his body. Now he realizes that it will take a few months to recover fully. But now he calls the system after the system. He ended up realizing something. After defeating that black orf, he ended up noticing something in the system. Something appears saying reincarnation. After that, we just go back to the death of the boss. He falls to the ground. We observe several very good items there that appeared for him. Now that he killed the system, appears congratulating our protagonist. Our protagonist is also happy for having managed to kill the black orf without even getting hurt, and now he does the basics that was that basic recycling. At this moment, we observe our protagonist happier. This was the main ability, and that black orf used, this was incredible for him. Now, he is basically happy because now he managed to get one of the best and most powerful items, but also for having killed Avon the boss. He ended up earning some points. 140 points. Our protagonist is also happy, so he takes those points and ends up distributing them equally, as he did. Back then, in each part of his state, he divides 1 point for each one. In the end, our protagonist managed to distribute for everything in his system, so that everything is equally balanced. But at this moment, the system appears saying that our protagonist has added all the points that should have been added. Now he can no longer make any more additions there to his states. And now he has gained something new, or a new chance reincarnation. Reincarnating, you can basically restart your entire level. You can also have a second awakening by accepting this thing from the system. He would be able to increase his level more and more. Also, his attribute limit could be greatly increased. Now that he saw this, he is sad and at the same time happy, because hunters who reach the maximum attribute level in the system have the chance to reset to level 0. He will basically go back to the beginning where everything started. But now that stat restriction he has could be broken, but also he hesitates about changing classes. But after seeing everything that happened today in that dungeon, he ends up thinking about changing, since his goal is always to get stronger, because he always wants to protect what's left of his family, because his goal is still far from being achieved. Also, limits are something he no longer wants to accept. his growth can still grow much more, so he needs to basically break or overcome. Our story then continues with our hero still inside the bathroom. At this moment, he says that he would not accept being basically degraded to a point where he can no longer stand it. So, he accepts the proposal given by the system. At the moment he accepts, he ends up shouting, which kind of startles his sister. But just then, a system screen appears saying that reincarnation was successful. He ends up somewhat increasing his growth limit, but he is surprised to see that he hasn't gone back to square one. He also starts looking at his body and notices that the scar that was there before has disappeared. Just as he realizes this, his sister shows up at the door, saying that his clothes are covered in blood. She wonders how he managed to cause so much damage to his body. However, because she barged into the bathroom, all we can see is the protagonist's reaction to seeing her. On the other hand, she sees his reaction as even stranger. At that moment, due to his unexpected reaction, an explosion suddenly occurs in the protagonist's house. After the explosion subsides, we see the image of our hero transforming into that bear. She transformed into that again. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to another location, at the equipment auction in Shangfeng City. The goods obtained from the abyss are quite diverse, so they need to be carefully identified so that the seller and buyer can properly conduct their transactions. Besides the black market, the only option is to sell them in a formal environment. Finally, the best equipment is selected to be auctioned and sold. While thinking about advancing to sell his items, one of the guards appears, questioning what he is doing there, as he clearly doesn't look like a buyer or an auctioneer. However, our protagonist says otherwise, claiming that he is indeed an auctioneer and is there to auction or evaluate some items for the auction. The guard doesn't believe him and starts questioning what kind of class he belongs to that would make some people so surprised. The protagonist ends up stating that even if he reached his maximum limit of rank 5, it's doubtful that people's impressions of him would be better than nothing. He then mentions that he is rank 1. The guard, unimpressed, pushes the protagonist out of the auction, stating that many wealthy people are inside and rich people don't like individuals like him in there. You know how it is. Knowing he is about to be expelled from the auction, the protagonist pulls out one of the weapons he obtained from that dungeon earlier. At that moment, he wonders if he can evaluate it himself. He begins to question whether the guard is joking because he needs to evaluate such a trash piece of equipment. But since the protagonist insists, the guard agrees. He retrieves a device, and then we see it analyzing the equipment our protagonist holds. However, the equipment shows a power level of 0. After seeing this, the guard asks him to leave, saying the item he holds is garbage and that he might as well throw it away. The guard even says he'll do him the favor of not charging the evaluation fee for such trash. But as our hero lets the item fall to the ground, he notices that this dagger has an excellent sharpness. He takes a closer look at the dagger, using a glass evaluator. After observing it for a moment, he realizes that the equipment is unique, the Void Rift Dagger. This unique dagger allows the user to create a small portal in a certain location, enabling teleportation within a 30-meter radius to the spot where the dagger is thrown. Now that he realizes this item is perfect, he also understands that just moments ago, he almost lost it to someone else. Going back a few hours, we see the protagonist working hard to ensure he can support his sister in a hotel. For now, he can no longer stay at home, so he'll have to live in a storage room for a few days. Spending his savings that he had gathered otherwise, he would lose everything. But at this moment, he called upon our system because he realized that earlier he had spent 200 million won to renovate the house destroyed by his sister. At that moment, he opened the system to see if there were any weapons he could put up for auction to sell. If he could do that, he might manage to get a good amount of money. But he noticed that perhaps at the auction, there were many similar items, as most of the equipment he had was not of perfect quality. Beginner players with a lot of cash tend to buy this kind of equipment. But as soon as they level up or change jobs, they often throw away or discard the equipment they bought since, in the eyes of the wealthy, this equipment in the system is basically trash and difficult to sell. The weapons he currently had didn't have great advantages in combat and couldn't be sold for a high price, as they wouldn't fetch much. Maybe with the weapons in hand, he could sell them for a reasonable price, like 1,000 or a few cents. However, while exploring his system, he discovered the option to reinforce or reform some items. It was like a Minecraft craft table, where you pull it from the system and it comes out on top of you. At that moment, he wondered if he could use it outside the abyss. But as soon as he activated it, he looked up and saw that the workbench appeared right next to him. To avoid being caught, he ran to the side and then came back, noticing the craft table right in front of him. Realizing it appeared outside the abyss, he felt happy because now he could take low-quality equipment and upgrade it to perfect quality. He began devising strategies to make infinite money. He then pulled out one of the weakest daggers from his inventory. At that moment, he noticed that this very low-level equipment could be upgraded to epic level and later to legendary classification, which would increase the equipment's value tenfold with each improvement made on the craft table. This weapon he now held could be sold at auction for approximately 10,000 won in the market. With this forge, he could take trash items and put them inside. However, he needed to use 30 points from his system. Once done, the forge would do its job. But at this moment, he realized that the dagger he had put inside failed. Initially, he thought the dagger was too low level, so he put in another card, much superior to the previous one, to see if at least this could achieve a class upgrade. Now he hoped it would work because he stood to lose 100,000 won if it failed. At that moment, he placed the card inside, and minutes later, he heard the sound he didn't want to hear. The system showed that the equipment failed to upgrade its class. Thinking more deeply, he realized the problem might not lie with the materials, but rather with the forging altar itself. While contemplating this, he noticed something on the forge he hadn't seen before, a suffix. He then used his observation eyes and asked the system to identify what this forge was. When he used this ability, the system revealed the true nature of the forge. It was a trash forge. This meant that if you took an extremely trash weapon, one that you would throw away, and put it into this forge, you could upgrade it to a superior classification or possibly even legendary. Realizing that this forge was specifically for trash items, he understood its connection to trash, just like the rewards his protagonist received from our beloved system, which were also mostly trash. At that moment, he approached the forge, understanding that trash was perfect for this forge, so he wouldn't feel sad about it. Now everything would basically be discarded inside it, a strange scenario where only trash could be successfully forged. He then basically wanted to try his luck to see if it would really work. So now, he placed a sword that was quite weak. Its level was level 1, and the damage it dealt was only 5. It was the weakest sword he had, which he got from the most random drop in the system. At that moment, he placed the weakest and most random sword he had on the forge. Then he started hammering on the sword, breaking it in half right away. But then the system announced that the forging he desired so much had somehow been a success. A sword that was level 1 ended up being upgraded to level 32. Its damage, which was 5, increased to 422, and to make it even better, it gained a new ability, the ability of darkness. However, our protagonist didn't even care about that. What mattered to him was the equipment itself, as he realized it was a unique piece of gear. The only material he used to forge this unique sword was a piece of trash. Additionally, aside from forging trash, it became a divine artifact. This time, he had truly obtained a great treasure. Now he realized that the trash equipment in his system could be used in the forge. At that moment, he even thought he was making infinite money, but money wasn't his focus yet. Instead, he grabbed the items in his system and placed them on the forge, hammering them one after the other. He managed to forge a bow, which ended up being a success. The bow's level was now 29, and its damage was 397. He then picked another item, placed it on the forge, and hammered it. Again, success. This time, a mantle reached level 30 and dealt 400 damage. But he didn't stop there. He grabbed yet another piece of equipment, placed it on the forge, and repeated the process. This time, it reached level 41 with 577 damage. He didn't stop forging. He kept going. item after item, until exhaustion finally caught up with him. Sitting down, he realized that all the trash equipment had been transformed into perfect weapons. Those that weren't trash became attribute bonuses for him. Looking at the storage box, he noticed he had forged many pieces of unique quality equipment. Standing still, the system popped up, announcing that he had reached level 1. At that moment, he realized that even standing still, he could gain levels by forging equipment. During the time he spent forging, he managed to leap from the initial stage, arguably the hardest, to earn an official title as an employee. Now, what remained for our protagonist was to figure out how to sell or transform these weapons into money using his new hunter license. The scene then shifted to him inside an office, discussing where he got those weapons he now had in hand. He reinforced what he had said before, that he was a collector. Even if he was only a level 1 collector, he wondered if he could collect items, but if he told the truth, that he had forged the equipment himself, it would only cause him more problems. Meanwhile, the sharp-toothed man assured him that, of course, there was nothing wrong with collecting. Collecting items didn't necessarily mean someone had a high level. However, the fact that he managed to bring high-level equipment to this auction was already perfect. He still had a few more pieces to auction. If the auction prices were adequate, he could earn some commissions. While saying this, he pulled some of the weapons the protagonist had forged from the system. At that moment, he used a tool to measure the equipment's level. He realized the protagonist had perfect and high-quality items. He invited him to a more prestigious room, a VIP room. The protagonist followed the path to the Platinum VIP room. While advancing, he accidentally bumped into a man who had just passed by. The man immediately asked if he was blind, unable to see someone as large as him walking by. Apologizing, the protagonist observed the silver-haired man. He dressed in such a common way that for him, he wasn't even an important guy deserving attention for daring to block his path. He wonders what kind of guild he was part of, then ends up saying, "Yi King, free hunter," which wasn't surprising, as he was just some random hunter. However, the guy then shows his guild, saying to Yi King that he belonged to one of the most powerful guilds, known as Tatos M. This guild practically only hires people with a very high physique and immense brute strength. In summary, they only hire people with the title of Baker. Looking at this, our protagonist realizes it might not be a good idea to mess with these guys. So, he ends up apologizing and moves on. But the guy draws a sword, saying that what he did wasn't worth an apology. He goes on to say that for coming in dressed like that, for bumping into him earlier, and for ignoring him and his guild, the protagonist would now have to face something dangerous. At this moment, our protagonist notices that this place is under the protection of some global guilds, so using any force here could lead to big trouble. The guy ends up telling him he's lucky, but that since he's just a scoundrel with a much lower rank than him, it would be better to leave. He then calls a guard, asking the guard to verify and expel our protagonist from the premises. While walking and talking about this, we observe someone inside watching the whole situation. He couldn't believe what was happening. He approaches our hero and asks what he was doing there, saying this wasn't a place where he should be, but rather that he should be entering a room called Platinum VIP. One of the guards didn't believe he had Platinum VIP access with him. Because of this, the guy who had messed with the protagonist ended up being expelled from the place. Meanwhile, the guard apologizes for the trouble that had just occurred. However, the hunter who caused the issue still wasn't willing to let it go. He says he is a free hunter, but he belongs to a powerful guild. As the guard holds him back, he makes some threats. But the guard states that this place is protected by some of the world's most powerful guilds, and if he does anything, his guild will be notified, which could lead to them never entering this auction again. Meanwhile, the observer, Dent Estudiantes, ends up telling our protagonist to take a better look at the auction. This place only has lower-level equipment, but in other areas he might find much better items. However, for Yi King, the view was different from the other bystanders. He says he doesn't think the equipment here is trash, since for someone else, an item might seem worthless, but to him, it could be useful. Yi King notes that because he doesn't have a forge, he can choose any low-level equipment and make it worthwhile. As he moves forward, the bystander admits Qing is right. The scene cuts to inside the auction, where we find some important old men saying that there are some rumors about a rather crazy auctioneer who decided to auction off everything he had there for his association. Another, who was curious, ends up saying that he was interested in this auction. He was looking for certain items that only he had. They also say that compared to the true auction professionals, they are now small fish. The professionals only go after those good items along with their teams of adventurers. Meanwhile, the protagonist was just watching these pieces of equipment being sold. He managed to sell one item for 317,000 on and another for 281,000 on. Now that he has so much money, he can simply do whatever he wants. But if, by any chance, his money runs out, he can just forge some equipment and put it up for sale here. Now, the presenter asks everyone to be quiet because he wants to introduce the new rules. From now on, they will be putting up some items for auction, but the items will be identified. This means they could end up getting good items, but at the same time, they could also get very bad ones. And if they get bad items, they will not be able to return or exchange them. The main rule: you cannot refuse to pay the amount you stated. Then, the auction begins. He puts up a ring for 50,000 on. Looking at this ring, the protagonist realizes that this might actually be quite interesting. Up until now, he notices that the first items in the auction are usually warm-up pieces meant to attract everyone's attention, while the ones in the back are the rarest items. Either way, this would be a trap, and no one would fall for it. But since no one wanted it, he is now easing the situation. Now he starts wondering what would happen if he decided to participate. To get things started, he places a bid of 1 million. After this bid, we find that guy who messed with him earlier saying that this guy just did something stupid by buying a broken item like this. Now, looking at that guy, everyone here realizes that the man up there might be quite rich. And for good reason. It's very likely that he has already examined all the items in this auction. And maybe the item he just bid 1 million on is actually quite interesting. Then, one of them raises a paddle, saying he will pay 1.1 million. Others, who didn't want to lose this bet, end up raising their bids as well, 1.4 million, until our protagonist bids 1.5 million. Seeing that the platinum bidder raised his hand again, everyone is surprised. Then he declares that, no, he will not let a platinum like him show off so much in an auction like this. He has to take action first. So, he starts by saying that he will pay 3 million right away. That is a bid that surely no one will match, until the protagonist says he will pay 4 million. The reason for raising the bid so much is that his bank balance has 79 million on. Even his friend realized that increasing the price by saying he would pay millions would be a waste of time. This ring is not worth that much, but he said no, he would not lose to platinum like the protagonist. Since last time he underestimated the boy, and now that he also liked this ring, it must mean that it truly is of high quality. He couldn't let this slip away so easily, so he raised the bid to 5 million. 5 million for an unidentified piece of equipment. This guy was crazy. 5 million here would bankrupt a small team. After placing 5 million, they turn to the protagonist. He points his finger at him and asks, "And now, what are you going to do?" The price went up a lot, so he can't do anything else, until the protagonist smiles. Then he raises the bid to 10 million. 10 million left him speechless. With 10 million, he could create a mid-level hunting group. He hadn't even heard it properly. 10 million? Was this guy out of his mind? Then he turns to the auctioneer and asks if I wasn't making fun of him. He might have a VIP platinum ranking, but having that much money was just too crazy. So he ends up talking to a certain person, and in the end, he says that this was valid. He would be participating in the next auctions. Still, the people around were surprised since this guy here probably had more than 10 million in his account. That left everyone shocked. He, on the other hand, was completely frozen. He couldn't let a guy like him, acting so arrogantly, get away with it. The amount of disrespect was unbearable, and he couldn't just let it slide, especially since he himself was part of a very powerful clan and a high-ranking representative of it. There was no way he would allow a rogue hunter like that to trample over him. If that guy was stepping on him, he would do the same. So, he raised the bid to 10.5 million. The protagonist smiled, taking the auction even more seriously. He then declared that he would be paying 100 million. This left the other guy completely confused. He even fainted, unable to comprehend how someone could pay 100 million just like that. At that moment, he thought that maybe saying 100 million was a mistake, but he didn't care much about it. With that ring, he could easily make more than 100 million in cash. Then, he wondered whether he was really going to let a free hunter, as arrogant as that one, humiliate him in this way. 100 million, perhaps this was the most unique bid of the day, but now, he started thinking that he should have gone straight to 1 billion from the beginning, as this was an item the brat was so interested in. Why was he playing around with him like this? At the same time, he questioned why the guy was willing to pay such an absurd amount for such a weak ring. Maybe he thought that ring wasn't worth much. However, the way things looked, it seemed that the other guy wanted to pay such a high price just to humiliate the hunter who had previously humiliated him. But still, was this equipment really worth 100 million? This ring could make someone incredibly powerful. So, he decided to bid again. He now declared that he would be paying 200 million for that ring. As soon as he said that number, everyone was left speechless. This amount would certainly bankrupt a mid-tier group. After making this declaration, he turned to the protagonist and asked if he wasn't afraid to continue. Because if the protagonist wanted, he could keep going until they reached 1 billion. He would pay it all just to demonstrate the financial power that his massive guild commanded. The protagonist, however, realizing that it would be a waste of time, admitted defeat. The item was now his. Now that he had won, he wondered whether this guy dared to stand against him. After saying that, he turned to his companion, who was completely frozen, wondering how he could say something like that to the boss. His companion then replied that it was fine, since his analysis indicated that the ring was actually quite an important one of divine classification. Now that the winner had been decided, everyone was asked to give a round of applause for the buyer, Lang Chafin. But based on the fact that the artifact before them looked like junk, it was already a good idea to take it, since it could be reforged into something useful. However, as expected, they soon revealed a letter, which was supposed to be an iron-ornamented ring of L classification. Their eyes had not deceived them. He himself had already anticipated the evaluation results. Now the time had come to reveal the divine classification letter that everyone had been waiting for. After a brief wait, the truth was revealed. What was before them was a ring with a common appearance. Seeing this, he turned pale and was left speechless. A common appearance? That was not what he had expected at all. Then, he turned to the man responsible and accused him, saying that this was all Qing's fault. Besides, Qing had lured him into this atmosphere, making him spend 200 million on a mere level 1 ring. In the end, they would have to treat this as a minor mistake. However, according to the rules, as an internal representative of his group, within 24 hours, his group would be contacting the guild to collect the full amount. If he failed to pay, both he and his group would receive a penalty. One of these penalties would cost his guild an SUV. After all this, he was led to a certain place where he would be assigned a new class, the class of a garbage collector. Then, the guards escorted him out. He had no idea who he had messed with. Pointing at Qing, he demanded that he return. After all, the one who had done all of this to him was Ye Qing. The other auctioneers around were left speechless. This guy had just destroyed an entire hunting group without shedding a single drop of blood. Before, his VIP platinum status was something others mocked him for. But now, it was a different story. The auctioneer then asked everyone to stop the conversation as they were moving on to the next auction. This time, the item up for bid was the Wild Transformation Necklace. This necklace allowed its user to transform, making them immune to all movement-restricting effects. Seeing it now, he realized that the Wild Transformation Necklace was perfect for Shu. It was as if it had been made specifically for her. So, he decided that he needed to bid on this small necklace. To begin, he called out the first bid. People whispered among themselves, already knowing that this was a trap. One of them remarked that he wouldn't be making any bids, as the last time he tried to mess with the protagonist, things didn't end well for him. Since no one was placing any bids, the auctioneer prepared to close the bidding. He even asked if there was anyone else interested. But then, another bidder spoke up. He was certainly no fool. This guy was definitely someone who worked at that auction. Still trembling, he wondered if there was no one else who would place a new bid. People understood that putting money here would basically be a waste of time. The protagonist would keep increasing the numbers infinitely. And now, the protagonist realizes that no one wants to challenge him with a bid here anymore. Maybe all of this is because of the last time. So, since there would be no one else to buy the necklace, he ends up more or less announcing that he, the Platinum VIP, can now buy an A-rank necklace. How cool! For just $1. The people below can't believe it. He was basically the smartest of them all. He paid $1 for such a good necklace. The guys realize that the necklace was indeed valuable, and they kind of regret not placing a bid too. But meanwhile, he receives a message. It was from the bank, saying that more money had entered his account. Now he has 180 million in his account. With that much money, he can finally start buying good things for himself. So, he leaves and ends up arriving at another place. In this place, people ask if he was crazy, since the location he finds himself in is the King of Buildings, a very expensive place. Here, the only building he could buy would be worth more than 100 million. Knowing that it's very likely this guy doesn't have the money for that, she ends up changing her option since nearby there was a much cheaper building. He could buy that one for 80 million. He could take a 30-year bank loan. It would be a struggle to pay, but for him, it would be worth it. However, he says he doesn't need a loan and will be paying for it himself. The girl is shocked and asks, "Seriously?" She wonders how someone who looks poor suddenly got 100 million out of nowhere. She, who has access to his account, had never seen that much money before. So she asks where he could possibly have gotten so much credit. But our protagonist keeps insisting that yes, he will pay 100 million up front in cash so she can believe him. However, before anything else, he just has one single request. He wants the preparations for this place he is buying to be completed and ready for him. Then the scene cuts to another moment, where we find the protagonist's friend and his sister walking around. They are speechless when they see that, while they used to live in a very poor place, they now find themselves in an extremely luxurious apartment, and this mansion was built specifically for the protagonist's sister. That way, if she were to transform into that bear, she wouldn't break anything anymore, and even if she did, she would be able to pay for it. She is stunned to see that the protagonist bought the mansion just for her. From today on, he will never let his sister suffer again. Then, her birthday begins. They sing "Happy Birthday" loudly. After singing, the protagonist's sister lies down from eating too much. But outside, on the mansion's rooftop, we find him sitting. Then, that hunter appears, and she is somewhat surprised to see that he changed his life overnight. Even though his life changed so suddenly, he doesn't feel truly happy. But ignoring that, she congratulates the protagonist on becoming a hunter. Today was also supposed to be a day for them to celebrate. But in the end, they find themselves in a situation filled only with sadness. They could have just forgotten everything for today. She hands the protagonist a necklace. This was her gift for him. As soon as he sees that stone, he remembers that he was the one who had given it to her. She comments that she is now returning it to him as a present. That stone she gave him, she had always used it as a lucky charm. Every time she entered a dungeon, she carried it as a charm for good luck, to help her defeat monsters and people. The world still sees the protagonist as a trash collector, but he is trying in every way to change people's perception of him. And the way he is trying to change it is through violence. Even he believes that direct action is much more effective than talking to people. Just staying alive in front of someone is enough to make them believe that he is a strong person. She can confirm that. She comments that what he just said was exactly what made her like the protagonist. After all, she has always been known in this world as someone who came from a very powerful family, but that's something she doesn't want. She only wants to be recognized for her own strength, not because of the strength of someone from her family. She continues, saying that the crystal he has isn't worth even a single cent, but she asks Qing not to give too much importance to what others say. To him, that crystal is worth more than 1,000,000. And in fact, what she says is absolutely true. In the end, money brings many good things. But still, he prefers to live that life that he leaves like that hot dog on the corner, but the money he just earned was quite a good thing, as with this money he can finally be building a guild. Since last time she commented that for him to be able to create a guild, it was necessary to have a lot of money, and she really confirms this, that to really create a guild, it was necessary to have quite a lot of funds for such a thing. Our scene then cuts to another location. In this place, he was walking while carrying some trash. He complained about why the trash bins of these luxury apartments here were so far away. He even asks if rich people don't produce trash until he hears a voice asking if by chance he serves some kind of powerful guy from this place, and also if by chance they are obeying some rules. After all, there is a specific place where the owners can dispose of their trash, which is way in the back. Besides, if someone from this place here notices his presence walking around with that trash bag, they will realize that both of them here live the same life as those poor people. Then he said that he was not an employee. He was just a new owner of these new condominiums that were around here. His name is Qing. Then he extended his hand. But the guy who was eating a banana placed the banana in his hand. After that he left, since this place here is an area for the rich. Maybe he even thinks that this guy must be a servant, and since he was cleaning some things, he asked him to go to his house and clean the rest there, as he himself ended up making a bit of a mess. However, the protagonist, irritated with this whole situation, takes an orb from his hand and then throws it in the direction of that extra. He ends up kind of wondering what was happening and also starts asking for help. He was pulled backward at the same time. The protagonist said that this trash he placed in his hand did not belong to the protagonist, but rather belonged to him, and it was best for him to take it. Then, he was dragged backward on the ground. Now he wonders if this wasn't strange. A mere servant like him was humiliating him, a rich guy. Then, irritated by this, he tries to use an ability, but the system says that his ability will prevent the user in front of him from using even a single ability. Then, he said again, to take what he had just thrown into his hand, but he did not respond to his question, and started getting more and more irritated. So he tries to use an ability to break this ability control of the protagonist, but it doesn't do much good, as the protagonist used a legendary class body control ability. Irritated by this, he wonders how this guy was able to be using so many legendary rank abilities. And to that, he responds that this ability came from a monster, and most likely, the monster he captured was of legendary rank, so with all certainty, this ability would be enough to defeat each one of these academies that are in this rich region. Lying on the ground, he starts to wonder if this guy might perhaps be a support for some kind of hunter group, as his strength was very high. But still, our protagonist had not finished saying what he wanted to say before. The thing was for him to pick up the trash that he threw away. Then, applying even more pressure, we see him saying that he won't be able to endure it anymore, so he will be picking up the trash. He throws it at the protagonist. After saying such a thing, we see him dismissing the guy. He puts the guy in the trash, and after doing all of this, he will be leaving. And at the same time, he realizes that even though he is in the rich region, he notices that problems arise at every moment. He even receives a message from his sister asking where he was. The place where they live now was very big. It was not possible to find the protagonist that quickly. Now, however, he comments that he will be going to his old house. Then, the next day, we see him totally happy, realizing that this place was the specific place where he should really live. But then, the property owner appears and says that he can no longer stay there, as some big shot showed up and bought the rent for that house, equivalent to 50 years of rent. The protagonist is even surprised by this big shot, right? Now, this whole place where he finds himself at the end belongs to the protagonist. Meanwhile, elsewhere, we find a guy commenting on the previous event, saying that he somehow made one of his employees pay 200 million and a certain item. But here's the thing, right? The auction can't do anything anymore. He bought it because he wanted to, and now he can't take it back. However, now he was looking for a certain person who also participated in the auction. He was searching for that guy, Qing. To do so, he reveals that Qing once appeared in the hunter classification exam and was ultimately promoted to a full-time licensed hunter. The last time as well, he ended up facing a certain guild where he encountered a well-known opponent called Caesar. But when they step inside, they soon realize that a battle took place there. The remnants of magic left behind were consistent, known as the Magi, which the protagonist uses frequently. However, he also ended up earning the title of Special Hunter. These guys are some specific individuals who, in the end, are known as troublemakers because they are the ones who don't always follow certain rules. And those who don't follow rules are considered his enemies. Meanwhile, the other guy kind of tells him not to worry since he will be following the rules of the game he created. After all, in the end, they are the gods of this area. Well, our story soon continues with our protagonist arriving at the hall. When he arrives at the hunter's hall, he approaches the counter. At the counter now, he ends up giving this hint and only then reveals that he wants to create a hunting group. The woman who is going to see him soon wonders if he has the requirements to create a hunting group. He will need to pay at least a certain amount, 50 million wands. But he will need a hunting group business qualification. And the group he created will not have as much permission to enter many dungeons. However, the protagonist ends up saying that to at least create the guild, he is fine, since he has enough funds. And looking ahead, she points there now, since he really created a guild. She points in a direction, and we see that there are new players there. He could be reaching out to these new players and recruiting them for his group, since he will need at least 4 members to be able to activate his group. And at that moment, the screen shows a new group, a new hunter group that has just been created. The guys who were waiting to be hired wonder why he created one now. Besides, who is he joining this group of this new hunter who decided to create this guild? But before he can leave, she asks him to wait a bit, because the system has ended up evaluating that he may be creating a group, but the group will only have the option of becoming a recyclers, which means that he will be able to collect low-level resources. His team cannot yet be involved in other hunter businesses, but to be specific, his group would be like assistants for a group of old hunters. After all, he realizes that he has finally returned to his old origins, collecting trash. But there it is, right? He was going to leave until then that guy from before appears. He recognizes the protagonist as the guy who ended up collecting that trash from that mansion, but he asks if his name was Qing. Knowing his name, he asked him to stay there, because today he wouldn't be able to escape, because that stable he threw at him wasn't a good thing. He was humiliated, and to apologize, he wanted him to at least eat some things that weren't suspicious. And besides, that wasn't even enough to make him excuse himself. Looking back, he realized that this was Fang Xiong. He was one of Fang Tianning's sons, a guy who was quite well known in the world, and this guy was part of a group called the House of Heart. Because his father was quite well known, he ended up creating this group in a few days. In a few days, his group was already able to enter dungeons of quite high rank and have quite good resources for them, while the others who were being recruited ended up kind of ignoring Qing, because they didn't want to mess with this Fang Tianning, because as mere hunters, messing with these guys would have no end or good attack. They continue talking, but our hero ends up saying that today he's just here to recruit some people for his team. He shouldn't bother, because this Fang Xiong shouldn't be worrying about our protagonist. He should be solving this elsewhere, but ignoring this, he gets angry. Solve it somewhere else? This was something he wouldn't let happen, since if he didn't bow down to him, he would be promising that he and his guild would become just those hunters who recycle for the rest of their lives. Or, better yet, if he doesn't want to apologize, he'll have his group disbanded right here. But our protagonist, on the other hand, ignores this because, to be honest, he doesn't even have much recycling value, which irritates him more and more. But his friends interrupt what he was going to try to do. They push him back. They couldn't continue with this, because it would be drawing too much attention. They could solve this thing a little later. They end up leaving. Until then, a hunter appeared asking Ye King if he was hiring someone for his group. He then ends up asking them to let him in. As soon as he enters, we see the two of them talking. This was that guy over there, a Zoltan, who had stayed close to him in his group, but his level was so low that he couldn't even cast a good buff on them. But now, ignoring that, our protagonist wonders if he failed to pass a certain exam. The melee fighters with the ability to crowd control, they would be in trouble if they were to enter a dungeon. He answers there that he had nothing else to do. He wanted to be in the protagonist's group. Before, he was in a hunting group, but the group was illegal. Knowing that the protagonist can kick his ass, he ends up saying that he will do everything to stay in the protagonist's group. And also, there is that, however, he ended up messing with that Fang Xiong family. And if by chance he wants help, it would be better to let him join his team. He, looking the other way, ends up thinking about something else. The dungeon they are going to enter was just to clean up trash, but looking the other way, they will be getting a lot of resources, especially because it is rank B. While thinking about how good it would be to continue with this mission, we see that arrogant guy there. He comments there that the guys were trying to get over him. He then, being a leader of a very powerful group, ends up hiring new people to join his group. As soon as he talks about it, several people from level 49 to level 50 approach him, wanting to join his group. The protagonist's friend looks away and realizes that what he was doing there was sucking money from his father. And at the same time, he thinks that these level 50 guys there were going blind because of the money he was offering. Joining his group, he comments there now that these guys who joined his group have good taste, unlike some trash. But while he was talking about it, one of the extras ends up looking in the direction up ahead, where he finds Leon. She was there on the bench. This girl would be interesting to be in the group, especially because many guilds are interested in hiring her for their group. But she ignores this, especially because she was curious to know who was the leader of a new group that had just been created. This group was made up of garbage collectors. And now, looking closer, he already recognizes her. She was that sorceress from before. But now, looking more closely, he can do something to try to hire her for his group. She, inside the monster hunter, managed to clear many monsters, and she was very strong. Having a little knowledge about her, he would try his luck in hiring her for his group. The protagonist, also confident, ends up asking, "Go there, go on faith." He then goes there, but is interrupted by those guys there who end up kind of inviting her to join their group. The protagonist's friend realizes that he no longer has a chance. He wouldn't be able to hire her now. Knowing that he lost, he thought about leaving. But she ends up saying that she didn't want to join his group since her target wasn't them, leaving him totally confused. Why wouldn't she want to join one of the most prestigious guilds of all? Besides, she would be well paid. She is a very powerful sorceress, and he also doesn't understand why she would want to abandon this guild to join a group of trash. Ignoring everything he says, she approaches the protagonist and only then ends up saying that the name of their guild is something quite interesting. She liked it, the House of the Scavengers, and so she ends up asking him to let her join his group. She was a sorceress Ling, a mage classification. The protagonist, on the other hand, ends up agreeing, so he ends up welcoming her, since the House of the Scavengers ends up accepting her. She then grabs his hand and ends up being a little shy, but the protagonist, knowing that she might be hungry, ends up inviting her to eat something. But the scene cuts to them, still seeing the counter there. Ye King wanted to be taking her first mission. So taking the first mission, we see him sitting in a corner there, just looking at the mission I'll be doing today. Sitting there, he is surprised. She refused the proposal to join his guild. The extra behind even thinks that this girl has some problems in her mind, but they end up being interrupted by someone asking them to get out of the way. They turn around angrily but quickly change their face. They are surprised and then end up shouting. This guy, he recognizes him. He then passes by those two and goes towards the protagonist's group. Ye King, who was eating something there, ends up recognizing him. This is the man who kills his teammates. Without a name, he is definitely a bad luck for the team. Whoever joins his team, most likely everyone would die, but Ye King ends up trusting that he won't, especially because he approached the protagonist and ends up recognizing him as having a guild. They still had some scores to settle. The protagonist says, on the other hand, that their group from home was recruiting new people, so Ye King invites this guy to join his guild. After hearing this, the latter wonders if he was even interested in joining his guild. He still wonders if he has the courage or would dare to put him on his team right away. There is something here that also motivated our protagonist to want this guy in the group. His luck is very low, which means very ridiculous drops. While trying to hire the protagonist, we then see another one there commenting that this guy with an unknown name, no one wants to have him in the group. But that group of trash hunters over there ends up wanting him. While he was talking badly about his back, we see the protagonist commenting that his lucky physique has been reduced, and maybe this can make items drop even more. He, on the other hand, doesn't know very well, especially because he earns his living by completing missions for specific clients. And counting on the fact that the reward of the mission he just completed there makes him quite rich, he will be doing this mission. And also, he never even stopped to look at the items dropped by the monsters. They can be good items or very bad items. For the protagonist, this was wonderful. He ends up kind of confirming it, and so he extends his hand and ends up inviting him to join his team again, since not letting him join his team would be a very high talent being thrown away. After all, the more trash the recruitment is, the stronger our protagonist can be forging that forge of his. But as soon as he hires him for his team, the people from that other guild start laughing, finding it funny, and this, perhaps, was also part of the name of their guild, Garbage Collector. They simply collect those that nobody wants. Meanwhile, we see him commenting there that his guild will be swallowed by the abyss. But Ye King cannot be dying by the abyss and will have to die by his own hand. He will have to participate, otherwise something bad could happen to the protagonist's group. However, on the other hand, he decides to say that in the abyss, no one will be dying. Despite his luck being basically zero, he realizes that this guy was very strong. In dungeons of quite high ranking, he and a group ended up entering, but in the end, only he managed to return. But looking at it from the other side, maybe this Ye King is strong, but now looking more closely, we realize that this Ye King is only recruiting those who are considered fools. He simply decided to abandon his best team to join this trash team. And currently, his team ended up recruiting Ling and the guy with the unknown name Zhu Tang, and with one more now missing, will be completing their team now. And only then could they have the license house to be able to enter the dungeon. But there, time passes. The afternoon finally arrives. Meanwhile, they sit around thinking about what they should do, until the protagonist's friend opens his mouth saying that their fame isn't very big. She answers that of course not, and that was the reason why those two were very weak, and that was getting in the way. But she appears there in the background laughing at the protagonist. His time to form the team is running out, and he has no one else who can join the group. So that means that all the effort he put in today here will be wasted, and now that he couldn't create this group, he will be punished, since from today on he can't basically become a hunting group leader. But even if he takes away his hunting license, he will be putting a restriction on him. So Ye King had better repent and apologize. But Ye King interrupted him, saying that he already has basically everyone on his team, enough people, which makes him confused. And so he reveals, there is only a weak guy named Tang here. On the other hand, there is the silly woman who joined his group, Leon. The one who is considered the most unlucky is the one who is let into the group, known more as the nameless guy and counting on. The protagonist, Ye King. There are only 4 people, but he decides to say that there are only 5. But at the moment he says that there are 5, someone appears in the background apologizing that she ended up getting stuck in the abyss. But luckily, she didn't die. Now she's here, but whatever. Now she wants to introduce herself, and thus, everyone recognizes her. This was Ling Yang. But behind someone's back, he calls for his leader and realizes that the World Guild had a very high protector for his team. But now they have changed their view, especially because now in their group there is Ling Huang, who has a lower rank in his family, and in terms of status, she is quite powerful. But his leader ends up commenting that she was quite powerful and quite recognized, someone quite powerful from other guilds who most likely should have hired her a long time ago. So, knowing all this, it is very likely that he knows the answer, since she, Ling Huang, most likely ended up being a rebel in the family and ended up receiving some kind of punishment. Now, she can't have any more resources from her family, which doesn't allow her to have the proper training. So, he doesn't understand why she wants to join that group of that trash, but he probably asks if this Ye King is really strong. But the leader, on the other hand, answers that no, this guy must be using some dirty tricks. But he also changes direction, but he also changes the subject, saying that the scavengers from their group haven't shown up yet. So he ends up kind of wondering what happened. He told her not to worry. Their group of scavengers will most likely show up around here since they're entering A-rank dungeons. But the receptionist congratulates the protagonist for having formed and established a guild and for having achieved this. Then the Rosehof server regions may be accepting the workers' commission as a team. And the protagonist approaches the counter and ends up saying that he will be accepting the proposal, since they could be becoming responsible for cleaning the dungeon that the Heart Hunter group will be cleaning. He thought about wanting to do it, but the leader of the other group thought otherwise. He was a pretty weak guy. How dare he want to have the honor of wanting to join his group? But Ye King decided to answer this question anyway. The garbage collector doesn't need to worry about the dungeon level, because they will only be clearing the dungeons. They won't fight any monsters, and he would only be registering. So, he ends up opening the registration. The girl ends up agreeing that they will both now be participating in the Heart Group's cleanup, that they will be participating in the A-rank cleanup mission. Of course, he moved the albums in every way, the protagonist in his group, but he ended up remembering he will be an elixir collector. Since he will be an elixir collector, he was supposed to collect the perfect garbage. He will be leaving the worst garbage for himself. On the other hand, the protagonist will be accepting his offer. After the hunter leaves, he approaches his group. One of them wonders if he is becoming a workhorse for them, but he says no, because what he was doing was simple. He wanted to enter certain high-ranking dungeons. The best way to do that is to become a scavenger, even a scavenger. He might be able to reach a high rank, but most importantly, he wasn't even a scavenger. His main mission was to get the key to the Black Tower, drawing the group's attention. To do that, they went into a corner here, since the guild's intelligence shows that the key to the Black Tower existed. This is basically a certain abyss mission, because the guild that ended up being placed to invade this abyss ended up receiving a very high proposal, and the profit from that was quite high. However, the key to the Black Tower is the ticket so that you can challenge the Black Tower. Challengers receive rewards based on of the damn things you complete. Managing to complete all the floors, you get everything you want, even portions that can revive those people who died in the abyss. There was a sure thing. She knows that countless hunters have tried to get this key to the Black Tower, but unfortunately in the whole world, only a few people have managed to get their hands on this key. But by getting this key, these people have managed to become very powerful like her brother and sister. But at this moment, he appears, asking a question. If he can overcome all the abyss there, he will perhaps be able to make a wish. That was if he could become powerful. But they reveal that to become strong, it was based on strength itself. Sad about this, the protagonist is happy, because now in front of him was the opportunity to get the key to the Black Tower, and anyway, that group from that guild will be his shield, and so they have enough time to look for that key, making everyone in his group happy, even because the protagonist's plan was quite naive, but it was quite good. At first, the protagonist thought about going to that dungeon himself, but his guild is new, and they can't hire enough people for their guilds. And as a result, everything here now, what happened was unexpected, but the scene changes to them in the portal. From the portal, we see the protagonist's friend leaving. He is happy because he was able to see the sky. It is the first time he has seen an abyss like this, as an adventurer who has no name, or this type of dungeon. The reason was that there are a lot of them there, while Qing turns to the two of them and wonders if by chance they were both dressed like this in the middle of this dungeon. They agree. But in the meantime, we see this adventurer who, in the end, doesn't like this type of dungeon, even because he has to walk a lot to find a single opponent. But the other ends up saying that, in the middle of all this, they couldn't find anything. But the most surprising thing is that this dungeon is classified A. However, they didn't find even a single monster or living soul in this place, but there was something strange. All this time, too, they felt a flock of birds circling above them. It even seems like these birds were attacking them. With this curiosity, the archer then uses his eye, which ended up observing more closely who these birds were. In themselves, they were the monsters that flew over there, so she alerts the group, since these birds were not some birds, as this was considered as prey. And at this moment that he spoke about this, everyone starts to go crazy, starts to run here and there. Meanwhile, they turn to the group of garbage collectors and wonder if by chance they were not afraid. The King answers, "No, these monsters only grab you and throw you from very high heights. Besides, this monster can't do anything. So," he comments, "if by chance he gets caught, no one here will be helping him then." But for having responded in this way, other hunters ended up mocking them. They were some garbage collectors. They couldn't even let them die here, however. While he was saying this, the raptors went towards him. They used their shield to defend themselves. Meanwhile, another tried to knock him down with the arrow, but it was no use because one of these raptors ended up grabbing the archer, being carried up. We see the warrior who then tried to jump as fast as possible to catch him, but it was no use. The raptors lifted him too quickly. But behind us, we see a person from the protagonist's group who saw all this. She uses a fireball that ends up managing to knock down that raptor, but this ended up causing both of them to fall to the ground. She is disappointed. She even thought that this group only had elite people, but now, looking closer, it seemed like just a bunch of weaklings. But the archer ends up blaming King for all this since it was his fault. But King realizes that this guy was a master in opposition. He blamed others for his own mistakes. While King gave moral in the face of these extras, we see the raptors flying towards the protagonist. If he was going to catch him, but the tank didn't want to allow it, but the archer asks him not to even get involved with them, he could be dying. But King looks at him coldly. The birds then quickly stops. This was because the protagonist, in extremely fast movement, managed to cut the raptors, fall to the ground. The tanks and the archer doesn't believe how he managed to do that. Did she die because of that trash? The archer doesn't believe it. He even thinks that this is a dream. But one of them wasn't alive. This thing that was still alive gets up and goes towards the archer. Knowing that he could get screwed a little, he screams for help. And the king appears and ends up knocking that thing to the ground. After that, King asks him to shut up. Rapinis are very sensitive. They are very sensitive to sounds. If by chance he continues screaming like that, he will be attracting much more attention from the monsters, but the fight continued. The stronger ones managed to deal with the weaker rapines. The tank and the mage did the same thing. Both rapines were knocked down, but they did not stop coming. Others ended up hearing a noise from far away. This caught his attention. After disappearing from there, we then see him, the leader, angry with the warriors of his group. He just asks that these guys get rid of his group, since their group will not allow this kind of failure in their team. Meanwhile, we see Qing and his group worried about a person there, since he was making a lot of noise. They all went towards him. Although they did not do much damage, it was very dangerous, since there were many raptors in his direction. But she ends up saying that, although this type of monster is not very strong, they prioritize attacking hunters who make a lot of noise, like wizards or bards, who need to sing very loudly to activate their magic. He is scared by this. Our 10 out of 10 singer has already shut up, because he will not sing here. But then we see the wizard of the other group happy to see that these raptors were afraid of his group, until out of nowhere he starts to feel the ground shaking. They do not understand what it was. And to that, she responds that the Eri weren't afraid of him, and they were afraid because there was a very powerful opponent, and guess what? This monster was coming towards them, and the scene changes to the distance there, where we find several monsters running. These were practically some orcs that decided to come towards them, and a gigantic amount. In the background, we see the leader pointing there and saying that they needed to protect themselves, because what was coming towards them was the company of orcs. So he needed the tanks and the healers and the shield to stay there in front. Because he has a very good profession as a commander, he is able to give orders to 20 people in his group. So this time he wants to demonstrate the real power he has in his group, for these garbage collectors to see how powerful he is. Watching all this, we see them totally bored, but the orcs are getting closer and closer. However, before they can stand still, watching this orc being defeated, the leader advances, asking the group to do the same. As he advances, he manages to cut off the head of one of the orcs. Now that he has managed to break the orc's defense, he asks his final group to attack and destroy the rest. While the fight is happening, and the king just watches, he realizes that the orcs are not very powerful, so their squadron managed to deal with these monsters. However, she ends up asking them to fight, at least force them a little, while he asks them to relax. But out of nowhere, one of the monsters that was thrown towards him reappears. He falls in front of him, but gets up to try something, but the king, with just one petal, managed to send this monster to another world. He gets angry, especially because those guys did it on purpose. Looking back, he is still surprised to see that those guys were still alive. And since they were alive, he asked them to come here and collect the trash right away. Once he collects and ends up getting some items that aren't that interesting, and we see there the effect of that unlucky guy in his group affecting the drops. The drops fell there, they were of low quality. He realizes that these low-quality items will be given to the trash collectors like them, but the best ones will be caught by those there, the group that is cleaning this dungeon, and look at this, that the item this time was more than terrible. The classification of this item was classified as gray color. The Eye King, on the other hand, only sees profit in this. He told him to get these items, since these items there were more than perfect for him. But the leader, while cleaning the dungeon, realized that the items that dropped, not even a purple classified item, or another classification dropped, only trash dropped for them, like gray classified items. And, incredibly enough, this was more than abnormal. It seems that not even the monsters, not even they can deal critical damage to anyone. It seems that that guy's bad luck there, and even the equipment he equipped with some effects wasn't happening. But the human strength of the monsters didn't seem to have its original strength. It seems that there's something strange here. Furthermore, monsters are intelligent, and when they encounter hunters who are facing their territories, they advance in their direction. But the last time our protagonist met that dark elf, he ended up feeling something strange happening to him. It also seems that some monsters can also communicate in the same way in some other languages. However, one points in his direction and notices a shadow of monsters. These monsters were communicating. Realizing this, the leader asks the tank to get ready and the healer to heal him, and at this moment, he advances towards one of the orcs and takes down one, but it still wasn't enough. They needed to take down others and, oddly enough, they managed to do this. But something appears behind the archer. What appeared were some orcs that dug deep into the ground there to be able to cross them and get him from behind. They then advanced towards the group of hunters. But they had some nets, and these nets were enough to catch the two hunters. The guy there realizes that they were in danger behind them, but they needed to make their way in front. The leader ends up asking him to take care of those behind him. He will be taking care of those in front. As he advances, he asks that the garbage collectors be located there. It would be better for the garbage collectors to die first than him. They are in the net, and he ends up catching some things. This was like a signal. He throws it up in the air, and smoke appears, drawing the orcs' attention. This then ends up guiding them to the protagonist's group, which of course was there at the top of that mountain. The orcs didn't understand anything about what was happening, but quickly then, they turned around and realized there at the top of the mountain, They there with their shining eyes, they realized that up there was easy prey. Our story here continues from the last page where it left off, and we find those orcs who found our protagonist up there on that mountain, only able to see below while running. As he ran, our singer 10 out of 10 noticed that something was approaching. Those monsters were the ones who had escaped from that group of monsters ahead, but she, putting her hand in the fire, ended up saying that no, those there were basically drawn here because of some people. From the beginning, they basically never had the chance to show their true strength, so it was time to show their true power. However, someone appears in the background and just asks her not to do anything for now. After all, they basically needed to save their magical powers and health points because it was unnecessary to use their powers recklessly. So, he would take care of it. The girl then wonders if she couldn't at least use her magical powers as well. Looking to the other side, he notices that a group of orcs was basically leading them into a trap. So they should test the main strength of the hunter's heart. With that objective, he ends up commenting that the monsters in the rear were for him. Our protagonist would have no difficulty with them. Among the four there, our protagonist decides to jump. Jumping, he ends up falling, and at that moment, the monsters point upwards, saying that he was approaching. But the moment he got closer, one of the nets they threw ends up catching our protagonist. Thinking they had caught him, they run to grab that net once and for all. But at the moment they thought they had caught our hero, he appears behind one of the orcs, which ends up catching the attention of each one of them. However, they didn't react very quickly because our protagonist manages to strike a blow, throwing one of them backward. But other orcs appear behind and go towards our hero. Before they could catch him, he manages to dodge at the last moment, and as soon as he dodges, he draws his system sword and jumps down. After he makes those cuts, the girl from before ends up recognizing that he has gotten stronger in recent days. Moreover, his sword cuts have become increasingly faster, and she can't even see his movements anymore. In the fight, our protagonist was fighting seriously. The monsters that came toward him were dying one by one, but others appeared with the goal of capturing our hero. However, none of that worked because our protagonist managed to make some cuts, slicing the monsters that got close to him. After taking down one, we find that one of the orcs realizes his strength was very strong. Staying there to fight against this was impossible, so he opts to retreat. As he retreated, we find those LC hunters laughing at the lit scavengers. At this moment, it was very likely that they managed to kill each one of the lit scavengers, but thanks to their sacrifice, they could fight here in peace. But while thinking about this, we find some of the orcs running toward them. They can't believe it and wonder if this was a joke, as the orcs end up deciding to come back. They then use their bows to try to defend themselves, but nothing works because the monsters manage to surround them, and a very epic battle begins. We can't see much because a lot of dust rises there. As he suspected, these orcs seem to be a little smarter. They attacked the weaker people first, but upon discovering that the weak were strong, they retreated to find other weak targets, because the strong ones were for later. In the end, he ends up thinking that these monsters have a certain level of intelligence. Meanwhile, back to the main fight, the guy is startled because he saw the size of the other one's club, and it hit him squarely. The one who just got knocked down was the tank, which surprises them because now with the tank down, they can barely fight. So they end up blaming everything on the healer. On the other hand, the healer didn't even notice the change in the atmosphere, let alone his life, which had dropped to 0. After a while, in the smoke, a shadow appears, and then a foot. Here we find a very strong orc, and on top of the orc is an orc mage. But there weren't just a few orcs. There were several of them. Looking at this, he realizes that the level of these orcs was much higher. It was as if they were 2 levels above the difficulty that had been set. So he asks the team to reorganize and maintain the previous formation. As he turns around, he gets a surprise. He sees that the rear had been cut off by the group of invading orcs, and now they are surrounded by the monsters. The invading orcs were just bait from the beginning. At this moment, lightning bolts begin to come out from the middle of the smoke. The lightning strikes one of the orcs advancing from behind. At this moment, after hitting one of the orc's eyes, we find a person in front. This was that hunter from before who jumps and manages to knock down one of the orcs in front. While knocking him down with an extremely powerful aura, he just starts to laugh. Then he says that he is not afraid of big things, including this monster, because in the face of his titanic power, these monsters here were just some trash. This inflates the ego of the monsters a bit, knowing that he was more powerful than these orcs. He then advances toward them and asks them to. The moment he advanced, the superior orc prepared his punch. Only then did he attack. The hunter managed to block it slightly, but the orc's strength was far greater than his, which caused him to be thrown backward onto the ground. Now standing up, he realized that this monster was not weak at all. On the contrary, it was incredibly strong. However, he was soon surprised again when the orc suddenly appeared right in front of him, lifted his foot back, and then landed a direct hit on the hunter's face. With a single strike, the hunter was thrown against the wall behind him, falling to the ground unconscious while his group called out for their leader. Meanwhile, one of the men commented that they needed some support. Upon hearing this, everyone advanced toward the superior orc, as their objective was to protect the group's leader. For a few minutes, they managed to hold their ground and even took down some of the orcs. Knowing that they could take down at least one of them, the archer shot an arrow and demanded that these creatures just die already. However, something strange happened. The orc, struck by the arrow, became even more furious. At that moment, the orc activated his berserk mode and lightning began to shoot from his eyes. He charged toward the archer and managed to grab him. The archer thought that this might be the end for him. But then, looking back, they noticed that the other fallen orcs were starting to swell up. Realizing it was no longer safe to remain there, they quickly deduced that these orcs were being controlled by some kind of Necromancer ability. As soon as they pointed this out, all the downed orcs suddenly exploded. Knowing they couldn't continue the fight, the hunter ordered the group to throw smoke bombs to lure the enemy to another location. Escape was now their priority. Realizing the corpses of these monsters could turn into bombs, he turned around and warned the others to be careful. He then spotted one of the fallen orcs nearby. Before anything else could happen, he used his recycling ability. From the void, ghostly hands appeared, dragging the orc's body into his dimensional space. Meanwhile, he continued to use his necromancy. As he did, the scene shifted to another location, where the entire group observed their leader's ability in action. Even the strongest among them, rated 10 out of 10, was surprised. Another girl also seemed shocked, but what stood out most was the reaction of the sand-wielding man from before. He was astounded by the new ability their hero had displayed. However, there was no time to discuss these powers. The leader needed to use his recycling ability again and required more orcs. Through the thick smoke, he sensed the presence of other individuals. Initially, he had planned to search for useful items, but the sudden appearance of these figures interrupted him. He called out to the Scavenger, asking them to obey his commands, since this was a rare and valuable opportunity. It was simple. He wanted to take advantage of the moment. Confident, he proposed that they write a brilliant report, stating that the A-rank mission was a success and highlighting how the Scavenger had helped defeat these powerful monsters. Such a report could greatly enhance their clan's reputation. On the other hand, he mused aloud that working as a garbage collector wasn't so bad. More importantly, there were reports he wanted to file later. Yet for now, he remarked that their protagonist, who once sought only peace and teamwork, had finally reached the perfect moment. With a smirk, he sincerely invited them to join the Hunter's Heart as a cooperative hunter group. As he winked at them, some found his gesture a bit unsettling. But before anything else could happen, they needed to stall for time. Smoke bombs filled the air, distracting the orcs while the exhausted hunters regrouped. It became clear that facing these high-level monsters head-on wasn't a viable option. One of them commented that there was no need to fight the leader directly to advance. Instead, they could simply avoid battle by finding a way around. For him, this approach seemed easy enough. After all, these guys weren't unbeatable. They will be attacking them again, so he keeps saying that he has hated those idiot garbage collectors from the beginning. Then he just asks to lead them to the current beast that was weakened, and it doesn't matter if that R happens to be dead, because their father was basically the boss and would be the one held responsible for it. He finds it incredibly amazing while his eyes start to shine. The deal was amazing. But meanwhile, our 10 out of 10 singer thinks he has a pretty interesting hunch about it. Besides, he clearly realizes that if they go there, it is very likely they will be used as cannon fodder. They are being treated as if they were nothing, and if they go there, it is likely they will die. Another one comments that Q was exterminated with the same kind of team effort before, so they would set up another trap for them. The other opportunity ends up agreeing with our protagonist, even more so because fighting these monsters would be good, like good for training. And he couldn't miss that opportunity. So, at that moment, he ends up asking what they thought of his proposal. They should treat him the same way as an A-rank hunter group, and to sweeten the deal, they would keep a good portion for themselves during the final agreement. At this moment, everyone in his group ends up thinking they should accept it. On the other hand, our 10-10 singer says they shouldn't accept it. It was a trap, and he goes on to say that they were worthy, and he would basically be helping them if needed. Besides, they couldn't refuse. The girl behind just stays happy, but our protagonist ends up asking for some time because they need to talk a little. There, he realizes that that idiot Fashion Yong basically had some intentions against him, and his goal from the beginning was to outshine him. Knowing all this, his friend ends up asking if he really wants to join them and thinks it's true. So he hands him a small shield, asking him to use it because this shield will save him in critical moments. When he sees this shield, he is completely speechless because it is the legendary shield. As soon as she sees the legendary shield, the other one also asks where he got it. He ends up saying that it was a bit of saving up, but even so, he can't hold a shield like that because if it breaks, he won't be able to pay for its repair. But our protagonist simply says that if it breaks, just throw it away. He has another one to give him. Turning forward, he comments that she has a certain level of medical skill since a knight like her should have some medical knowledge. But she, on the other hand, ends up affirming that, yes, she knows a little, but she doesn't have much healing ability, although her healing spells should be one of the main abilities of a knight. But he interrupts her. He is decided, because right now, she will be the babysitter. She asks why, because she has always been in the abyss alone, and never served as a babysitter. However, the important thing now is that this time, she needs to be the group's babysitter to protect the weaker members. Besides, she is the only class shifter among them, and her ability to protect others is the greatest, so she has the duty to protect each one of them. However, she calls out to our hero, but on the other hand, she ends up saying that she won't need her help because she wasn't that weak. Again, he asks for her help to protect the others, and she just agrees because she needed to improve her healing ability a little more. However, Ronald, the 10-10 singer, lost the shield, and he ends up commenting to her that she has fire abilities and can defend herself from those bomb oxen. He doesn't even have 5 seconds to dodge those bomb corpses. How is he supposed to protect himself now without that legendary shield she took? With the shield, she can get close and roast each of those monsters. Meanwhile, he turns around, and that sand guy he met earlier inside that cave was touching his nose while wondering what he was looking at. He wasn't going to die anyway. He didn't even want to give him some items, but he asked to forget about it and fight the way he wanted. So now they move forward because the rest is simply his next objective, and his objective was very simple. His objective was to wipe out those OR regardless, without the help of the Heart Hunters. The Heart Hunter would be staying behind as rear guard, so there was no need to worry. If help was needed, he would go there to protect them. He simply ignores everything and advances through the smoke. Entering the smoke, he wonders if these scavengers were really that stupid. Now that everyone was gone, they simply shouldn't be hanging around anymore. They should be running as fast as possible. After all, they needed to get out of here. Otherwise, once their squad was eliminated and the ORCKs were coming after them, everyone in their group would be finished. As they ran toward another location, they all agreed, saying that those idiots were still hanging around. So, he told them to come at him. The furious orcs end up charging at our protagonist, and in the middle of that smoke, explosions start happening. Right after those explosions, the orcs from all directions fall to the ground, completely taken down, and there in the middle stood our protagonist. Meanwhile, stronger orcs and the main, most powerful orc, along with the orc mage, were there, surprised by the strength of this newcomer. While they were babbling about something, our protagonist didn't understand anything. So, he asked the system to translate everything they were saying, and the system picked up their conversation, translating the orc mage's voice. The orc mage commented that they were too foolish. The Orc clan had basically been entrusted by the heavens to guard the Emperor's Valley, so anyone who dared to invade their territory was meant to die right there. And at that moment, as he spoke, he activated magic, making the orcs furious while controlling the minds of the other ORCKs. Our 10 out of 10 singer was surprised by the sheer power this orc had, because to control the minds of so many orcs, his strength had to be extremely high. So he knew he should be a little concerned about that. But while he was thinking about it, hidden behind a rock, he noticed one of the orcs bringing over a stained axe. He realized the axe was enormous, and then the orc handed that axe to the superior orc. Meanwhile, our 10 out of 10 singer noticed something else: the health of these monsters. How were they supposed to gain the upper hand against these beasts? While thinking about this, he turned around and realized that indeed they had been used as cannon fodder. The others simply ran away, leaving them there to fight against these powerful monsters. Trapped there without any help, those hunters asked our protagonist what he was going to do. Our protagonist said he needed the remains of the bodies because he needed to absorb their power. As soon as he said this, he added that he was going to cut off their heads to clear the surroundings. After saying that, he advanced. However, our protagonist hadn't finished talking yet. He called for everyone, and after calling them, he asked them not to leave a single monster alive. Then one of them told him to relax, as she would be handling the rear guard, while the other one promised to show her firepower and turn those monsters to ashes. Upon hearing this, our hero advanced toward them with his great sword. Everything seemed incredible until he found the 10-10 singer hiding behind a rock, realizing that it was actually a good thing. And so our story today continues right after our protagonist called his entire group to be fighting against these monsters in front of him, or rather against these orcs, and at the moment he says he was going to fight the orcs. The orcs decide to act first, so they grab their swords and everything they have in their hands and start running towards them. But the one who also thinks about acting was our who uses his sword that he had here, at this moment that those orcs are going to be grabbing. Our protagonist and his group simply makes a cut and knocks down 3 orcs right away. Thinking that everything was over, he is happy, until another orc suddenly reappears right there next to him. He is fine, because he knew that nothing would happen to him. And with that said, our protagonist appears and knocks down this orc that was going towards him. After he knocks him down, he tells him to take care of the smaller orcs, because the bigger ones should be left for our protagonist. Who hears this ends up not liking things so much, because he ends up looking in another direction and finds our hero running towards the strongest orc, and at the moment he faces this orc, we see the two preparing to catch our protagonist. They would then use a magical power, but while he was doing all this, behind him we find the protagonist, the rest of our protagonist's group, our 10 out of 10 singer who was just cheering for him. But while he was cheering, something started to happen underground, and this caught his attention. So he turns around and realizes that the monsters were all coming out from underground, and they would be catching our 10-10 singer. So as not to be caught right away, he uses one of his abilities. These are 2 chains that come out from behind him, and only after he leaves, that chain goes towards the orcs who were running towards him, and the moment he finds the orcs, those chains tie them up. Now that he tied them up, we see our 10-10 singer celebrating, especially because he realized that his singing ability was improving more and more. But she asks him to look away. However, they ask who was she saying that to. But he doesn't have time to react, especially because she uses a fire ability, and when she catches him, She points in his direction. Very likely that she saw it before, and very likely that she also saw that our 10-10 singer was close to the monsters. But on the other hand, she ends up saying that the boss said before that he needed to eliminate the monsters, otherwise, the bodies of these monsters would be exploding, and for him, very likely that wasn't very good either. Furthermore, he deserved it, because he ended up not letting her touch his shield before. But again, other orcs appear, and he even wonders if these orcs are becoming moles, because every minute one of these creatures appears. At this point, he didn't know what he could be doing. Then, the other hunter appeared and jumped on top of the hill and went towards this orc. As soon as she went towards him, she landed. At the moment she landed, we saw her staring at this orc while using her fire ability. She knew something. Maybe these orcs liked to dig. If she liked it so much, she would perform a miracle for them. She knew something. Maybe all these holes were connected. So what would happen? If she set fire to one of these holes. That's how it's done, by setting fire, and several orcs that were inside end up being roasted a little. After everything was done, we saw our 10 out of 10 singer understanding that the bomb here was not even the monsters, but rather her. But since it was over, we saw her celebrating, saying that they did a very good thing. However, they were still very weak, so they needed to stay behind her because she would be protecting them from powerful monsters. What our 10-10 singer and tall girl understands quite well, however, while she was distracted, some of the orcs appear from behind, but before anything can happen to her, she uses her ice ability, and the moment she uses it, the orcs that were about to grab her end up frozen now. It is very likely that these orcs will no longer be exploding, and what makes her two companions there understand that she is the best of all. However, she turns in another direction looking for Qing, and so she then moves to another location, and we find that orc, a little stronger, who raised his axe upwards while that mage above him used some buffs. However, at that moment that he hit the ground, a 100% power attack ability ended up increasing. He realizes that the damage of this axe is extremely high, but nevertheless he realized that it is very slow. This will give him a very high advantage. He realizes that if he were caught by one of these abilities, he would die, but it would be difficult. So if he does, then as long as he dodges everything, he would be able to win, leaving the orcs completely surprised. But out of nowhere, some of the orcs that were buried underground appear, and these orcs go towards our protagonist. However, before he can get to him, he then uses his Necromancer ability. This ends up completely disappearing the orcs that were all there. Above that mutant orc, there appears the orc mage, who is quite surprised by what our protagonist has just done here. Now that he has spread some trash, he is irritated by it. Now, he wanted to be Ispu, purging each monster, and these monsters will be sucked into his dimension. As soon as he was sucked in, the orc mage is more surprised than ever, but out of nowhere an explosion happens, and it was on top of that mutant orc. And from afar in the portal, we then find those hunters from before who were laughing at our protagonist. It means that now it is very likely that the group there was dead. While he was talking about this, the scene goes back to them. Here we find that orc mage, who is now just a stump. Nothing much left. Knowing that he was no longer useful, this supreme orc ends up grabbing him and simply swallows him without even thinking about what could happen, leaving our Qing completely surprised. He is even surprised to realize that he devoured his companion just to gain a power boost. While he was talking about this, we see him gaining some more power than normal. He became increasingly furious, entering a Basaka mode. After all this, he understands that the mage there was not controlling his power. Instead, he was limiting his real power. Now he understands the real power of this orc, and now he activates his Omega mode. And here the scene goes back. We find some of the orcs completely incinerated. Meanwhile, we find her there, healing her hand, because she used a little of her fire, which ended up burning a little of her hand. She thanks him, while he extends his sword and shouts for that monster to go away. While he was shouting, he asks for help from who ends up commenting that he can't even deal with a monster like that. which makes him totally angry. Until he looks back, he finds a bunch of gigantic monster defeated. And at this moment that we talk about this, he gets closer and closer, saying that that strange guy over there was still alive. However, he interrupts everything and comments there so that he can help them in a support to be able to kill the orcs easier and faster. And then he reveals that yes, he is helping, not to stay by his side, to be fighting against them, because even because his curse makes any kind of scratch, he receives a fatal blow. Her healing would most likely not be enough to be healing the things that are happening to his companions. What she understands in the end is that she is basically useless, not even good enough to be a babysitter, but in the end he comments that he joined this group just to fill the number. And he also asks her not to forget. He is not a hunter and is in fact a professional mercenary. While saying these things, one of the orcs goes towards him, but he uses his greatsword that with just one simple movement he manages to knock down this orc. And only after he knocks him down does he comment there that each monster killed is charged separately. While he is charging at them, the scene changes to another location, and there we find our protagonist again facing the more than superior orc now activated in Omega mode. He tries to land his blows on our protagonist, but all the blows end up being wrong because he managed to dodge them all. However, stepping on the ground, he realizes that he has been caught in a type of sand that moves and limits his movements. Realizing that he cannot move around here, he sees the presence of that superior orc coming towards him, standing there. He just tries to think what he could do, but he watched every minute that orc getting closer to him. With no way out, he must be using gravity to improve his movement ability. And only after he says that, he forms a sphere in his hand, and that sphere ends up flying in another direction, pushing our protagonist off the ground, and the moment he leaves there, that giant axe falls to the ground, destroying the entire place completely. Dodging just one attack, he realizes that these attacks can be easily avoided as long as he is not on the ground. Here he climbs on top of a hill. On top of the hill, he comments there that he cannot be letting that monster continue. He has to be stronger than that and be more aggressive. Then activating the system's ability, and at that moment he becomes stronger. As soon as he activates this ability, he jumps towards the orc. And as soon as he jumped, we only see the shadow behind him, and our protagonist minutes later gets close to him, but the orc realizes this faster than the protagonist. So he grabs his axe and throws a blow in his direction, but the boy is also smart and fast. He manages to dodge at that last moment. As soon as he jumped to the side, he managed to think that now it was all over. He could be delivering a final blow, especially since he managed to inflict a blow on the palm of this monster's hand. However, all that he was thinking, the orc, on the other hand, prepares another move with his other hand that was completely unharmed. As soon as he prepared that move, he goes towards our protagonist. But in order not to be caught, he uses his gravity ability, pushing our hero a little to the side, managing to dodge another attack from him. Now that he is closer than ever to this monster, here is our orc. He ends up thinking about hitting him, and just thinking wouldn't do it. So he grabs his sword and manages to strike. The blow was quite powerful, because we find the damage there later. Well, he made a small scratch on his back, but that scratch he managed to land on that orc ends up closing up. He realizes that this monster is able to regenerate, and realizing that he had managed to regenerate, we then see the orc preparing to strike our protagonist. He was standing in the air, and standing in the air he couldn't do anything else, but to dodge that blow, he uses the perfect defense. But the damage from the attack is overwhelming. So the damage can't be completely nullified. The user will be taking 30% of the damage. The sword hits him. What we then see the sword cracking, and after it cracked, it breaks into pieces. Our protagonist just watched the pieces of the sword falling in front of him. However, the impact was so strong enough to throw our hero there against the wall behind the mountains. Then on the mountain, we find our hero. The system appears again. After appearing, he comments that, because he was hit by the debuff, the invasion will be disabled. The movement ability will also be disabled. And at the point where he fell to the ground, he knew he couldn't do anything else. he would only be devoured or maybe killed by this orc. However, he knew he couldn't die for now, so he uses the recycling ability, Here Now. He knew he needed to find a way to escape, and at this point, he uses those hands of his from the system to dig the hole, to escape from here first. He then, before he can escape, uses that card from the previous post, that with this card, he can be recovering from the damage he received and also recover the amount of blood he lost in this fight. While recovering all this, we then see from behind that orc running towards him as fast as possible. But using the system ability, he can be escaping faster and faster from the monster. However, he still used the healing ability. Every minute he healed a little bit. Once he had healed enough, he stopped, and only then turned around with his ability. As soon as he turned around, he came face to face with this monster, and the monster then prepared a move with its axe. However, before he could be caught by this, he used that ability from the wolf card. The system appeared saying that he had used the movement speed. With this ability, he managed to land a few blows on the monster's leg, causing the monster to lose its balance a little and fall. But while he was falling from behind, we found our protagonist preparing a powerful blow with his daggers, and only after he prepared it, he landed the blow, cutting this monster again from the back. Only now, he managed to deal 75% damage to it. However, for being able to do such a thing as this, the monster became a little more irritated with our protagonist. And after that support, which for me wasn't a support, was knocked down, we then see the orc transforming into a more superior form than the other. In this form now, with a simple movement of his own power gushing out of him, he manages to push our protagonist back. He was thrown back. Meanwhile, behind him, we find our protagonist's group. His group just watched our hero being thrown with all his strength in their direction. Of course, to avoid being caught, some dodge, but at the same time, our protagonist passes between them and ends up falling to the ground, making a rather large crater. Fallen to the ground and almost all crushed, our protagonist even says that it won't be easy to beat this thing. However, our October 10th singer approaches and wonders if by chance he was okay there. He gets up, which means that he was. The system then appears saying that the orc has just activated his super regeneration. That cut he just made has ended up being recovered. After he saw his super regeneration ability, he thinks of a plan to be able to take him down, since his super regeneration is activated when he receives some damage, as long as he doesn't receive any damage in 3 seconds. So, for that then, they need to be holding this monster until the specific moment so that he can be taken down completely, since in 3 seconds he can be recovering his life completely. And that Fang made a very, very more than right choice. He is dodging. And also because they didn't need to be fighting a boss as strong as this one. So, it would be a good opportunity to go back, especially because it wouldn't be so late, those hunters of the hunter's heart. And so, right? He said that, but the protagonist said he couldn't do that. And besides, if he went back, he would have a nightmare, since this fight here would basically be the perfect fight for him to evolve and for him to be able to earn a good reward. However, he says there, this monster ends up regenerating every 3 seconds. So, what could he be doing to defeat a monster like this? He even said that with the strength he currently has, he wouldn't be able to kill a monster as strong as this alone. But now, with everyone's cooperation, this might be possible. Omega is different from the traditional mechanism, especially because he is an orc. Especially because he will only respond to the last person who is attacking him. So, the solution, that all the attackers here, in melee fights, take turns because of the damage, is continuously manipulating our orc, which is greatly reducing the orc's desire to attack anyone. During this process, we also need to keep the damage output uninterrupted so that he could be preventing it from activating that super regeneration ability of his. So, like this, he calls our Ming, and to top it off, Xiang, the two will be attacking our orc. And from behind, Link will basically be responsible for completing the damage and the attacks to prevent this monster from recovering its health. That's the only way to end everything. However, our October 10th singer asks what he's doing. Then he calls out to him. He just asks him to stay alive. He even says that this was a concern of his. Besides, he wasn't worrying about that, but rather, he was worrying about what the main chance of winning against a strong monster like that was. And Ye King, hearing this, reveals that he basically has a 20% chance of winning against a strong monster like that. Hearing this, he dismisses it, saying that 20% wasn't that much. Besides, betting on a fight like that, this one for everyone to get out alive, was totally crazy. She, poking her arm, ends up saying that a 20% chance was victory in itself, even because the chances were quite high. However, Ye King, on the other hand, ends up worrying about her team. And she comments there that if, by chance, that orc ends up recovering his life in the end, he will be doing his best to hold the orc, and in the end, they could be running away to get a pretty good rear guard. Only then will he return to the group. And to make things better, she ends up healing our hero, on the other hand, and ends up saying that his chance of victory was high, so she will be betting on our protagonist. Our 10-10 singer, who saw that Ye King was motivated, ends up getting motivated too, saying that now he will be on our Ye King's side. If by chance he loses the fight, he can't do anything else. Besides, her mana was quite low. Even so, she will do her best to win against a monster like that. After healing our protagonist, Ye King is overjoyed, seeing that his healing spell was extremely high, because now with his healing spell and his breath recovery, he could become almost invincible. Furthermore, his life power has now practically become that of a berserker. Just saying this, she is surprised to see that our protagonist was praising her too much. On the other hand, ends up realizing that the berserk effect is multiplied by the times you apply it, that you are applying the healing effect to yourself. Although he may be able to basically balance the blood loss and blood recovery now, he could basically be dying at any moment if he manages to reach the level, the third level of berserker. For him, this was the real gamble, but to become strong, he would have to go through this kind of challenge. So, the fight ends up continuing, and she ends up putting her foot in the fight, and only then she activates her fire spell. And behind her, some fireworks appear. With her firepower, she prepares. And after she prepares, she throws some fireballs in the monster's direction. The monster, on the other hand, ends up noticing her presence from these fires. So, quickly grabbing that cleaver he had in his hand, he quickly manages to break the ground and create a barrier to protect himself. After he protects himself, we then see the orc attacking some thorns in his direction. However, before that thing can get to him, our waifu ends up appearing, who ends up grabbing her sword. With a simple movement, we see her managing to break all the thorns. After she broke it, some shards ended up flying in her direction, but our 10 out of 10 singer appears, who uses the shield he got from our Ye King to defend her. And after she defends herself, we find Ye King, who was there asking her to use her ice reinforcement attribute, since with that, he will be able to attack our orc more easily, with more ease. And only then she understands. And with that, she activates her ice ability, creating a specific bridge there for our protagonist. Our hero starts running over the ice, and the ice follows him. Then, heading towards the orc, he quickly raises his cleaver upwards to catch, of course, our Ye King. But before anything can happen, we see her from behind using her fireball, and all those fireballs go in the orc's face. And she from behind is all happy to see that she managed to get in the way of the orc. However, the orc then prepares his cleaver that he had there, and only then he hits the ground. But his blow ends up not even hitting our hero because he managed to jump. Jumping then, we found an extremely strong ray that our orc ended up firing, and it goes towards our Ye King's group. However, she saw all of this, so using her ice sword, she quickly manages to create a barrier. However, her barrier was not that powerful, because it started to crack out of nowhere, and in the end, let's say that everything broke. Everyone who, of course, was there being protected by the ice, starts to run. She also even comments that she won't be able to hold it for long. However, even the system appears saying that her ice will be breaking. But before she can do anything, hears in the background, and asks her to move just a little to the side. And so then she ends up moving. But the moment she moves, he takes out his big sword. Only then, with the big sword, he makes a simple movement. And with that movement, he breaks the ice. And only after it breaks, a shock wave ends up completely breaking that power of our orc. Anyway, now, he asks her to go to our hero to protect him, since he will be here in the rear guard. And so, then, she advances towards the orc. And at the same time, we see some things flying towards him. Before they can hit him, he uses his arm to defend him. At the same time, she uses her ice ability to create a sharp ice to catch this orc as quickly as possible. And to the side, too, we find our protagonist, with his objective of taking down this orc with a single blow. To do this, he prepares his daggers. And preparing that, we then see our protagonist making a cut. This cut clearly hits the orc square in the face. The orc, who saw a unique opportunity to attack Ye King, prepares his arm to hit him. However, that arm of his ends up being frozen by her, which ends up accumulating about 15% more damage to the orc. However, our hero appears, on the other hand, calling her attention. Her goal was to get her attention, but she ends up not being able to do this, because the orc goes towards her. She uses her ice to deflect it. And at the same time, from behind, we find our Ye King using those daggers of his to hit, to land a blow. After a while, he hits and manages to land a nice blow to the orc's face again. Now that she has done this, we find her from behind there. Her mana had finished everything. But with the glass there, we see her drinking some mysterious waters that completely recover her mana. Now that she has recovered, she uses her fireballs. And after using that thing goes towards the orc and ends up hitting him completely. This now draws the orc's attention towards her, but after having caught his attention, the orc then uses his club to land a blow on her. The entire ground is torn apart, but the blow at the end was not so effective because it did not hit her, but the fight continues. Our protagonist uses his dagger to land fierce blows on him, and with each minute, the orc's life ends up decreasing. But because our protagonist is floating in the air, the orc quickly catches our protagonist in the air. Caught now, he was thinking about finishing off our protagonist. However, behind there appears, who prepares a move with his sword. With that move, he manages to be making a nice cut, cutting off part of our orc's arm. Now that he is safe and sound, we see our protagonist happy, because the 2-second damage interval was being maintained, and our orc ends up activating his super regeneration. Now it's just a matter of time before they can take down this orc completely. So he shouts for everyone here to prepare so they can attack everyone as quickly as possible. She, who then understood, ends up saying that she is moving as quickly as possible. She, after running out of mana again, uses that portion of mana recovery, and only then, we see the orc there completely fine. However, minutes later, with her mana recovered, she uses a fireball that ends up hitting the orc in the face. The reason for doing this thing was because this orc was screaming too much, and she didn't like it. However, the orc, having received this blow, got very angry with her. So with the cleaver he had in his hand, we see him throwing it towards her. Soon it goes towards her as fast as possible. She is surprised. Ye King, on the other hand, asks Xiang to use his ice ability to defend her. And so it was done. With her ice ability, she manages to create a shield, defending our mage. While everyone was giving their all and sweat to defeat an orc like that, we found our 10 out of 10 singer, who only remembered everything that happened. He ended up asking for support from each person in the group, because each person in the group, of course, was strong, but he is not strong. What could he be doing there so that he can at least contribute a percentage to defeat a strong monster like that? Because like it or not, they only had a 20% chance and percentage of defeating this powerful thing in front of them. And that percentage seemed so small to him, something that he discussed a little with the group. But once again, that spotted one goes towards it again, and that will clearly be getting to someone. But then he appears, our singer, our 10 out of 10 singer, holding our Ye King's shield. With his shield, he manages to block this blow. And only after he managed to hold back a blow from a high orc like that for the first time, he shouts for everyone to act as quickly as possible and go there and deal with this monster as quickly as possible. And at first he thought that by being a singer or perhaps an adventurer, he would be able to earn a lot of money. What's more, he had a dream of becoming a celebrity. And the boy, of course, tried, but he ended up failing at everything because he had a clumsy tongue and also bad articulation. And his tone of voice was one of the worst. Even so, he didn't give up. But the moment he thought about picking up the microphone to sing, his negative side appeared, which, of course, right from the start gives him its negative motivations, saying that he had no talent for it. Not stopping there, the shadow still ends up asking him to give up everything. He would have no role here. Furthermore, he was just a support guy, and there is still no room for that kind of person. And for sure, the spotlight is not aimed at him. The moment he talks about the spotlight, they ask what it could be about. He even thinks that maybe it's a bright place, or a talent, or a dream, maybe courage, something like that, to do everything he wants. And our 10 out of 10 singer isn't just sad about this, because the shadows that were there also compare themselves to other people and start saying that he wasn't a singer, he was just trash. And they ask him to get off the stage. People would tell him that, but he, unlike people, ends up not believing them. He wants a spotlight for himself. And even if it takes a while, he won't give up. And he, without a doubt, goes after it. He starts running towards a light, and the shadows that were there tormenting the boy end up running towards him, preventing him from running towards the light. And so, they stick around him, and he ends up being kind of stopped, while they keep giving him those negative motivations. But he still points his hand in that direction, with the goal of reaching that light. He knew that on stage he certainly wouldn't be able to get the spotlight for himself. But in a fight, he might be able to achieve that, and trying to achieve the same merit as a protagonist, he advances towards this monster that was in front of him. And so, he ends up colliding. The shield that our hero won against that stained guy. Even with the strength that he had, he ends up not being able to withstand the entire blow. And we see that some red things appear from his mouth, and only then, he is thrown back. The moment that our protagonist saw this, he ends up getting angry. So he ends up putting his hand on the ground, making a purple aura go towards the stained guy who went towards our 10 out of 10 singer. And as soon as he gets there, he controls those shadows to catch that stained guy. Only then, he throws the same stained guy towards the boys, hitting him squarely. However, that wasn't enough to, of course, knock down this powerful guy. To do this, he activates his berserker mode. And with it active, we see a reddish aura appearing around. And then we find our protagonist facing this boy. Furthermore, he will not forgive this boy for what he did to his friend. While talking about this, we return to her. She is surprised to see that the sand below our hero's feet has turned to glass. However, our protagonist does not stop. He advances towards the boy. As soon as he advances, the boy shoots some spikes in his direction. However, they do not hit him because he dodged them. While dodging, he ends up grabbing one of these spikes and holding it tightly, he ends up grabbing it. As soon as he manages to grab it, he stops and ends up going towards the boy. Now facing the boy, he prepares and holds that one. Only then does he end up firing that one in the direction of the boy's face, hitting him squarely. The boy screams in pain. Meanwhile, below, we find her happy to see that he managed to land a blow on him. But the boys, reacting quickly, try to get our hero out of there. Before they can remove our protagonist, he appears holding his sword. With this move, he cuts off his arm, taking away 40% of his life. But it still wasn't enough. With this, she uses her ice ability, freezing a good part of his body. With 30% life, we see the other one below using her fireballs. After taking away 20%, our protagonist could be using his final attacks. And with this, we see him standing above the boy's head. And with this, he ends up kind of moving that thing he threw towards him before. And pushing it hard, he goes through this monster. And now that everything is over and done with, he could basically be making this monster turn into dust. With that dark sphere in his hand, he ends up throwing it towards the monster. And the boys who was caught by this simply couldn't do anything else, because then we see that our hero's sphere managed to erase a good part of this monster's body. Now that everything is over, we only see the debris falling back. Our hero approaches our 10-10 singer and asks how he is. She says he is fine. Even though his healing is not good, that shield that our protagonist gave him was enough to keep him alive for a while. Our protagonist, hearing this, ends up apologizing, especially because it was his fault if by chance he had not allowed him to run towards the boys. However, on the ground, our 10 out of 10 singer asks him not to worry because thanks to our protagonist, he is still alive. Still lying on the ground, he says that he was still on stage. He can continue with his fights. Our hero looks a little worried, understanding that the situation cannot stay this way. He ends up getting up and turns in another direction. He asks his group to take our 10-10 singer to the base. He will be investigating this abyss here alone. She, hearing this, does not understand. And also, how would he be able to complete this abyss here alone? As he advanced, he commented that each battle was like a dance on the blade. His heartbeat increased considerably. And if he didn't have a will of steel and a strong heart, he wouldn't have. He wouldn't be able to listen to all this and endure it. And also, by becoming strong, he also ended up losing something very important. It was as if the abyss was there. It was as if he was looking into the abyss, and the abyss was also looking back at him. He ended up thinking that the abyss was mocking him for his insignificance and impotence. And still on the ground, our 10 out of 10 singer apologized. Even if he hadn't yet, even if he still made it to the stage to shine a little, he still managed to become a burden to everyone. While thinking about using his teleportation ability, he ended up thinking about what he could say to our 10 out of 10 singer who was lying on the ground with zero motivation to continue his fights. And he also ends up wondering if he keeps invading this abyss, what could it be? Maybe it's because of the motivation to protect his friends. That's a question I don't know, but he ends up seeing some bodies, because the cruelty of this abyss here was gigantic, and this abyss doesn't show even a shred of mercy to anyone. And with that, he can't even say a word to his friends. And then he ends up moving forward towards a portal. Seeing this portal, he then ends up entering. At the point where he entered, he ends up crossing in another direction. At this moment that he crossed there, he ends up encountering some monsters. These monsters were knocked down by that group of the heart hunting. And it seems that the confrontation between them and the monsters was quite incredible, and they managed to defeat these weak monsters. And it still seems that none of them were knocked down or defeated in the fight against these monsters. In this place where he finds himself, there are many dangerous monsters, and if you want to go through here, you need to be strong or have a lot of stealth, and it seems that they came very prepared for this. Their stealth was gigantic. They were managing to obtain a lot of resources with this stealth, and before he can continue, he ends up opening his observation eye. Berserker ogre of quite a high level. It seems that these guys were giants. Their combat strength was gigantic. They were a little slow, but when attacking an opponent, they managed to land a direct blow. And at this moment, encountering one of these, he holds the scroll tightly, because he ends up thinking that he cannot be retreating in a fight like this. And so, holding it, he ends up putting his foot forward, which then comes face to face with one of these ogres. And as soon as he came face to face with it, he ended up using his shadows. And only then, he calls for them. And the moment he called for these ogres, we see that he got angry. And as soon as he gets angry with our protagonist, our hero prepares himself and uses his swords to try to strike a blow at these monsters. And while fighting these monsters, we see the hunting heart group, which was facing a gate. And here they end up reaching an almost advanced point, and we realize that he was irritated about something. This was about why they didn't get any resources or good rewards. They reached the end. But it seems that the treasure wasn't around here, or it was inside, at the end of that tunnel. But to get inside, it was necessary to have some kind of amulet. And he ends up commenting that, to get through this, he will have to defeat maybe a boss. But who would that guardian be? Since he went through all the monsters in that abyss and didn't find a single guardian around there. Then, after talking about this, he comments to his boss that they avoided fighting any monsters. However, perhaps, according to the description, the amulet could be on that body of that ogre patrolling outside. And it seems that they need to go back there to be able to kill those boys. Only then will they be able to get the resources that are inside that cave. However, another one makes the situation worse, saying that they can't go back. Their stealth charges are gone, and the other one also ended up using all of his stealth charges. There's no way they can go back. But the boss still had to face a powerful monster and kill bosses, which ends up irritating the people in his group, who end up commenting that their group was at a huge disadvantage, since the tank ended up dying in the first hit of the boss. And also the warlock, the hunter who was in the DPS position, is gone too. The leader gets angry with all of this, calls everyone trash, and ends up wondering why he hired these people for his team. Thinking that he could do it, our savior, our protagonist, appears holding the amulet they so desire. Oh, their boss ends up being surprised to see that our Yeqing was still alive, but in any case, he realizes that he's the only one there, which means that his entire group is lost. So, both of them there could unite for a moment. Our hero doesn't agree with this so well. He takes the boss's amulet and then places it on the door, opening a portal. With the portal open, they both enter inside. As soon as he enters, they are surprised at how he got that amulet. Some of them end up thinking that he has a legendary stealing skill. This skill allows you to steal items from powerful bosses without them noticing. What's more, he, the boss, ends up realizing that he was a garbage collector. He shouldn't be around here. However, our protagonist interrupts him, asking him to collaborate, especially since he did eliminate boss. However, he ends up wondering how a garbage collector managed to do that. Already tired of hiding his power, he ends up punching the wall, breaking a good part of it. Maybe this demonstrates his power. And below we see that he opens his mouth in surprise to see that he was really strong. Now, understanding that he was really powerful, both of them here could be cooperating here. Since he has a group of very powerful people on his team, they could lend that to our protagonist. In the abyss, he realizes that he can be giving orders to whoever he wants, but outside of the abyss, he would be almost nothing. So, being by his side, he could have, at least, a legal reach with the public out there in the world. But what they wanted so much there was just one thing: all the resources, a good part for themselves. He could divide that between them. However, the boss, without realizing anything, ends up simply stepping on one of the traps. After he steps on it, some things go towards him, and that happened very quickly, and ended up catching one of the guys from that boss's group. His entire group simply stands still, scared by everything they saw. So, without understanding anything, our protagonist says that everything was fine. Now it's a 4-to-1 split. After half an hour, we see that they stop to relax a bit. After walking a bit, they finally found a place to rest without traps. However, while he was standing there, our hero ends up realizing something. Several screens from this system appear saying that there were several traps up ahead. Irritated by this, he simply ends up punching one of the pillars that was there. And the moment he does this, that thing ends up breaking, and the system appears saying that the traps were there, they were activated. And as soon as it was activated, some sparkles above end up appearing. The boss gets irritated by this, so he asks them to go to our protagonist. They would be protecting his group. To do this, he uses his slightly purple aura, which ends up building a kind of cloak that protects their group from the arrows that came towards them. As soon as the arrows stopped, he ends up deactivating the ability. But before, the boss had heard that he had put a good part of his attributes into strength. But what kind of skill was that? Another wonders what kind of monster our protagonist was. It was a skill they had never even seen in their lives. Then, Another ends up wondering why they were afraid of him. They could be allying with our hero to escape this. The other, who has the smartest mind, thinks that there are 5 of them, and there is no way that the 5 of them could lose to perhaps any monster that appears around there. But the boss ignores all this and approaches our hero. Soon, he wonders what happened. Then, they also end up approaching as quickly as possible because they realize that there was a good amount of resources and gold there which they could take for themselves, and as soon as they see this gold, they all start running towards it. So they found the gold mine. Looking at it, they are totally surprised. Another picks up the mana crystal and realizes that he had never seen a crystal of that size. And also, if he, a garbage collector, collected all this, he would never need to collect resources or garbage to make a living. Knowing that there are good resources around here, the boss then asks everyone to empty all their backpacks and collect all the resources that were around here. Our hero, who faced this, realized that this was too good. Since, as we already know, when the alms are too good, there is always something wrong with it. He ends up noticing one of the coins from the top falling, and these coins go towards him, leaving our hero a little scared. Scared by this, he ends up looking up, and then he understands what this could be. Dragons. Dragons are something extremely rare, and if you find one, you can run. Because a monster like this was in the S-rank classification, and this dragon that was hiding there gets up and ends up wondering who it is, was interrupting her dreams. The guys who then look at it wonder if it was a real dragon. But if it was a dragon, why was she in the form of a girl? Bored with everything, she asks these inferior beings to take all their good equipment and give it to her, and only then she can get out of there. But she has priorities that are more important. This is to go back to sleep in her mountain of resources that she collected. Since, if they happen to do these things, she will also pretend that she had never seen them. They, then, looking at this, do not understand anything. They just remain silent. The leader of the group of heart hunters wonders how a beast like this had the ability to talk. The girl, who did not understand anything either, almost falls asleep, but ends up waking up and realizes that they were still there. Irritated by this, she gets up. Standing up, she ends up facing them and realizes that just breathing the air of these humans ends up giving her some headaches. Even more, facing this, the boss wonders how this was possible. And also, a beast that had a humanoid form was extremely rare and had never been mentioned in the records. And finding one of these was too much luck. To make it better, she was a beautiful girl. However, one of his companions ends up asking him not to pay so much attention to this, as she could be a boss and dangerous. However, he ends up commenting that this boss will be more focused on our protagonist, so he can launch some surprise counterattacks. However, when talking about this, she ends up using one of her magic skills. Arrows end up appearing and go towards her group, and also, not only towards their group, but also towards our hero, and that ends up hitting her. She floats, and only after floating, she lands in front of our hero. In front of her now, she starts to make some kind of exchange, like having gold coins or shiny things for her. She asks if he should have something to offer her as a bargaining chip. Looking from afar, the leader of their group ends up realizing that this girl, in herself, was greedy. However, they look at his group and realize that there aren't many colorful things. However, one thing catches her attention. This was that crystal that she got from him. She then pulls it towards her. Our hero, who saw this, simply stops her. However, when she looks closer, she doesn't understand why our protagonist keeps this like a treasure. To her, this is a piece of trash. However, our protagonist knew that a monster was a monster, and most likely that it had a weakness. So, using his eye, he tried to find her weakness, but she realized this, and so advances towards her and strikes a blow at our protagonist. His abilities were nothing to her, they meant nothing, but his eye seemed to have an interesting ability, so she takes it and only then devours its eye. Annoyed by this, he simply turns around and uses his greatest power to strike her. With an extremely high aura, he advances towards her with his daggers, and as soon as he advances, he tries to strike her, but she, with just her finger, ends up breaking that legendary weapon of his. And after she has done that, she prepares a flick, and with that, she ends up hitting our hero squarely. But he manages to defend himself, and on the ground, he realizes that this girl was extremely powerful. The group of that heart hunter simply realizes that they cannot be fighting powerful monsters like that. So they use that stealth ability to collect resources. But the girl who saw this also uses her transformation ability and transforms into a powerful dragon. So we see that they were collecting some resources. But while collecting on top of that, we see the dragon preparing a breath. After preparing it, she fires that towards the boss of the Heart Hunters group. He was almost caught, but some of the group were caught. We see that that fire was extremely powerful. Now, on the ground, he saw that it was dangerous to stay here, but he still needed to escape. But he still needed to collect some very useful resources. Then he finds some of those extremely valuable crystals. Thinking about taking it, smoke appears in front of him again. Frightened by this, he simply looks up. It appeared there, in front of him, and also starts to say that he was very brave to try to steal a secret treasure from her. Knowing that a monster like that was extremely powerful, a monstrous foot appears on the scene, while the protagonist calmly observes everything in the background. Strange lights begin to emanate from the creature, and the protagonist looks at the situation carefully. An imposing figure appears, mocking and questioning if the treasure is too much for him. A man with dreadlocks looks desperate, holding a shiny item in his hands. Screaming in terror, the man with the artifact tries to protect himself from something unknown. A dark sword hits the man, but the horned figure remains intact. The woman demonstrates her power, releasing a blast of intense energy against them. The protagonist appears in the middle of the attack, criticizing the ambush as something despicable. The dragon, furious, mockingly asks if she needs to teach him about real regeneration. The protagonist recovers from the attack, and a greenish aura completely surrounds him. Irritated, the woman shows fury and prepares for an even more powerful attack. Suddenly, the big man with dreadlocks is thrown, screaming, while the dragon watches smiling. The explosion causes massive destruction, completely devastating the surrounding area. The creature compares the protagonist to wild dogs in search of rotten crowns. The dragon demands to know what he feels, staring into his eyes and demonstrating her power. The protagonist reveals his objective, the key to the Dark Tower, one of the dragon's items. The dragon's fury takes over, and her pupils glow intensely in a yellowish tone. Annoyed, she grabs the protagonist by the neck, questioning his audacity and greed. The protagonist retorts, offering his treasure in exchange for the key to the Dark Tower. The dragon explodes in fury, questioning why she would grant the protagonist's request. The protagonist reveals that she has something she cannot refuse, a dark orb. An intense purple energy surrounds them, and a process of recovery begins. A vortex of energy forms, while giant hands seem to guide the flow of the action. The dragon despairs and screams, "No," realizing what is really happening. In a panic, the dragon begs for them to stop, and the protagonist scoffs at the situation. The protagonist mocks the dragon, stating that he will not stop, even if she kills him. The creature becomes enraged, calling him a bastard, with tears streaming down his face. The protagonist continues, threatening to turn all of the dragon's treasures into trash. The purple energy consumes something valuable, and the protagonist scoffs at the situation again. Desperate, the dragon begs him to stop, calling him a despicable worm. The protagonist smiles, observing the creature in despair and everything it owns. The purple energy completes the action, revealing a coffin made of ice crystal. The dragon laments, revealing that the coffin was a gift for her 1,300th hatchling. The protagonist continues to consume everything, even the seed of eternal fire. The dragon despairs again at what is happening and lets out a scream of terror. The woman despairs when she sees her sapphire boxes being completely consumed. Begging, the dragon asks him to return everything and spits the treasures back. The protagonist proposes an exchange, his treasures back in exchange for the key to the Dark Tower. The protagonist scoffs, calling all of the dragon's treasures trash again. The dragon gives in and with teary eyes hands the key to the protagonist. Now, they are in a sanctuary of ancient knowledge, a huge and imposing place. In addition to treasures, dragons also value knowledge, the creature reveals. The dragon comments that no one has visited them for 300 years, a considerable period. Watching everything, the protagonist seems indifferent, showing little interest in the place. Qing comments that they should have organized the sanctuary at least 100 years ago. They enter a vast library filled with ancient books and lit by candles. The dragon asks if he was the one who lit the candles, fearing that the scrolls might catch fire. The creature finally hands over the desired item, the key to the Dark Tower, to the protagonist. The key glows brightly, shrouded in a mysterious and incredibly powerful aura. Qing takes the item, apparently satisfied but remaining alert. The dragon asks what he means by that, showing confusion. The dragon warns him not to think it will be that easy, revealing that she is plotting something. After all, he devoured half of her treasures, and she feels she deserves something in return. Qing then asks where she would get treasures to give him, questioning the creature. The dragon boasts, saying she has a sensitive nose capable of smelling legendary smells even in the midst of trash. The dragon proposes to exchange the key for a divine piece of equipment, even offering some bonuses. Qing calls her a mercenary and asks what would happen if he refused. She then says she knows that the protagonist could easily get 100 divine pieces of equipment. The creature comments that if he could move freely, he would not covet such small things. Qing replies that, unfortunately, he cannot do that, with a mocking tone. The dragon asks if he is happy, showing a golden-colored piece of equipment. Qing examines the item, using the key to the Dark Tower near one of the candles. A bright red energy emanates from the key, and the protagonist's hand comes into contact with it. A notification appears, indicating a curse that reduces his attributes for 5 days. The dragon reveals that the item was locked and ended up in his hands by chance. Furious, Qing says that he wanted the key, and not to be deceived by a curse. The dragon defends herself, stating that she delivered the promised item and nothing more. Qing realizes that making deals with giant dragons is never a good idea. The dragon claims that an eager dog does not taste the promised honey, being greedy. The dragon says that her special service is reserved only for those who bring treasures. Annoyed, Qing grabs her by the horns, touching a particularly sensitive nerve. The protagonist wonders if the trash has turned an ancient dragon into a simple codex. Qing threatens her, demanding information, or she will reduce the library to ashes. The dragon reveals the existence of a hidden portal, containing codes to rewrite the laws of death. Qing demands more clues, but the dragon claims that this is all she can offer. Annoyed, Qing complains about the responsibility he now bears due to such a powerful curse. The dragon scoffs, claiming that ordinary curses do not affect her, as she is not like others. The dragon offers to suppress the curse, in exchange for 500 divine equipment. Qing warns her not to be greedy, or her treasure will be plundered once again. The dragon proposes a plan, asking for the remaining 100 pieces of equipment, claiming that he owes her. Qing screams to take everything, and a purple-colored energy envelops him once more. The dragon laughs hysterically, pleased with the deal and with what is about to happen. Qing realizes that he has been tricked again, and demands that the dragon stop playing tricks. The dragon mocks him, reminding him that he owes her divine items and how she will free him. She then reveals one eye, indicating that she will be watching him, plotting something. The dragon says that she will be responsible for the wild dog until the end. In a mysterious tone, the protagonist is hit by something and seems to be feeling something strange. The dragon comments that she is a dragon, while the protagonist appears to be weakened. Qing wonders what they did to him, showing anger at the situation. The protagonist seems to have a revelation and shows surprise at what is happening. Frightened, Qing screams with his eyes wide open, not understanding the situation. He finds himself in the obsidian hall, and the curse manifests itself there. His vision returns, as does control of his hands. But he remains confused. The protagonist notices the presence of the curse, sensing something dark nearby. A huge pillar collapses, indicating that he is in danger, and the curse takes effect. Confused, Qing wonders what is happening, showing that he is frightened. A notification appears, revealing that he has become a demon, and with enormous power. A voice then echoes, stating that weak humans can never defeat powerful demons. Qing wonders how to break the curse, showing that he is thinking about the situation. He concludes that, to do so, he will have to fight himself, and finally understands. A shadowy figure appears before him, the reflection of himself amplified and evil. A notification informs him that his attributes have increased by 30%, something incredible. The reflection mocks, claiming to have the same abilities, but with more strength. Qing is surprised to see that his opponent also has a transcendent form. The reflection says that now he must know that he is an existence impossible to defeat. The reflection's speed is frightening, and he moves like a red blur on the spot. The reflection attacks with fury, being so fast that his movements are difficult to follow. Qing defends himself with difficulty, fighting against the shadow version of himself. The reflection hits him, and a red energy emanates, demonstrating the power of the blow. Qing concentrates to the maximum, trying to defend himself from the reflection's intense attacks. Qing realizes that the reflection is always one step ahead, and he can't gain an advantage. The reflection then advances, shouting something about stealing souls with an insane expression. Qing stands firm, dodging the blows and holding the swords firmly. The reflection comments that the scales of power are slowly tilting in his favor. The reflection explains that his attacks steal attributes, and the swords tear his soul little by little. The reflection says that in this battle, he will slowly become Qing himself, in a terrifying way. The reflection plans to devour his soul until it consumes him completely, executing a sinister plan. The reflection attacks with everything, and Qing struggles to dodge, feeling the impact of the blows. The blades clash, and the battle intensifies, defining the protagonist's fate. The reflection attacks him, determined to win, while Qing tries to defend himself, confident that he will succeed. The reflection charges with the sword, determined to defeat the protagonist once and for all. The reflection scoffs, telling him to continue, with red eyes glowing brightly. A notification appears, indicating the draining of attributes, demonstrating the enemy's strength. Qing tries to attack, but is stopped, and the battle becomes increasingly difficult for him. The reflection consumes 20 points, and reforges the swords, demonstrating power and strategy. The reflection mocks, stating that his willpower is enough to change everything. The reflection admires the protagonist's soul, but attacks him with even more intensity. Qing tries to dodge but falls, feeling the reflection's overwhelming power. The reflection says that in his domain all effort is futile, demonstrating his superiority. Once again, the reflection consumes points and reforges the swords, while notifications appear on the screen. The battle continues, and more points are consumed, but the protagonist is unable to react to the attacks. Qing tries to use something, but the notification informs him that there are no materials, frustrating his plans. The dragon appears in the protagonist's mind, asking for his 100 divine equipment. Being self-interested, the reflection hits him hard, and another notification of attribute drain appears. In a desperate moment, Qing inhales, gathering energy and preparing for a desperate and bold reaction. The reflection asks if he is starting to feel helpless and tells him to kneel and worship it. The reflection says that after devouring him, it will still preserve a small memory of him in a frightening way. The reflection threatens to erase the memories, destroy the family, and torture everyone he loves. The reflection says that he will not feel pain because it is not him, demonstrating all his coldness and cruelty. The battle reaches a critical point, and the protagonist's fate hangs by a thread. In a moment of tension, the reflection dominates him, and red shadows dance around him, demonstrating its dark power. The protagonist's gaze intensifies, and he feels the weight of the reflection's words. Memories begin to emerge, and someone asks to enter the abyss alive and come out alive too. Another memory emerges, and a friend asks them not to go together, and for him to live a good life. In another memory, someone promises to protect him so that he will never face danger again. A promise echoes, and the protagonist remembers what is important to him, showing anger. The reflection shows interest, and decides to preserve a bit of his consciousness, and not all of it. The reflection claims to have accelerated the curse unintentionally, and that, in fact, it is completely useless. In despair, Qing remembers gods and demons, demonstrating his faith and despair. The reflection mocks him, calling him weak and telling him to give up everything, demonstrating cruelty. The protagonist remembers that he only wanted to break the curse, but ended up becoming trash. He remembers gods, demons, and unknown beings before considering himself weak. The reflection mocks him, telling him to give up everything he loves so that it can replace him completely. The reflection becomes angry, stating that it owes him 400 divine artifacts, showing fury. The reflection says that the wild dog has nothing to lose and attacks him with everything, tense with the situation. Determined, the reflection wants to replace him completely, once and for all. Qing tries to block the attacks, showing determination in his fight. Surprised, the reflection wonders how that is possible, showing confusion. Qing states that his sword is his sword, showing confidence. Confused, the reflection wonders what he is saying, without understanding what was happening. Qing states that he will not submit to anyone, with his eyes shining brightly. He shouts that no one will replace him, only he himself can do it, showing his power. The dragon watches everything, saying that she will be responsible for him until the end, in a mysterious way. Qing's eyes shine brightly and he transforms, showing power. He screams, releasing all his fury, and a giant dragon of energy appears. Qing shouts the name of the attack, Triple Dragon Blood Frenzy, showing power. Qing remembers everything that motivates him, and his eyes shine even brighter at that moment. Qing claims that even if the flesh and blood are torn, it doesn't matter. Even if the bones break, or the organs turn to mud, none of that really matters. Qing advances, determined to devour the reflection, demonstrating power and cruelty. The protagonist asks who the demon is there, demonstrating all his fury and rage. The reflection is surprised, and Qing approaches, determined to win this confrontation. Annoyed, the reflection says that no one challenges him in his domain, and attacks with everything he has. He asks what Qing will do with the weapon, claiming to possess all his power. The reflection launches a fire attack at point-blank range, daring Qing to dodge. A massive explosion occurs, and the impact destroys everything around in an intense scene. The reflection celebrates the victory, stating that Qing must be dead, with joy. Triumphant, the reflection believes he has won the battle, without knowing what really happened. A silhouette emerges from the smoke, and Qing appears with determination, showing anger. With his eyes shining brightly, Qing prepares for the final confrontation. With power, Qing stares at his reflection with an intense gaze, preparing for the final confrontation. Qing appears amidst the rubble, and the battle resumes with even greater power. The reflection questions how he survived, and fury completely overcomes him. Qing faces the reflection and releases all his power with determination. Amidst the chaos, the fight continues, demonstrating the strength of both opponents. Qing advances with his sword shining brightly, exuding power with each step. The sword emanates a golden glow, and the protagonist transforms again, demonstrating his faith. Yi Qing attacks with fury, and the reflection defends itself with difficulty, trembling with faith. The protagonist prepares for the final blow, and the battle reaches its climax. An immense power is released, and the reflection is hit head-on, suffering a great impact. Yi Qing screams in pain, showing that he is at his limit. And with faith, Yi Qing activates a skill, and something is being stolen, revealing his faith. Irritated, the reflection wonders how he dared to fight against him with all his power. Furious, the reflection states that weapons only decrease his efficiency with all his power. The creature reveals itself, and a dark warrior emerges with all his power and intensity. Yi Qing faces the opponent and the power that is exuded, showing faith and determination. The power is concentrated, and the reflection's eyes shine brightly, demonstrating all his fury. Yi Qing is at his limit, and begins to remember everything and everyone that is important to him. Desperate and wounded, the protagonist looks with determination, ready to turn the tables. However, to win, Yi Qing will need to find a way to overcome the power of the reflection. Yi Qing appears with a sinister mask, and the power of the curse is released on the spot. Yi Qing rises, and the head of the dark warrior rolls away, demonstrating raw power. Yi Qing attacks with fury, and the force of the blow is devastating, breaking everything with his power. Yi Qing charges with everything, and the battle reaches a new level, with unshakable faith. The dark warrior is hit, and the damage is visible, demonstrating his fury. The reflection is thrown away, unable to defend itself. Yi Qing floats above the warrior's body, his mask shining brightly. Yi Qing attacks with everything he has, intending to destroy his opponent once and for all. The dark warrior is destroyed, and Yi Qing's power is overwhelming, demonstrating his total power. The destruction is total, and the battle reaches its climax, with nothing else to do. Yi Qing approaches, showing determination to win, using his maximum power. The notification appears, and the power of the imprisoned dragon is being absorbed. Yi Qing is wrapped in chains, and the more he struggles, the harder it becomes to free himself from them. Yi Qing claims to be different from greedy dragons, showing faith and power. Yi Qing is being imprisoned, but shouts loudly that his name is Yi Qing, demonstrating his determination. With his reflex defeated, parts of his body fly everywhere, and Yi Qing feels his strength increase. Yi Qing approaches, and the face of the dark warrior appears, declaring himself the king of all. Yi Qing's eyes shine with intensity, preparing a blow that promises to be decisive. Yi Qing attacks the reflection, hitting it squarely and trapping it in the barrier. Yi Qing's power is overwhelming, and the fate of that domain is about to be sealed. Yi Qing strikes with overwhelming power, sealing the fate of the dark warrior once and for all. Yi Qing emerges from the explosion, determined to move forward, demonstrating great faith. Yi Qing masters all the power of the reflection, showing that faith is a hero's greatest weapon. Yi Qing returns to the library, where the dragon awaits him, and his destiny is about to be determined. The dragon watches him with a curious and thoughtful look, preparing for what is to come. Yi Qing appears before the dragon, demonstrating her resilience. The dragon realizes that the ritual failed, and the protagonist has freed himself from the dark power. The dragon then plots, saying that if he becomes a shadow demon, she will have to kill him. Yi Qing emerges back to reality, with the sword shining brightly, strong and confident. The dragon is shocked to see the protagonist back, showing surprise. Yi Qing states that the ritual has been completed and all the power has returned to him. A horned demoness stands before the young man, asking if he has returned from his encounter. She eagerly bombards him with questions about his deal, wondering if he is now possessed. With a grim look, he responds simply that he ate the creature. The demoness is stunned, drooling in disbelief as she asks if it was good or even edible. He dismisses her shock, stating he has figured out her tricks and cannot trust a single word she says. The youth accuses her, realizing the ritual was a trap to let the shadow demon possess his body. Novilis looks flustered, admitting that his accusation isn't entirely correct. She explains the demon would have been too strong for her to defeat alone, but she saw his unique power as a chance to win, calling him a wild dog she could kill if he failed. She continues saying the demon is dead, but his death curse is now incurable. He panics and shouts back, reminding her that she said the final codex could remove such curses. The demoness scoffs, saying he had no time to find it, and that it required a deal with the now-gone demon. As she complains her plan to escape the abyss is ruined, a purple aura begins to envelop him. Her eyes snap wide open in complete shock as she senses the powerful energy shift. Wearing a new mask, he asks what would happen if the shadow demon was still alive. Meanwhile, outside the gate, a man complains that only weaker members have escaped so far. Suddenly, a woman with long white hair notices a disturbance. Sensing that something is happening, she points toward the portal, excitedly shouting that she can see someone emerging. Two figures step out from the swirling purple energy, one of them being the young man from before. The waiting members are relieved to see him alive. The woman happily calls out his name, Qing. She approaches him, apologizing for insisting he take this mission, but knew he could succeed. He smiles and announces the good news is that he acquired the key, holding it up for her to see. In an instant, her demeanor changes, and she lands a powerful punch right into his gut. As he falls, she scolds him for being reckless when his sister is waiting. He apologizes weakly, but as he lies on the ground, a strange red light begins to glow in his eye. A powerful ability activates, and a card appears in front of him, causing time to stop. With everyone frozen, the demoness Nobilis bursts from his body, cheering for her newfound freedom. Qing, glowing with red energy, tells the demoness she has awful timing. She floats between him and the frozen woman, complaining about the smell of a trashy necklace. The demoness then points at the woman, asking Qing if this is his so-called close partner. Nobilis frantically tells him to change her back, but Qing flatly refuses. In a flashback, the masked youth had proposed a deal to undo the dragon seal and free her from the abyss. He had realized this powerful form consumed even more mana than his other skills, which worried the demoness. She had asked him nervously what his current level was after absorbing the demon. As he held up a single finger, she guessed wildly, throwing out numbers in the millions. He clarified he was only level 1, a scavenger. Nobilis mocked him for being so incredibly weak. Qing retorted that he still defeated the demon. She said he could now take a part of her body with him. Back in the present, he demands the key, stating he wants nothing more to do with her. But Nobilis reveals his eyes are now dragon sight pupils, the same as her own. She explains their vision is now linked by an unbreakable pact, shocking the young man. Her eye glows with power, as she dares him to use his prying technique on her once more. Red energy swirls around her eye as she forcefully repeats her command to look at her. Qing's eye begins to glow uncontrollably as a trail of blood streams down his face. Inside the time-stopped space, he stumbles backward, unable to resist her power. His consciousness is then pulled from his physical form, leaving his body behind as he floats forward. Nobilis proudly tells him to look at her alluring figure, which he observes with glowing eyes. She explains that his observation eye has been upgraded to a dragon pupil, which is different from before. She can now use dragon knowledge to decipher information for him, and no one else can sense her presence. The demoness cheerfully informs him that he now owes her 401 items, which makes him shout back in anger. As Nobilis laughs hysterically, he clutches his head in sheer frustration, while his companion remains frozen. He grits his teeth, muttering about how shameless the demoness is for her ridiculous demands. Time suddenly resumes, and Nobilis waves goodbye before vanishing, leaving the white-haired girl bewildered. The girl catches Qing as he stumbles, apologizing for being unable to protect her partner. The team's leader interrupts, saying it's his fault for putting them all in a dangerous situation. He declares that they must all grow stronger before they can face more powerful enemies. The man in the suit asks the leader what his team encountered. The leader recalls opening a large vault door. He mentions seeing a golden light, which gets the suited man excited about possible treasures, but the leader looks downcast, explaining the abyss was empty, except for piles of golden sand. The man in the suit looks down, confused by the mention of sand instead of treasure. The leader's attention then shifts as he points towards Qing, stating that he remembers him. His companion rests on his shoulder, relaying that the leader called him strong but couldn't recall what he did in the vault. The leader exclaims that Qing suggested splitting the treasure evenly, one for each team. He then begins laughing maniacally about the 50-50 split, his mind clearly jumbled from the ordeal. Qing tells his crying companion to thank the scavenger team, as she at least gets half of the trash. In a flashback, the demoness asks why he didn't just kill the leader to keep the dragon treasure a secret. He explains the leader is useful alive and can provide a flawed report, since he altered his memories. Novilis agrees, adding that without their signal, everyone would have been lost in the endless Scarlet Desert. Later, the group returns to a large modern building that serves as their headquarters. A rugged man sits outside the hospital, denied entry because his luck stat is too low. Inside the ICU, another member of their team lies unconscious in a hospital bed, hooked up to machines. A woman with purple hair explains he has multiple fractures, but his partner's healing delayed the worst. She adds that his wounds are contaminated by the abyss and won't heal outside of it, which worries Yi Qing. The woman says that as a recycling group, they don't have the authority for special treatment. Both Yi Qing and his companion offer to pay, but it is against the guild's rules to enter the abyss alone. As they walk away, he muses on the irony that abyss wounds can't heal outside, and vice versa. Deciding he needs another solution, Yi Qing summons a large glowing blue potion, which shocks the purple-haired woman beside him. He explains it is a legendary potion enhanced by a dragon's birth that boosts constitution, admitting he had planned to give it to his sister. The woman is amazed and asks where he found such a rare item. He cheekily replies that he picked it up from a pile of trash. In a flashback, he had asked Novilis for a favor before leaving the abyss. The demoness asks what he wants from her. He mentions hearing a dragon's body is full of treasures and asks if the vault's items are made from dragon materials, which she confirms. He then explains he found a recipe that requires the potion as a solvent and a drop of something called a dragon's birth as the core ingredient. Novilis asks if he means her saliva. After he confirms, she agrees to help and chugs the entire blue potion in one go. After finishing the drink, she spits a glowing blue stream back into the vial, completing the bizarre concoction. A system message reveals he now has dragon saliva mouthwash, a chaotically mixed item with random effects only known upon use. Back in the present, he holds the potion. Novilis had offered her drool, but the recipe only calls for a single drop. He walks towards his friend's room, thinking the man needs stronger recovery, hoping the side effects will not be too harmful. As his two companions watch through the glass, he approaches the hospital bed to administer the mysterious potion. The injured man awakens, saying he has already died once and is not afraid to do so again, willing to drink even poison. He looks at Yi Qing's reflection, desperately begging his leader to give him another chance. With tears in his eyes, the friend declares he wants to become strong enough to be a person who can stand on his own. Sometime later, Yi Qing stands across from his recovered teammate in a vast, empty underground training ground. The leader looks down at the young man, who is still surrounded by a faint vapor, and asks him how he feels. The disciple looks at his own hand, explaining that he feels like he has a brand new body, with all his old injuries healed. Yi Qing thinks about how constitution is the key attribute for physical resistance in the dangerous abyss world. The young man feels his arm, realizing that even with healing, permanent damage can accumulate, and wonders if he is now stronger. Yi Qing confirms this, but not entirely. His companion is confused, asking how his increased stats don't make him stronger. His leader explains that physical stats are not everything. Fighting in the abyss is also a battle of thought and consciousness. He summons two glowing purple daggers, stating that powerful monsters have mechanisms that must be solved with strategy. Without another word, he leaps into the air, blades ready as he swoops down to attack his disciple. The young man panics as a glowing sword materializes in his hands to block the incoming strike. He struggles under the force of the blow, calling out to his leader. Yi Qing reveals he suppressed his own power for this fight. In a flash, Yi Qing executes a disarming maneuver, knocking the sword from his companion's hands. He presses his advantage, instantly holding both of his glowing daggers to the young man's throat. With a stern look, he orders his disciple to attack him with all his might, using the mindset of trying to kill him. The youth is terrified, asking why he needs a murderous mindset when he only asked to learn combat skills. Large, shadowy spikes erupt from the ground, forcing the disciple back as his leader holds him steady. Yi Qing's eyes glow with a menacing red aura, as he threatens to kill the young man if he does not fight back seriously. The disciple stares in terror, wondering if it's an illusion that makes his leader look like a fearsome demon. His mentor yells at him to grip his sword, and the startled youth frantically agrees. He leaps backward to retrieve his weapon, frustrated that he is still being overpowered despite his recent power-up. With newfound determination, the young man grits his teeth and turns to face his leader once more. He charges forward, but his hesitation costs him the element of surprise, and his leader easily parries the blow. The disciple realizes he is no match for his mentor, even with his power suppressed, feeling a deep sense of frustration. In a desperate outburst, he questions his own strength, swinging his sword wildly while screaming in anger. Qing effortlessly disarms him again, using a tendril of dark energy to knock the weapon from his grasp. The sword flies high into the air as the disciple is thrown to the ground, completely defeated. Lying on the floor, the young man reaches out and tearfully admits that he has lost the fight. But Qing is not finished with the lesson, sternly ordering his disciple to pick up his sword and continue. The disciple desperately begs to drink the potion again, saying he'll accept any side effects if it makes him stronger. He ignores the plea and instead asks him once more why he wants to become stronger, catching the young man off guard. The young disciple answers that he wants to stop being ridiculed. His leader quietly asks if there is any other reason. He declares passionately that he wants to become the protagonist and stand at the center stage someday. Qing asks the same question again. The youth shouts his desire to be a powerhouse and earn everyone's recognition, asking if that is not enough. His leader warns that obsession with power can create monsters, mentioning a fallen warrior. He does not want that fate for Zhou Tong. The disciple looks down thoughtfully, then asks what his leader's reason for getting stronger is. Qing places a hand on his shoulder and quietly answers that he just wants to live a good life. The young man is taken aback, wondering how the reason could be so simple. His mentor explains that he hopes his disciple seeks strength simply to live well, not for approval or to reach the top. Qing tells him the goal is not conquering the abyss, but never losing himself within it. He then offers the powerful blue potion to his disciple one more time. But this time, the young man gently pushes the potion back towards his leader, refusing the offer. He states that he is strong enough now and will walk the rest of his path on his own. With renewed resolve, he picks up his sword and challenges Qing to one more round, ready to learn how to survive. A smile crosses his leader's face, who praises his words and prepares for the next bout. Meanwhile, the demoness Novilis watches them through a portal, musing that his chances of survival are not zero. Still watching from afar, the demoness Novilis wonders if the potion's effects have already worn off. A system window appears before Qing, showing the result of the dragon's mouthwash he gave his friend. The effect is identified as nullified, making Qing wonder if his companion just drank a bottle of plain water. Just then, his disciple Zhou Tong hunches over, coughing violently after their intense training session. His leader rushes to his side, worriedly asking if he is okay after the sudden outburst. But Zhou Tong springs up with a golden aura, cheering that the potion worked and he feels great again, leaving everyone stunned. With that, a notification says that drinking the item activated some knowledge, and the hunter gained 1 experience point. Then the young man celebrates excitedly, saying he's ready for another one, and feels totally refreshed. However, the protagonist is relieved it wasn't a lethal poison, and that being ineffective was good news. At that moment, the spirit complains and asks if he was making fun of her, but the guy immediately denies it. The little one then wonders how the potion worked, since it was supposed to be ineffective, and if humans have something special. Then, the hero replies that someone who lives in a dragon's treasure would never understand the miracle of humans. Hearing this, the spirit asks what a miracle is and asks the protagonist to explain it better. The guy then says you just have to live with all your might, and things simply happen. Changing scenes, we see the World Guild building, a very large and imposing place. Arriving there, our hero observes some hooded people as he walks inside the location. Inside, he finds a man with a ponytail who glares at him with a very unfriendly expression. The guy is shocked and yells the protagonist's name, completely surprised to see him there. Then the guy greets him, and the other replies that it seems more like enemies meeting each other. With that, the protagonist ignores the man, saying he's not interested, and asking him to get out of the way. But the man gets angry and says they still haven't settled the score from the last time they saw each other. He yells that the protagonist tricked him out of 200 million for an iron ring, and that it was a huge humiliation. The guy replies sarcastically that if he found it so shameful, he should have thrown the ring away. The man gets angry and grabs the hero, while another person approaches them to watch the fight. Our protagonist says the guy only kept the ring so he could bother him again, and that it must have been tough. The other guy then demands that he buy the ring back, but the hero says he didn't force him to bid. Then the man in the suit gets furious and says this isn't an auction house and that he has powerful connections. With that, he orders his goons to take everything from the guy until he pays, but one of them notices his clothes are junk. The boss gets even more irritated and says that if everything is junk, it means he's a nobody and he'll take him away to be sold for parts. Suddenly, the spirit appears in her dragon form with a powerful aura, surprising everyone in the place. Confused, the protagonist wonders what is happening and why she appeared like that. She says the ring is a top-tier item and that the protagonist had appraised it with his observer's eye before. The little dragon states that it was once an ordinary ring, but now she can feel the difference between treasure and junk. Then she begins to recite a powerful enchantment to break the seals that bind her. The creature continues her true name release chant, causing a bright light to shine around her. Finally, she breathes a blue flame onto the ring, revealing its true form and hidden power. Her friend says she found a ghost, but she doesn't need to be afraid. He blushes and says he will protect her from any danger. The girl then hugs him, thanking him for saving her, and the guy is left speechless. Awkwardly, the young man tries to calm her down, saying he will always be by her side. Suddenly, Lang Yu lifts her head, revealing a dark and frightening face. Black tentacles emerge from her and begin to trap her friend's body. The guy is terrified as he sees he is being completely immobilized. Soon, the two are engulfed by a mass of black tentacles and disappear. After everything vanishes, the real Lang Yu appears walking down the hallway. She seems to be looking for someone and is completely alone in the place. The girl wonders how she will contact the team without the signaling bracelet. At that moment, she hears a noise and sees a shadow approaching quickly. The young woman turns around, scared, and sees the protagonist running towards her. The adventurer says he finally found her, but the girl is questioning it. She wonders who the guy is since she just saw her friend. The protagonist gives a slight smile and confirms that the transaction is complete. The large, furious man demands that he return the ring he just took. His goons say that this is against their guild's rules, but the boss doesn't care. The gang leader yells that the guy won't leave there with either the ring or the money. The young adventurer mocks them, saying their reputation as thieves is well deserved. The brute gets even more irritated and confirms that he will shamelessly rob him. With a blue aura around him, he transforms into a monstrous creature. The creature yells that this is a robbery and lunges to attack the protagonist. From inside the ring, a demon girl complains about human greed. Our hero says that some people just don't understand with words. Then he uses his dark powers and easily traps the monster. The monster screams for its boss while being subdued by the guy's shadows. The young man asks the goons if they want to take their boss or get beaten up too. Our hero thinks that the reputation of the leader of the Yi Scavengers Guild is well deserved. Suddenly, the head of the Tatis Hunter Guild, named Lei Yoshan, appears on the scene. Lei Yoshan offers 500 million for the ring and points at our hero. The fat man is shocked because not even the legendary Blood Moon ring was worth that much. The guild leader says he appreciates the young man's talent and jots something down. With that, he offers another 100 million for the guy to join Tatis and buy his guild. The brute gets angry and complains that the young man was insolent to them. But the protagonist states that he is a guild leader, not a hunter for sale. Yushinshin suggests that he get rid of his useless guild, so he won't feel awkward. The young man replies that his members are not trash and are like a family to him. The Tatis leader scoffs at the idea of family and says he only wants the protagonist. A dark shadow forms at our hero's feet as he glares at the man. The adventurer says that Yushan is not worthy and Tatis doesn't deserve any of his members. The guild leader becomes furious for being rejected for the first time in his life. The protagonist says that he forgot that even a weak guild leader is still a leader. Yoshan is impressed and says the elder was right about him being a tough nut to crack. The guy realizes that Elder Fatianlin appointed Yushin as the interim leader. Yushin says that before the elder's wrath falls upon him, it's better to learn to have nothing. Then, he withdraws the offer and proposes a new negotiation between the guild leaders. The Tatis leader asks if the young man came to the guild hall for the final festival. Our hero is surprised and asks if Yushin happens to have that information. The man laughs and says that possession of the abandoned abyss belongs to Tatis. He explains that he has shown his cards, and now it's the protagonist's turn to make an offer. Back at his guild, the guy's sister asks if he really accepted the terms. The young man says he had no choice, since the information was with them. He thinks that it's a tough decision, because the haunted abyss is full of undead. The protagonist rules out Wuming, because he is an undead and wouldn't fight his own kind. He also thinks of Zhou Tong, but he left for a special 1-month training. Without many options, he chooses Lu Xingren, an ice mage, and Yiling, a fire mage. His sister makes a mischievous face and says he knows how to have fun with 2 girls. The guy gets flustered and says it's not like that, and he didn't have anyone else to choose from. She comforts him, telling him not to worry, because one day she will be stronger than him. Suddenly, a giant teddy bear appears with a dark purple aura. It attacks the protagonist with its giant paw, sending him flying with force. The bear, named Xiao Zhou, yells that it won't allow the guy to go out with other girls. Meanwhile, the demon in our hero's eye makes fun of his situation. Elsewhere, 3 drunk men walk down the street looking for trouble. One of them spots a girl alone and decides to approach her to bother her. The man asks if she's lonely drinking by herself and offers her company. Intimidated, the man throws his bottle at her to scare her. A large fire explosion happens and hits the man head-on. He screams in pain as his body is consumed by the yellow flames. The girl says that all trash like them can drop, and she prepares another attack. Suddenly, someone grabs her arm, stopping her from attacking again. The young woman is surprised and asks the person not to do that to her. She turns and apologizes, saying her sister didn't mean to do it. The man who was hit yells at the girl that she's crazy and that he's going to make her pay. With a furious look, the fire mage says she won't let them touch a single hair on her sister's head, but she says this is her choice and that the 2 of them were always one. Then, with red eyes, she promises that one day she will return her body intact, no matter the cost. Changing scenes, we see a completely destroyed street with ruined buildings and debris everywhere. There we find Windchasser Yu Jianbai, the leader of the Celestial Light Guild, who despises his rivals. And we also have the leader of the Knight's Cry Guild, named Undertaker Sylves, who provokes the other man. Yajian recognizes the thorns on Sylves' waist and questions if Knight's Cry conquered the ghost abyss. The Celestial Light leader then yells that his guild surpassed the others a long time ago. A Sylves recognizes his opponent's legendary sword, which was sold for a very high price at an auction. Suddenly, a large explosion of light occurs between the 2 groups of hunters. From the top of a building, a man watches the fight and scoffs at the second-rate guilds. The green-haired guy says that at least they know their place and who's really in charge. The 2 guild leaders stop fighting and look at the man who just arrived. He explains that an S-level anomaly abyss requires 4 guilds to send their elites in trios. A Sylves gets irritated and asks the green-haired man if they are just there for show. The guy explains that there's a reason and that he signed up for a joint hunting program from the Council of Elders. With that, the other leader questions if they are being used as test subjects, and the red-haired one gets angry. Then the man says their guilds are stuck at A rank, and this is a chance to get the S qualification. Sylves thinks that for 3 years, his guild has been stuck without access to high-level missions and rare resources. The Celestial Light leader remembers that last week they were humiliated and can't stop thinking about the S-rank board. After some thought, the 2 leaders accept the deal for the qualification but threaten Tatis. The green-haired man smiles and tells them to relax, as Tatis is reliable and that there's one more guest. Suddenly, our protagonist appears, and everyone glares at him with contempt, calling him bad luck. One of the hunters says not to mention his companions and calls him cursed. The man in the suit mocks the guy, asking if he wasn't afraid to show up there. Sylves gets angry and questions why the junk collectors were called for an S-rank mission. Yui Jin also complains and says he can't be on the same team as those trash collectors. One of the girls from our hero's group gets angry and asks if the other guy has a problem. The Celestial Light leader is shocked and speechless upon seeing the girl who challenged him. The guild leader stutters and recognizes the girl as Lu Xingran from the Lu family. She glares at him and says his stuttering problem hasn't improved, and the guy gets furious. The red-haired guy says he won't argue with a renegade and mocks her for being in a dump. The warrior yells for him to shut up and says this was the path she chose for herself. The Celestial Light leader gets even more irritated and yells at her not to call him a stutterer again. He continues to taunt her about an arranged marriage. She refused to join the guild. The Ice Mage gets furious and calls him trash, making a rude gesture at him. The other guild leader starts laughing loudly and says the nickname, Stutterer, fits him perfectly. Yu Jian becomes furious and unsheathes his flaming sword, threatening to finish her right there. Suddenly, the protagonist appears and stops the armored man's attack with just 2 fingers. Our hero says the sword is good, but the man is 100% confirmed complete trash. The Celestial Light leader screams in despair as he sees his beloved divine sword shatter into pieces. The black-haired guy calmly says it was just a small accident and that the weapon broke. The other man grabs him by the collar and yells furiously about his family's power and status. The green-haired man intervenes and says they should be teammates, not fighting. The green-haired man says that since he broke the weapon, it's only fair that he compensate him for the damage. Our hero agrees to compensate him, but the Ice Mage complains that the other one attacked first. With a purple aura, the protagonist summons several weapon cards and tells the other leader to choose one. The red-haired guy is shocked and wonders where the other got all those weapons. Suddenly, the dragon spirit appears and complains that he's showing her treasure to just anyone. She says she will mark the items with the dragon's mark and that no one can steal them except our hero. We see several cards with different weapons like daggers, spears, and staves floating in the air. The Celestial Light leader thinks that compared to those items, the weapon he had was just scrap metal. The man from Knight's Cry is confused and says it's too complicated to explain, so he'll just improvise. The Tatus leader says he has a different eye, and his specialty is appraising the junk that others don't value. Our hero explains that he uses his appraisal skill to discover the true value of items. With a serious expression, the young adventurer tells him not to overthink it and just accept. The man in the suit asks where he got all that divine equipment, but the Ice Mage already chooses one. The protagonist replies that it's a trade secret and asks him not to be curious. The Tatus leader laughs and says he can't allow someone with so many divine artifacts to cooperate with other guilds. Our hero asks with a smile if that's a compliment or a threat to him. The man from Tata says maybe it's both and offers to buy all of his divine equipment. Then the Tatus leader scolds the red-haired guy and tells him not to be rude to the guest of honor. The armored man chooses a shiny dagger from the protagonist's collection to replace his sword. With the teams assembled, the Tatus leader says the Haunted Abyss guarantees one divine item. With that, he proposes they follow the World Guild's rules and roll a die to decide who gets the item. The other guild leaders are surprised and question the traditional method of rolling dice. The protagonist explains that the dice of fate are divine artifacts with the power of law, and their judgment is absolute. The demon explains that the power of law can create grades on weapons and job classes for people. She continues, saying that the law of causality also governs the events within the abyss. The creature reminds him of the traps in her treasure and how perception and luck can help avoid them. With a blue aura around the die, she says that every moment is a judgment of fate. However, she reveals that those dice of fate are actually loaded, and the result can be manipulated. The little dragon explains that only she can see through them using her eye's true name release. The Tatus leader thinks he accepted the dice of fate to be fair to the 4 guilds and avoid bullying. Our hero smiles and says the appraisal is complete and that this is a genuine treasure. The Tatis leader then asks for the young man's opinion, since he is an expert in appraising treasures. The protagonist holds the small die in his hand and stares at the other man with a serious look. With a confident smile, the black-haired guy states that he thinks the proposal is very fair for everyone. A narration explains that the place was a prosperous suburb until an abyss gate opened. 10 years ago, the Tatis Guild sent an elite team to investigate the restricted zone. But what they discovered was that the missing residents weren't actually gone. Their souls were trapped and transformed into vengeful spirits that wandered the mist. The original plan was to advance, but the mist was thick and they got completely lost in the area. One of the squads was attacked by an unknown monster in the middle of that dense mist. The team leader, named Raven, remembered hearing the sound of bells in the mist. The sound seemed to come from afar, and soon after, the shadow of a Gothic cathedral emerged in the darkness. Black and red vines twisted along the cathedral's walls like blood vessels. An irresistible force drew the three hunters inside the strange building. At the altar, they found a floating grimoire that was the key to the gate made of bones. The creature had no definite shape and was a mass of human faces screaming in silence. A raven's two companions fell to the ground while he, in a panic, grabbed the key and fled. He didn't dare to look back and just ran like a madman until he found the marker he had left. After 6 hours, the key in his hand began to heat up and spin, pointing in one direction with no choice. Raven decided to follow the bone key's guidance through the grim scenery. Following the direction indicated by the key, he finally found the exit of the abyss gate. As he exited, he felt something furiously banging against the portal's barrier, trying to escape. With his last bit of strength, the hunter inserted the bone key into the keyhole in the void. The abyss gate closed with a loud bang, and the remains were sealed in that location. We see the groups of hunters gathered at the place where the abyss gate was sealed. The Tatis leader holds the bone key and says this is the only clue Raven left behind. With a purple aura around the key, he says that now they plan to open the gate again. The key activates a dark purple portal that leads to the Black Prison Mausoleum, a mysterious abyss. The green-haired man explains that abyss technology will allow for tracking and communication. The Knight's Cry leader says his guild specializes in stealth attacks, not direct assaults. The Ice Mage questions if sword polishing is a profession, and the protagonist confirms it's a rare class. The Celestial Light leader says the young man brought 2 useless people, and our hero says he only brought spectators. The protagonist introduces Lu Xingren, an Ice Knight, and Yi Ling, a Fire Witch, to the group. He introduces himself as a versatile adventurer, but the red-haired man tells him not to be conceited. The Celestial Light leader brags about his weapon collection, and his colleague says he brought 1,500 potions. On the other side, a man in a suit yells at his goon, saying he's never needed potions to fight. The little girl on the other team says her boss is a Dark Knight, and that they are all top tier. The guy who got beat up at the guild glares at the protagonist and tells him not to get cocky just for hitting him. The brute yells that his power doubles at night and quadruples with a full moon, and that he would beat the young man. The Fire Mage questions if these people are trustworthy, and the hero says they are probably not strong. The Knight's Cry leader confidently says his team has the advantage, and he will be the commander of the hunt. Sylves accuses him of wanting to be a dictator, but the man proposes that fate decide the command. With a smile, he explains that the highest role will be the captain, and everyone must obey their superiors. Lai Yoshan rolls the dice and gets 16 points, asking if anyone has any objections. Next, Sylves rolls and gets 15 points, becoming frustrated for being just 1 point behind his rival. Yujin Bai gets only 9 points, and his rival mocks him for rolling such a low score. Lastly, our hero rolls the dice and gets only 4 points, left speechless by the result. The Tatis leader declares the farce is over and commands the teams to advance together into the abyss. Arriving at the purple portal, all the hunters prepare to enter the dangerous Black Prison Mausoleum. Yushen uses the bone key to open the path, revealing the dark entrance to the haunted abyss. The key transforms into a kind of compass, with a purple flame to guide them in the darkness. The Tatis leader tells everyone to stay close and warns that he won't save anyone who gets lost in the mist. Suddenly, a creature emerges from the mist, and the green-haired man warns that there are enemies nearby. Several humanoid creatures with red eyes and sharp claws appear, ready to attack the group. One of the team leaders yells for the priestess, and the pink-haired girl responds that she got the message. The young woman then uses her sacred domain ability, which repels the undead and heals allies. A bright blue light envelopes the area and disintegrates the creatures trying to approach the hunters. The armored man notices that the monsters are avoiding the group and understands it's because of the priestess. The celestial light leader then asks the sword polisher to enchant his weapon for combat. With the sword glowing with a red light, the hunter prepares to attack the remaining creatures. With a wicked smile, the red-haired man prepares to show his power to the monsters. He fires a powerful beam of light from his sword that instantly incinerates several creatures. The Knight's Cry leader watches the scene from afar as his colleague continues the overwhelming attack. Then, Sylves commands his team to activate their shadow cloaks and attack when they see an opening. The shadows advance quickly and begin to tear the monsters apart with their sharp claws. The Knight's Cry hunters use their dark abilities to efficiently eliminate the enemies. With a cruel smile, Sylves says to leave the remaining fools as targets for the goals. Sylves prepares to use the remaining monsters as a distraction for his goals to advance on the terrain. Suddenly, he looks to the side and is shocked by the presence of an unexpected person in the area. Without using magic or enchantments, our hero repels the monsters with just his breath and aura. The protagonist explains that he has dealt with so many undead that they are intimidated by his scent. The Ice Mage says the monsters are weak, but it's better not to act recklessly and to observe. The creatures seem to be residents from outside the abyss, who were devoured and turned into monsters. Just then, a blue mist appears and begins to spread across the battlefield, frightening the hunters. The priestess complains that her mana flow is being disrupted by the mysterious mist. The Tatis leader realizes that something big is approaching them and prepares for combat. The mist slowly dissipates, revealing the silhouette of a huge and terrifying creature. The red-haired man is shocked and wonders if the creature that just appeared actually spoke. The creature, with multiple eyes and sharp teeth, stares at the hunters with an overwhelming presence. The hunter is terrified to see that the giant monster is looking directly at him. With a swift movement, the creature lunges and attacks the man with devastating force. The monster yells the hunter's name, who is paralyzed with fear in that situation. The creature repeats the hunter's name as it crushes him against the ground with its brutal force. Suddenly, an even larger and more terrifying monster emerges behind the first, revealing its true form. Our hero realizes there's someone controlling the goals from behind the mist and watches closely. The giant creature with a cathedral on its back commands an army of undead to attack the hunters. The protagonist confidently says that for creatures of this level, you don't even need to get angry to fight. Then he advances quickly and attacks the giant monster with a powerful, energy-filled punch. The adventurer lands a direct hit on the creature's chin, making it recoil from the force of the impact. Even after the hit, the monster doesn't seem to have taken much damage and recovers quickly. The little demon explains that undead sustain themselves with mana and feed on the life force of others. She says that the more abundant a hunter's mana is, the more delicious they become to the monsters. The Tatis leader realizes that the priestess Yipo is the only pure magic class in their group, so he desperately yells for the girl not to use any mana so as not to attract the monsters. But the young woman can't control her power, and her mana begins to converge into a large explosion. A pillar of golden light envelopes the priestess and attracts the attention of all the surrounding monsters. The golden energy is sucked up by the giant creature, which grows stronger with the girl's power. With the priestess becoming a target, several monsters advance to devour her life energy. Seeing the situation, the Ice Mage creates an ice barrier to protect the priestess from the attacks. The Ice Knight says it's not a damage spell, but one to help the other calm down. Then the Ice Mage says it's all right, and that she will handle the situation and the approaching monsters. She says that knights exist to protect the rear guard and become the enemy's target on the battlefield. With an icy aura around her body, she prepares to face the horde of creatures. With her ice sword and shield, she creates a freezing cyclone that pushes back all nearby monsters. The Ice Warrior advances and uses her abilities to create several barriers and trap the enemies. She positions herself in the center of the battle, protecting the priestess and facing the monsters alone. With a swift movement, she creates an ice explosion that freezes all the monsters around her. The monsters are trapped in large ice crystals, unable to move or attack the knight. The Ice Mage realizes there's no end to the monsters and continues to fight with all her might. At that moment, the Fire Witch yells for her to dodge and prepares a powerful attack to help. The Ice Knight gets the message and prepares for the combined attack with her teammate. With a smile, the Fire Witch launches a large fireball that destroys several monsters at once. The two warriors combine their fire and ice powers to incinerate the surrounding monsters. Suddenly, a giant fire monster emerges from the flames and lunges to attack the two girls. The Ice Knight yells for the monster to bring it on and prepares for combat. The fire monster attacks with its claws, but the Ice Warrior manages to defend against the blow. The Ice Knight is shocked to see that the monster is trying to absorb her flames. Then, our hero appears and uses his gravity vortex to stop the monster from absorbing the fire. With a serious look, the protagonist tells the creature to return the flames it stole. The adventurer uses his power to pull the fire monster closer and recover the stolen energy. The creature is sucked into the gravity vortex and begins to be compressed by the force. The monster is transformed into a small purple energy sphere that floats in the protagonist's hand. Then our hero throws the energy sphere on the ground, causing a large purple explosion. The explosion destroys several surrounding monsters, but the giant creature is still standing and intact. The protagonist observes that the monster reformed again, even after the powerful attack. Suddenly, the giant creature fires a golden energy beam towards our hero. With a swift movement, the adventurer stops the energy beam with just one finger, effortlessly. The armored man apologizes, saying the mist was too thick and that his sword has a bug. With a cynical smile, he asks if Leader Yi would mind such a small mistake. Our hero deflects the energy beam and redirects it at the armored man with a quick move. The beam hits the celestial light leader head on and throws him back with the force of the impact. The armored man's sword falls to the ground and gets dirty with the blood of one of the dead monsters. The celestial light leader screams in disgust upon seeing his sword is dirty with filthy blood. The guy questions if he still worries about such things even in the middle of the abyss. The armored man says that's what makes them different and that he's not willing to touch the dirty sword. He says the subtlety of his technique is to take out enemies from a distance without getting dirty at all. With a shout, he summons several purple energy swords that float around him, ready to attack. The celestial light leader states that a sword is just a tool that gets dirty and is unworthy of its master. Our hero then questions if swordsmen shouldn't value and care for their swords. The armored man laughs and says the protagonist is naive for thinking that way. He explains that because he loves his swords, he must maintain the distinction between master and servant. The man says the master gives the orders, and the sword does the dirty work, keeping the master pure. The Ice Mage notices that the monsters are reviving faster and faster because of the mist. She understands that the mist is a magical energy that provides nutrients and regeneration for the creatures. With a dark red aura, one of the monsters lunges and attacks another undead with fury. The Tatus leader says they shouldn't stay there for long because the necropolis border is near. Then he notices that Sylves is gone and calls him trash for not being able to handle a simple anomaly. Suddenly, one of Sylves's goons begs for help for his boss, who was left behind. The hooded man says their guild leader is in trouble and needs immediate support. But the Tatus leader says there's no need to help and ignores the hunter's request. Our hero approaches and says it's necessary to help because a comrade's life is at stake. The man with the ponytail gets angry and questions if the guy dares to challenge the captain's orders. The adventurer replies that it's a group operation, and as captain, it's his duty to be responsible for everyone. The Tatus leader then orders our hero to go support Sylves with a cynical smile. He tells them not to forget they use the dice of fate to decide the command before entering. The man from Tatus says the protagonist wants to save him, and he has no intention of stopping him from going. Our hero states that since he said he would save him, he'll be the one to do it. The Celestial Light leader scoffs at the protagonist and says he can't have all the spotlight for himself. With that, the Tatus leader warns that they have 5 minutes at most before a horde of monsters appears. But our hero tells the girls to stay and protect the area while he handles the situation. Then, he asks the other two to stay as well, and the mages wish the ones going on the mission to be careful. The protagonist activates his dragon eye, which glows with a golden light to see through the mist. With his enhanced vision, he can see the most dangerous monsters and the cathedral in the background. The young man says to avoid the red monsters and that they just need to find Sylves for everything to be fine. The other man is impressed by the guy's vision, which can easily cut through the dense mist. With that, he uses his 4-square formation to clear a path through the undead and advance. Our hero complains that the other is making a scene and attracting unnecessary trouble. The two then advance together, jumping over debris and dodging the monster's attacks. They arrive at a grim cemetery with dry trees and tombstones scattered everywhere. The armored man notices that the mist has dispersed and that the center of the cemetery should be the densest point. He is relieved that they weren't followed and says the plane's relatively clean and safe. Suddenly, the protagonist gets his attention and points to something he found in the middle of the cemetery. In the cemetery, they find the body of a man lying in a pool of blood in a huge trail. Suddenly, a blood moon appears in the sky, and the silhouette of a dark knight appears on the horizon. The knight in black armor, with a flaming skull, holds a huge sword with a red aura. The protagonist sarcastically says they're lucky to have found a boss right off the bat. Just then, Sylves appears and yells that if they took 2 more steps, they'd have a one-way ticket to the afterlife. The blonde-haired man grabs him and yells at him to shut up and not drag him to his end with him. Our hero asks why he's there waiting to perish since they could just go around the area. Annoyed, the other hunter asks if he thinks he enjoys crouching there and waiting. Sylves explains that once you cross the cursed wall, there's no going back and calls them idiots. He says that when a boss appears, it creates a barrier, and that taking out the area's lord dispels it. A Sylves explains that the creature defeated his men in an instant, and that he doesn't stand a chance alone. The Knight's Cry leader says he's waiting for the boss's alert level to decrease, so he can attack safely. The skeleton knight with an intense red aura glares at the hunters with a threatening look. The other guild leader mocks Sylves for being weak and waiting for the boss to calm down to attack. Our hero is speechless while the other hunter yells in anger at his rival's provocation. The Celestial Light leader says that a truly strong person never knows cowardice and charges to attack. With his sword returned to Heaven's skill, he launches a powerful red energy attack at the boss. The dust settles, and the armored man brags about his impenetrable defense of 10,000 blades. With a confident smile, he prepares to see the result of his devastating attack on the monster, but he is shocked to see that the skeleton knight took no damage and is completely intact. The boss advances with a red aura and prepares to attack the armored man. With a brutal blow, the monster hits the Celestial Light leader and shatters his physical defenses. The skeleton knight's ability ignores armor and directly hits the opponent's body. Our hero comments that not even a tank can withstand a second hit from an underworld knight. The armored man screams in pain and fury upon seeing his broken sword and injured body. Furious, he summons several energy swords and yells that he will turn the monster to dust. The boss says it is the enemy of the living and that they will all be buried in that dark place. With its underworld fire, the skeleton knight advances to attack the celestial light leader again. The armored man tries to defend himself, but the monster is much faster and more powerful than him. With several swift strikes, the boss shatters the hunter's swords and leaves him completely defenseless. Our hero yells for the other to dodge, but the armored man is paralyzed by fear and pride. The skeleton knight approaches to deliver the final blow to the defenseless celestial light leader. The armored man yells that a sword master cannot retreat, as it would be a disgrace for him, but the protagonist appears and defends against the monster's blow with a shield, protecting the other hunter. The skeleton knight is surprised by the intervention and backs away to analyze the new opponent. Our hero complains that the other is provoking the monster and stole his spotlight again. The adventurer warns that the monster's attack has double the destructive power against armor. With his ring activated, the protagonist prepares to face the boss with the power of the flame dragon. He fires a powerful blast of fire that hits the skeleton knight head on with full force. The monster is confused and wonders what happened, as the attack caused it no damage. The celestial light leader is also shocked and doesn't understand what's happening to the boss. Our hero's ring glows, and a notification says the monster's underworld fire has been seized. The young man says this is the power of a divine equipment worth 200 million coins. With a confident smile, he says the monster's strength now belongs to him and prepares to fight. The skeleton knight roars in fury upon realizing it has lost its power to the young adventurer. Suddenly, the skeleton knight summons several giant monsters to attack the group of hunters. Our hero is shocked to see that the monsters he defeated before are back and stronger. With his new strength, he advances quickly to face the creatures and protect his companions. Then the protagonist leaps into the air and uses the fire scythe he stole from the boss to attack the monsters. With a powerful strike, he creates a whirlwind of red flames that engulfs the giant creatures. Our hero uses the underworld fire to burn the monsters and prevent them from regenerating. He explains that as long as the underworld fire is burning, their regeneration ability won't work. Surrounded by monsters, the protagonist prepares to face the horde with his new stolen power. One of the creatures attacks him from behind, but he easily dodges and counter-attacks with a punch. With a direct hit, he strikes the monster and sends it flying with the force of the impact. Next, the adventurer jumps into the mouth of another creature to attack it from the inside. The monster screams in pain as the underworld fire burns its body from the inside out. The creature begins to disintegrate into a cloud of smoke and ash under the power of the flames. Finally, the monster explodes in a large fireball and is completely destroyed by the attack. The other two hunters are shocked to see the boss's ability being stolen for the first time. With the power of the underworld fire, our hero prepares to face the skeleton knight. He throws a fire dagger that flies towards the boss with impressive speed. The adventurer advances and attacks the monster with a series of quick and precise strikes with his fire. With the boss distracted, the young man closes in to deliver a final blow to the creature. The protagonist fires a powerful blast of fire that hits the skeleton knight head-on. The explosion of flames engulfs the monster, but it seems to have taken no damage from the attack. A notification reveals that the boss has fire immunity and can reflect and amplify attacks. Our hero is shocked to see that his strongest attack was completely useless against the monster. The skeleton knight then counter-attacks with a wave of red energy that hits the protagonist. With a purple aura, the young man summons several stone blocks to defend against the boss's attack. The stone blocks fly towards the monster to crush it with the force of gravity. The boss prepares to destroy the blocks with its sword, but the protagonist has another plan. Our hero explains that the monster has high elemental resistance, but its physical resistance is weak. He advances through the stone blocks and attacks the boss with a powerful and direct physical blow. The protagonist lands a devastating punch to the skeleton knight's chest, exploiting its weakness. With the final blow, our hero destroys the skeleton knight with a purple energy explosion. The monster's body shatters into pieces, and its armor breaks from the force of the attack. The young man says the job is done, and the other hunters are shocked that the fight is already over. The armored man demands half the loot, and the other calls him an idiot for not having fought. He brags that his broken swords bought them a chance at survival, and that it wasn't cheap. But our hero says that to him, all of it is junk, and they can have it all if they want.